Flash. Bingo's on flash. Bingo's one.
I just realized my mic's been muted this whole fucking time. Oh my goodness. Wow. What up, Moon? Was I really muted that whole time? I just had a really good conversation and everything. I'm so mad. Hal's fascination with Nick is kind of weird. Low key. Flashbang! Ah! Bruv, you psycho? Turn your shit on dark mode. Yo, I heard through the grapevine we're getting Liquipedia with dark mode soon. That's gonna be so dope. Moon, how you doing today, buddy? Yo, Moon, what you up to these big days, big dog? I know you've been busy. Is it work keeping you busy? Did you end up going back to school? You finally decided to go to back to school, go be a doctor? Doctor, right? Yeah, doctor? Yeah. I miss your face, just so you know. And you should find a way to get out to the beach with us in April. Thoughts? 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 Who am I feeling tonight? Ooh, you know, that's a good question. I feel like when we look at... Actually, let's actually look at the thing while we don't have all teams here. I would like to see if FaZe is going to be able to keep up their run from yesterday, because I don't think it was a fluke. I'm also going to be paying attention to Furia. So I felt like Furia had a good pickup in the back end of split number 1, but then kind of fumbled the bag in regionals. Admittedly, I haven't been able to really keep up with scrims and stuff due to like watching a lot of between lock-in and NA challengers for Valorant. So like scrims were kind of lower on my priority list. But something tells me these boys from Furia are going to come back hungry this split. I also, and I know this is going to be a very unpopular opinion, I would love to see the tripods pop off. I don't think they're quite yet ready for it yet, but I'm wondering if maybe the shift up in the meta with the fact that now they're kind of, they have the same amount of time into the newer meta, even though it's still kind of the same. If maybe that might allow the tripods to close the gap, because I do think they're a really talented squad. And I think ALGS will be in a healthier spot with the tripods, at least not being in the top 10, but in a place where they can consistently strike to try and get into that top 10. You know what I mean? Whereas last split, I think they were like facing relegation towards the end of the split. But I think so. I think the top couple teams will definitely be trying to watch out for a lot is FaZe, Furia. Oh, and y'all already know I'm gonna be watching a bunch of the Sentinels. Well, because y'all already know TSM's gonna bounce back. Like, that's not in question. And I don't think it's a question if the Sentinels are gonna bounce back either. But the Sentinels are switching their drop spot today, heading into it, which makes me wonder if they're overthinking things just because it's another day. Because we've seen, you know, the old guard squad bounce back from tougher performances. And if I remember right, their first week after they got signed by the guard wasn't the best, but then they got on a roll. I also would like to see BBB pop off, but there's nothing really behind that. There's no thoughts in saying like why they had pop off. I would just like to see it. But yeah, those are probably the ones I'd be looking out for the most personally. I wish I could connect my Twitch account to Team Stream. That way I would be able to not have to deal with ads. That'd be kind of cool. So Nick's not streaming, huh? You know what? While we wait on play, Apex is live. Why isn't it live on my team stream? Hey! All right, well, we'll just do this then. That was frustrating. I would have had us over there. I didn't realize it was already 7:02. My bad, chat. That's like hard, my bad.
A lot that is going to unfold in day 2. But that also reminds me to go back for those just joining us as to what happened.
Also, by the way, can I just say, chat, I love the fact that Zephyr... Don't you fucking
North America.
I love the fact that Zephyr and Dia killed it today. Like, I was really happy for those guys. They had a fucking killer show for their first time on the main broadcast.
Drug-free, Impulse, Osterer, Asura.
Those are the homies.
Showcasing to the world and to North America specifically that they are here to play, winning not just the first game, but
what about you, Tim? Who are you feeling today? Who are you expecting to see pop off, or who would you like to see pop off?
Would only get more intense.
And the thing that really
also,
caught a lot of
Moon,
people off guard
you
about
still in here,
this
buddy?
is that drug-free was silent.
I said I missed your face. You left me.
During split 1, and all of a sudden, first day, they rack up 2 wins back to back. This kind of Uno reverse card of performances is just completely unheard of, and I was completely mouth agape watching it like everybody else. But other teams did start to play ball after we broke open the first couple of games, and we had some really big standout performances, both positively for new squads like FaZe and perhaps towards the more improvement-oriented sides for teams like TSM that did get set back quite a bit.
Not a great day for TSM. They would ultimately end 18th place. Very, very surprising. There's not a lot of 18s that TSM have found in this
Also,
league.
chat, I'm gonna probably throw out this
FaZe
question a
began
couple
this kind
times.
of, you know, rampant uproar of damage value. And
But what would be y'all's thoughts? I know I've done like a lot of interviews in the channel with
undefeated. It would start to phase out.
Not a lot. We've started doing quite a few interviews with like players, coaches,
land winners, Dark Hero.
And it was almost set in
CEOs of
stone
orgs and
that
stuff
it felt
over on the
like
channel.
FaZe were going to walk away
What
with
would be
the
your own
day
thoughts if
win
we were to
here, especially as we
interview
kind of started to approach those last couple games? I mean,
in
Dark
the
Zero
college
were
scene?
down in the depths here, but 2 wins in 6
And before, I should probably
thrust
expand on
them
that, 'cause not
past
just in the
all way
college
to
scene.
the top here.
I would
It
specifically
continues
like
keep
to,
this roster as one
interview
of
the
the
head coach
most
from Northwood
competitive
Esports.
entities across North
in my Twitter
America as a
network.
whole.
I've been thinking about sitting down and chatting. I think it'd be a cool chat.
Maybe Zero Sharky or Jin Burton's. We don't know who's auditioned for America's Got Talent or The Voice. they would exclaim victory and claim the moment in the lobby with this play.
Dude, this Dark
right
Zero
here,
win was
pushing them
so
from
fun to
third
watch
place
last night.
into first.
We watched
in
the whole
final
thing,
game. That is
like the
how
whole
close
like
it was.
last circle with
And you can
them,
see the
and they
impact
called the
that
whole
had.
thing from the
Gildersleeve
wall and everything,
on
and
NRG
it worked
also bringing up 14
to perfection.
kills. Not a bad day for them. And 0. Naughty, Aiden the Destroyer, and Trex is rounding out our top 5. It was a phenomenal showcase, and it led us to our overall.
Oh, wait,
season
drug
standings
free's in this
so
lobby
far
too,
as we
right?
Head into day 2. It looked like
Oh, no,
Dark
drug
Zero
free is
on
in B.
top
Never
with
mind.
25 points. Glitch Energy, a team we had not thought of being in the top 3. They were. FaZe rounding out 3rd place, drug free in 4th, and NRG after claiming essentially the 1st place position outside of winning match point at LAN. Do a good job staying in that top 5. Also, big shout out to Optimus. We have questions about and definitely wanted to see more of. We saw a lot of them. Let's talk though, guys. I mean, Dia, what a story for North America. It feels like this region, as you had mentioned, as we kind of alluded to, is still figuring things out. It's wide open for everybody.
They certainly are, and we're seeing a lot of people have noticed Wraith picked up in this region. A lot of our like big star fraggers got their career going on Wraith, and so people are eager to jump back to it. But we're also seeing a weird amount of what I'll call comfort crypto. I'm not sure what people's read on this legend is just yet at the pro level, but there are some people.
I think it's what we saw earlier today, where you get that big
legend, and it's very powerful,
info on the
especially
rotate.
when combined with this heavy fighting style.
Ben, is that what you're seeing in terms of legend interest for you? Is it crypto?
I'm not gonna lie. If I were ever on a cast and they were to use my actual name instead of Q, I'd lose my shit. Not my shit. I'd lose my shit. I'd be like, hey,
I think the most interesting thing to me coming out of that first day is Dia talks about comfort on Wraith, and with her buff coming off of Revelry, I could kind of see how a rotational legend like Wraith finds her place. But with the nerfs behind Horizon, surprisingly, a lot of teams are still set up to rely on that particular choice, which still is yet an unsolved mystery, whether it offers the entry fragging potential or the wombo combo to really match up against, well, what we're seeing from the Catalyst Seer meta.
I completely agree with you. I think a lot of teams may be holding on to meta's pass, but we'll see if that goes forward.
I wonder if we're seeing less Catalyst
again. We see a team with Horizon win today
in NA compared to other regions, even though we're still seeing a lot of Catalyst because of how many teams rotate so soon.
Number 2, it's going to be Season, MLS, TSM, FaZe, Team Diverge, all the way down the list.
It's not a Season, it's Team. That's
another chance to go at it.
That's Native
Group
Gaming,
C, for the
right?
very first time, will be making an appearance. The likes of
Native
BBB,
Gaming?
Designful, Chaotic,
Or they
Mud,
changed,
Zach
or they get picked
Mazer,
up.
XSet, Furia is Watson. Sarah Tricky, Panders making their entrance into the Pro League yet again. Of course, Nick Merckx, Gent, Deeds showing up. And obviously with a lot of momentum, one of the teams I'm looking for, Luminosity, Steel, Jaguares, Sneasel, and Yanya. One of my, I think, most explosive, maybe #1 players in terms of form that I have seen. So many great participants for the day. And as we bring it back, guys, I kind of want to talk to you as well, because yes, great teams, great opportunities to focus on individuals, but we always have to narrow it down when we get into a match day number 2. There's only a few storylines that catch our eye as we start. So let's start with you, Dia. Who do you got your eyes on as one to watch for match day number 2?
I think if I had to pick
I low-key kind of
want
to peep in on the
just to start off with,
Fallout watch party.
I'd be going with Furia, and I'd be trolling not to. Furia did so well when they initially had this big meta swap up. It was around the same time in Champs where they picked up his Watson, and everybody went, "What are you doing?" And since then, Furia have become this magnetic team. They walk around the map, they find 3v3s, and sometimes even 3v6s, and with their individual mechanical prowess, frag like no other squad in Apex Legends history. Their split 1 may not have had the success that they were hoping for, finishing 11th in the season. They did reasonably well, but as we look towards this split, as the
Like
meta is in
low-key.
question, I point
I bet
your
you
eyes
that
towards
energy in
this
that
squad
stream's
has
gonna be
crazy fragging power. Zephyr, how about you?
Well, I'm sorry I take this one away, Ray Day, but I love the luminosity as well here. And obviously, we're coming off of one of the most intense splits of Pro League that we have ever seen. And there was a huge trifecta that sat just above this luminosity roster that almost kind of blinded them out like a shadow here. For them, though, arguably one of the most consistent teams within North America. Coming off of the back end of playoffs, they are the 4th highest performing team from the region. So once again, kind of living up to that 4-on-4, we'll say, pattern that exists here. A massive, explosive roster, fragging potential, and just the best of the best. But I got to hear from the vet himself. What do you think, Rain Day?
Well, I love the choices, fellas. I think you got 2 eyes on 2 good teams. I'm going with the tried and true, a team we always know performs at the highest level nearly all the time. It's a well-structured ship, and they know exactly where they are heading, and they want to get into the safe harbor this time around of first place at land. But of course, it's going to take a lot of perfection, a lot of trials, a lot of figuring things out in this meta. And if there's anyone who could do it, I think it's XSet. The combined minds.
I'm gonna be XSet. Did I say I'm looking out for them? I'm excited for that. It's their first week.
They ring true
first
as
session too.
Apex Legends veterans across the North American scene. 4th place at championships, the split 1 playoffs in London. It bodes well for them being able to show that they are here to play. The question is, can they continue this on today's performance? Because they still, mentioning yesterday, talking to Knock, weren't quite sure the lineups they were going to be using. We'll find out in just a little bit. Game 1 around the corner. We'll see what XSet brings to the table alongside the other teams we mentioned. But if you want to follow somebody else, you think a little bit is more interesting, maybe a story you're more concerned with, more interested in, you got to know everything happening in the TSM or maybe tripods. Well, guess what? We have multi-view for you. Go into the command center, choose your POVs, combine them, have the in-game
That's what we're doing, chat.
Every clutch fight, and watch the ALGS your way. Multi-view, check it out and customize your experience while you're watching the ALGS. And let us know if you're using it as well. Tweet #ALGS, tag either of us or @PlayApex Esports. We'd love to see how you guys
I don't think there's any other actual
today.
Live streams that we were wanting to watch.
World's Edge, first half of
the
split.
Tripods is actually got.
Then we go to Storm
Nick's
Point for the last
finally
3.
actually live. Let's go. Of course, that reset that. Yep. We're also gonna turn off BBB because I'm gonna watch Fun. So I don't think we had XSet, right? No. All right.
Or be watching from the sidelines. That's going to do it for our intro show. Hopefully you're hyped. North America Day 2, baby. Let's get it going. I'm going to toss it over to our casters for the afternoon, Dia and Zephyr.
It's just us now, Zephyr. And before we get into the game,
I love their chemistry, y'all.
What you're thinking with these
I
groups.
love that they're on the main broadcast.
We hyped up Luminosity, but we've also come out of the Challenger circuit, and I got to throw some squads up there.
That's
to keep
the
our
family
eyes on
right
as
there.
well. Rise, in their performance during the Pro League quals, were one of the most hyped squads coming into today. So many teams now have said that they are overhyped, and I am so curious with Group C's introduction how they, inters, bots are all going to match up against pro teams.
Yeah, and I don't want to touch on the other region that we covered this morning too much, but it is very clear that some of the best that do come from Pro League qualifiers always have the chance to shake things up. But we both know
we've seen that in almost every region.
A different competitive beast compared to anywhere else. It is the best of the best talent in pretty much all of Apex Legends here. So definitely something that we'll have to be watching for. But might favor back towards some of the stars that we know and love. Obviously, from my end of things here, it's a name, though, that we haven't had the opportunity to bring up, and it's one that I think I'm more of just like maybe a fanboy of. I'm loving that new BBB roster.
Yeah, I'm really excited for BBB, honestly.
I really would like to see them pop, man.
Zach now slotting in around Designful and Chaotic. I think there's something really special here, but I'm also getting kind of a Lanimals feeling, and that's not coming out of nowhere because
6
Zach
games,
was
baby.
a crucial part of the previous, I guess, Lenimals roster when they were Cloud9 all together. Having both of these teams go in different directions has me wondering who's going to come out the better end of the deal, and we finally get to see them face off against each other in our very first game on World's Edge. We're going to be dropping in just a moment, but sort of as Rain Day alluded to, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat so that we can keep track of them throughout the day, because there are so many storylines here that we don't want to miss any of them.
I'll tell you what, if you're rooting for someone, maybe it's time to pick sides here. We've had some embers fleeting in the background of potential contests, at least for our first iteration of World's Edge, over towards Overlook. Usually where tripods land. We're looking to see if potentially we see the matchup with Sentinels as well, but no, they have
they're
opted
switching
for the
up
pull towards Landslide, and then the opposite end of this one, it does look like Dig in Oxygen might not happen there either.
I can't help but appreciate the calls from these IGLs, though. When you are coming into...
Are they in a fight? Oh, no, they're starting this. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Don't mind me.
Already
I'm gonna get these going up.
Drop in gaming, having knocked stomps right now. That's the IGL of a roster, an up-and-coming roster, now cut short. Oxygen have the better end of this deal, but to take down Stunny and JQ, they're gonna need a lot of firepower.
Oxygen
it's gonna be
still mostly the old Atlanta Premier roster, right? I think they made one roster change.
It's one that almost slipped its way through. Both of these squads pretty much landing neck and neck in the same space, and we know that's as 50-50.
Yeah, they picked up Zennial.
I'm surprised though, Dia. We had a lot to say about so many of these rosters, but we almost let Oxygen slip under the radar. And they're one of those squads who, well, we have high expectations for, especially after being one that found their way to playoffs, but to some others out there might have fell a little bit short.
Yeah, they started their season, I mean, really well just last split, and under the IGL guidance of Hill, this roster is nothing short of incredible. They've got great fragging talent, but more than that, their game plans and the way that they play out these end game circles are so hyper aware of every other squad. The fact that they're contesting now isn't even usual for them. This isn't a team that fights a whole lot during the earlier mid game, and yet when forced into it, they're very clearly comfortable, especially when you've got yourself already a 2v3 going on. JQ's holding the long angle right now, but if you can get stops banner and get out, I'm going to count that as a win for Drop-In Gaming, and it's not even looking like they can do that.
It's unlikely, and Drop-In Gaming likely to start today right off the bat as a duo here. For them, they have the chance to rotate out, but it's at the cost of so much of this POI, and I guess what little pickings they were able to find
is good for staying alive, though. This, I mean, especially
enemy and the rest of Oxygen taking to the height here are able to spy out the last remnants, but a bit of a distraction.
Team Diverge coming in.
Start to rotate in. They've been navigating Dome recently, and likely
Diverge rocking the purple, blue, white.
Check it out. We got the chance to talk to Sleepy Panda before the season really kicked off, and while they are moving up from Dome, they've got to deal with the fact that there's not super great loot there, and what that means is that so often fighting does become a part of their early game plan to pick up a little bit more and use that edge POI for what it's actually giving you. Team Diverge are going to be playing this slow around the outside, but I'd like to see them push up to launch site if you can take that high ground away, especially with something like a Bangalore.
And especially since, as we take a look at our zone here in a moment, it is pulling down towards the south side of our map here. And for Diverge,
TSM's up here as well. They got the purple, white, white.
Exact
rotation. We're going to be seeing that more southern zone.
There's so many other squads that they need to keep in mind, because especially
probably going to end just
deep towards
east of launch site, probably.
It's almost a guarantee that it does begin to cater or continue to pull that direction. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of our squads, even before some of the major closings have taken place, already well within this POI.
Because obviously Dome's not in this, but
as well, XSet up in the northwest, pulling a classic move and waiting for the ring to start closing in around them. Not typically an edge of ring squad, but the slow rotate in this case will give them plenty of time to push out teams that aren't necessarily feeling super comfortable in the early stages of the season, and maybe get you a little bit more KP to start going. FaZe are also rotating in from the west, and they might find themselves face to face with BBB over by Thermal.
Obviously, they do have a little bit of that extra height to their advantage here, but given how wide the rotations are available on that western end, BBB,
everyone's already stuffed down
in
here,
a bad
man.
situation, can easily find their way out. I do want to point out
Look at
complexity
that, bro.
and Furia here, as well as
Sentinels in a fight over here?
I have ulti cell.
Or no?
Let me know if you need to use
Does
it.
anyone need my 3x?
I'll take it if you want it.
I've got a bruiser. I've got a bruiser on my nemesis.
Oh, I saw him porting. I thought he was in a
There's bunch
fight.
of nades in here, boys.
Take a quick peek around everywhere. Why do I don't remember picking int. Oh, that's probably because that was a team. No teams out earlier. Why do I have enters up?
Scratch that.
We'll have to check that out in a second. FaZe is rocking the triple blue.
Yep.
Nothing on the left, just watch.
TSM still sitting in that same spot already down here at tree. So they're down here early, which means they aren't going to have much that they'll be able to deal with.
As teams continue to file in, Furia likely being one of them as they face off against Rise just ahead.
Oh, I bet you that's
Obviously,
where
we do
Furia
just
is
see
supposed to be.
scans come through, so Furia's location
We
is
selected
picked
Furia,
up,
right?
especially with this balloon being a screaming red flag. It's almost going to be immediately identified regarding where they present themselves here, but his Watson doesn't seem afraid at all, sending himself directly into No Name. It is clear, though, squad likely complexity holding out on that choke.
Don't seem interested in really fighting. I mean, Furia, I'm sure, are comfortable with it, but the long-range poke isn't exactly committal, and Furia have got other plans.
Seeing them keep your head on a
wanting to
swivel, make sure you don't have
focus
anybody to the
on
right.
Picking up this
Get the
scan
scan to
and
make sure that they know which way that they're
understanding
going to
where the
scan,
ring is
or which way
likely
they're going
pulling.
to
It is
rotate.
one of the nice things about picking up a legend like Seer, who's able to grab everyone else's location, is that you kind of get an idea of where the ring is going, even if you aren't running Catalyst.
And just to note, there wasn't quite complexity. They found their way somewhere else. It's Rise swooping in from Fragment to cut across there. And we'll see how they respond for now, though.
I guess they're
Tuning
playing under
in,
the
of course, with our
SZN
friends
banner
at
since
CN,
it's
it looks like, but maybe back
two
to Rise.
SZN
They
team
make their way
players
across
and-
the choke, and it seems they've been chased.
Because Capro is going to play with them,
Look
right?
too fun. Caught between a rock
Under
and a
the
hard
native
place,
banner?
perhaps, as Detox is taking some serious fire as well, but it's just the long range from Furia that is continuing to punish Rise, a team that a lot of people had a lot of hope for when it comes to that close range combat. They aren't being allowed to actually fight close range because they got complexity on one side and Furia on the other.
I was questioning where this team ended up moments ago, and it's clear.
It's like FaZe is in a fight down here. Staying on board with them real quick.
Yeah, we're good.
Yes.
Over here at Lava Siphon.
At the bat.
There's no audio, so we can be careful.
Literally no fucking audio. We're holding. Nice. I have an ulti cell. Tony.
Alright.
There.
There's a purple mag right here. Stay, man.
Okay. Grab that ulti cell. Pop it whenever you can.
They're just going to back down, not even worry about the fight. Probably a good decision, to be fair. Still so many teams left. What the fuck?
Their way, Nick Merck starting things off really well, finding
If we're going to watch this, might as
There's
well
two on the
watch
train
it.
card, guys. There's two on the train card. Two on the train card.
Alright. One go up.
They're backing up. I'm starting to go up. Wait, wait.
I'm watching
I'm backing up. Nice. G, back up, G. They're aiming you.
Back up? Alright, back up. Watch my cross. Pop in the ring.
Yeah, it's taking too long, G.
Yeah, they don't want to see.
Trying to
Good
back.
call. They don't want to make sure that they're not in the same spot for too long. They don't want to have too much noise going on.
I can shoot. I'm gonna shoot.
They're probably just going to go and back up and just
shoot.
rotate away. All the way back here, a big mod though. They're going to have to move at some point.
Yeah. Fuck.
Dead. Place off. Take the kill.
One guy here. This here is there.
Get the kill.
So this is XSet moving up on behind the team who was chasing Nick, probably.
32. Nice.
I'm going up.
Gold. Yeah, grab that.
I'm going up first.
Okay, I'm grabbing it.
I'll take it.
I got it.
Nothing 60.
Can you swap
And
me?
nothing left as far as on them. Doesn't look like we have anybody else currently
They will not mind, and we are seeing an XSet that now with complexity eliminated is very effective, nay, deadly on the edge.
Absolutely here, and it's to no surprise of anyone, one of the best performing rosters coming out of North America within that first split. We've been waiting to see how they would address this new meta, and while they're not catering directly towards that catalyst, it seems like everyone just seems to have a thing for that Bangalore, maybe even potentially after watching the matches yesterday.
I mean, the Bangalore
really is providing a lot of value when you think about.
Are we forgetting how much it helps counter the roller?
With her ultimate, let alone things like the smokes that keep your team super safe. They've got double.
Like, are they not allowed to talk about that? Is that the deal?
Well, light ammo is going to be coming at a premium. Teams should be falling
like that. I know that's part of the reason
that
that a lot of people
especially once
like to bring it on top of a lot of the other value that she brings. Like, obviously she brings value, you know what I mean? But like on top of that, again, like there's very obvious reasons why Catalyst is a very strong and common pick.
That EMP came from behind. I don't know what the fuck this is doing.
No, I think I was gonna
is there? Yeah, get over here.
Wanna go back around?
This thing's gonna start smacking once this ring closes, dog.
Here's kit.
You can go back and loot that box.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should, yeah. Go back, we'll go back towards the second side.
Look at that, they're watching tripods, bro. Sometimes I just feel like they're following me.
Oh, baby.
We have to hold our northeast. Make sure they can't rotate in. Please stop shooting at me. I love you.
We need to spread out just a little bit.
Yeah. Move up, Sykes. Go over here. Honestly.
It doesn't look like we got anybody else who's more than likely going to. They're still getting held out a little bit, but
this is sort of an edge style. While Inters have a very different read on the meta, being one of our squads to whip out the caustic today.
Still something of that control-oriented focus, but obviously.
Walled over here. I'm down to third party left or right if they fight.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
Oh, that's glitch.
I have 4 bats though, but.
Because that was from yesterday. Bro, give me back my main broadcast.
Still there.
Bro, now they're just pissing me off. Flashbang, by the way. Sorry, chat.
Very good at the game, but as a duo, it is so difficult.
We'll just
to
fix
have
that
an
again here in a minute,
impact on
man.
How things play out.
Now, just moments ago, we did begin to see that kill feed spark alive with the remnants of Sentinels starting to find some of those initial.
Oh, so I need to go pick up
knocks
glitch. That's
here,
why.
Against Team Inters. Flinzars, this last remaining member, more than quickly.
It doesn't matter right now. We'll do that afterwards.
BBB, the majority of those KP falling their direction.
FaZe did rock up here, though, and I mean literally, they are on.
One shot off.
TSM still chilling in tree. I think they have to
Get your
rotate
blue.
on this
We're gonna
one
have
here,
to play
right?
aggressive on these guys and stop them from coming up.
Yeah, they're gonna have to move up here in a second. Because the zone's about to start closing in. They're gonna have to rotate.
They might have went into that.
Evan or Jordan, you need to pay attention.
Yeah, they're not there. They're not there.
Okay, that's good.
I think they're in this building now.
You have to have.
Yeah.
I hear one.
Ah, shoot. All right. Sentinels gets Rise out.
Oh my god. You can res me. You can res me. Are you sure? I'm like 90% sure.
Yeah, he's good here.
You need to pop a bat, you need to fly up, and you need to get the spot.
All right, so they're fine where they're at. Now we're gonna actually have TSM fighting like I thought they were gonna be just a second ago.
There's already a team low ground, so they should fight each other. I have one dropping you back,
Okay, we gotta look down on these guys.
Yeah.
They might take 4 back.
Bro, if TSM goes out early again, man, Hal's gonna start howling hard, bro.
Watch that cat. Go back before, was gonna die.
Yeah, I'm getting shot by that team. I'm getting inside.
I'm not looking down anymore. Careful of the other team across north.
Some of my Ubas, by the way.
Yeah.
We gotta look on low ground, guys, if you can.
The team to the northeast is looking.
Looks like they actually may have just had the ability to chill here.
got to commit through this dark veil. Finds another one right in front of him. But maybe this is the safety that he needs.
It might just be the small corner of blocking sight lines for the Lanimals. They're forced to rotate as well, and what lies in store is none other than Furia covering their own gatekeeping potential. But just as quickly as they arrive, do they face almost equivalent levels of damage?
Tripods is out.
Picking up the pace just
Tough.
as quickly, and wipe out Tripods.
By
Here,
FaZe.
you can tell
The Craver.
walking to the pack might pinch this all.
This is where FaZe's IGLing is really going to come into play. 12 squads left. Can you afford to over-push this? And into the smokes, no less. Being charge rifled in the back, the call has to be to back off.
Yep.
And FaZe are going to
Good
do
call by
so,
them.
keeping themselves, prioritizing, playing their life for now. Snipe down.
I do want to actually just sit in with FaZe while they do this.
After, okay?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Are they Valk ulting here in a second?
I didn't hit him.
Alright. We're gonna have to Valkyrie 100%, boys.
Do you have any bats, anyone? Yes, I have 3 here. I have 3 here.
Sentinels back up to 3. They're going to have to rotate here in a couple seconds. I kind of want to see how they do this. Rambo's sitting with a...
RV side. Right here.
I've got eyes on one of them.
Wasn't going to be able to get it. That's tough. Understandable.
On RV here.
I don't have
It's giving more points out, though. Like, can't help but wonder if that's worth, right?
I only have a car.
I don't know if that's the move.
They bounce with it as well. I think.
Yeah, I don't think that's the move, dog. Furia's rotating in late on the Valk ult. Gonna see if they can find themselves any spot, any space. They're getting shot from across the way, though. It's gonna be a tough part.
Yeah, I'm batting in it. Yeah, I'm batting in the corner. I don't have ult. Throwing across. Ult in the opening. To the southwest. Launch that side. Nice. Run this over, I think.
Hey, how do you even know where to shoot right there?
Two teams. Back up. Batting.
Oh, Furia's in trouble here. Watson's down. Zeratricky's
Come to me, Zera.
gets the bat off.
I'm safe.
I might be resable.
He's got somebody on his left.
I don't see anybody near me, bro. Oh, I'm good. I'm gonna steer out that. Falling out of it.
Yeah, Zeratricky's about to go down here. Oh.
You're good. Mech it. I'm holding for you.
Oh, there's a whole team right here. They're
No,
gonna fight.
let them
They're
fight.
gonna
Yeah,
fight.
I know. Let's
Yep.
Give us info.
They are gonna kill each other. They will die in the next 5 seconds.
Get these kills, Zera.
Nice, they can push up and clean this up.
Go. They're all dead.
I'm
No way, they actually get this res too? Shut up, bro.
Watch the fucking balloon side.
Wow.
I think it's a rat in lava pit.
It's a whole team balloon. There's a whole team balloon. Right balloon.
They're not hard aping yet though. You're running over then?
I'm taking the height.
There's infinite shit here, bro.
Actually want to hang on with Fury here at the end.
Yep. Fan. You're smoking.
That's crazy.
Ooh, bro.
I'm queuing that for you.
I bet you'll get it.
Oh, now they're getting Arc Star from the opposite side too.
I'm going right.
Yep. Take a fucking bang.
Looking down.
It's gonna have to be a big swing here. Oh no, that's gonna be Furia going down there.
Let me do some entry there. We were fine.
I'm losing track of where I'm at, chat. I am so fucking sorry.
Oh God, it was so
Bro, the amount of
close.
times
So close,
that I
but
come back
LTC turn it around,
from a
coming
listening,
from the challenger
and I am
circuit.
listening to the end of the listening that I
LTC,
left. It's
one
kind
of
of
the
funny.
biggest squads in Pro League. Can they do it to another?
Come on,
Sentinels
Keon.
with just one member left.
Come on, Keon. Let's go, boy.
With an all-star performance, will be able to, as a duo, eliminate LTC, and that does seem to be the cry of us on the desk today, Zephyr. As a duo this, as a duo that, XSet now taken down to a duo, will have to put up one of the performances of a lifetime. With just 4 teams left, there is almost no space for mistakes.
And we talked about another roster here earlier today that was finding their success, but XSet continue to gatekeep them. Luminosity shot down from the skies at the
Who's leading
hands
NA
of
today? This is the first
Nocturnal.
game here,
But
Terry.
here's the big thing, Dia. There's only one full 3-man roster left.
I don't know if Team Diverge know. You have to imagine that they do.
Yeah, they're taking shots at Keon over there.
And I believe they've just found the last member.
Well,
of
they won't
Sentinels,
see that
Keon,
it's 6.
Who's ratting it out for as long as he can. See if he can avoid being the center of attention as XSet have to play their hand as well. An overextension from Team Diverge could lose them this game. Sentinels have just gone down, and we're going to get our multi-view
There we
up
go.
to see how XSet
Final fight here.
approach this. Seer Ulti
Has to be
is
time.
down.
Team Diverge takes us away.
Clean beam before being able to turn this around. Shield
Yeah.
swaps are
This is the end of
available
game
for
1
both
here.
sides. Sleepy Panda on his trademarked Wraith is going to try and take to the high ground and see if he can zone out the rest of XSet.
I like this from Team Diverge. Almost immediately when that exhibit comes out, they already know they're at an advantage.
Bro,
here,
the
and
way they feed
pull
back and
away.
forth with their
Waiting out
chemistry
the
is
cooldown
insane.
is more than fine, especially with the time that exists in response to this final zone pull here. Now that that major cooldown no longer available, XSet have little to work with other than the angles that they try to present.
5 seconds left on the zone close. 5 seconds left until you lose the meager cover that you're holding on to. I'm
Nice
looking at
little
you,
opening.
Nocturnal. Head peaks still available around this ridgeline for both teams, but the smoke will buy you crucial time. Digi threat for Nocturnal isn't answered entirely on the other side.
No
and he
way.
knocks Sleepy Panda. It's 2v2. And
No
both
way.
Nocturnal and Fun are going to take a moment, take a bat before knocking GS Bird and looking for the last one as a duo has been our anthem.
Wow.
Zephyr, and as a duo, Team Diverge may just take this 1v1. It's just Aj against the world right now. XSet still can take this.
There it is.
They've got this swinging around the side. R99 in hand. They've got
Oh.
the high ground now. They've
Spicy
got
for a
the
second?
GGs,
No, he's
and
running around.
XSet
He's-
have the win
Yep.
as we play Ring Around the Rosie before finding our final knock to take XSet to a Game 1 win.
Well done. Well done.
XSet there. It looked like it was all said and done, especially as they started to lose out on some of the most crucial resources and cooldowns that they had. But you cannot count out the raw talent and explosive power of the roster like XSet. Rain Day, I know you talked about him in our ones to watch, but I'm sure picking up a win's gonna make that feel sweet.
Oh, yeah.
No Wraith, Knock. He didn't do it. I saw Hodzik in the chat when he mentioned that they
How's
might
your
play it,
weekend
said,
been, by the way,
we're
Terry?
not
Appreciate
playing
you
it.
swinging
The
through, fam.
Bangalore worked just fine. Him and Fun FPS locked it down a 2 versus 3 to win. XSet is in form, guys, and that is all you need to know about this squad. We challenged them to figure the meta out early. We also challenged them to show up and improve upon what was a hard to improve situation. 4th place at the biggest tournament in the world, coming into their first game now at the next split. They're winning it in this fashion against the odds. That is an incredible showcase of the power that they've got. And I'm just excited to watch. If this is what NA is like, oh, it's going to be a great day. Dia, talk to me a little bit about game 1, because XSet obviously coming out on top, but were you surprised they were able to pull that one out of the hat?
You know what? As a duo, yes, I was surprised, and I was surprised.
The Rugrats have been on one this
weekend.
weekend? Hell yeah,
was
I feel
the
that.
way that XSet chose to play that out.
Well, at least we get to wind
it's
it
a
down with
southern
some
zone,
Apex,
but you
my
saw
friend.
this instant recognition that they were going to have to play Edge, and while XSet can play Edge, and we all know that because they've been around for a long time, it's not typically how they like to do things. The confidence with which they did that, and then being able to transition it through Lava Siphon, a very challenging POI to make work on your transition, actually worked really well for them. And for the first day of the season, yeah, I'll say I was surprised.
I mean, obviously, Zephyr, this is a great way to start things off as we take a look at the bigger picture of game number 1, though, in North America. Any other surprises that stood out to you? XSet, they're a great team. They obviously got the dub there, but you know, Furia stood out to me. There were a lot of big stories that I thought kind of played themselves, started to show up in the beginning of our tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. Right off the bat here, of course.
Why did they
with this
call it a
contestable
tournament?
Option, the only one today. They didn't actually.
Why can't
quite
they just
clean
call
up,
it a
but
session?
Inevitably, were able to be the ceiling factor and Diverge.
I've
later
noticed a
on,
lot
but
of people
it was
calling it a
lot of
tournament.
This extension for so many of these teams, not just here in Big Mod, but especially later
it's
on
not
when we start
technically
to
a
discuss
tournament, right?
Lava Siphon. That's where some of those narratives revolving around Lanimals, FaZe, Furia, and all these competing rosters.
Keeping
just
up
trying
daylight.
to ink out their best of the best, trying to move to, well, I'll tell you, quite a nasty end zone.
And it began as crazy as it almost ended. 10 squads left here. Round 4 closing up. It would get even tighter. FaZe taking the engagement. They're going to take off Meat Lovers here, and you thought maybe something could be going on for Sentinels as well. Keon against LTC. I'm sure that moment is coming up here after this. Just the ability to hold the high ground, but also Furia maybe making a statement, Dia. They have
I think I'm going to try something for watch parties next.
After placing second at championships. Could this be the start of his Watson, Zeratricky, and Panders at the beginning of a new season?
I'm going to try opening up 2 separate multi-streams on 2 separate tabs.
It very well could be, but I mean, I'm looking down at
and I'm gonna try and see
Keon
if
does an incredible job. Let's not forget that's LTC that just took out Furia, coming up from the Challenger circuit. Both LTC and Team Diverge made huge waves in today's first game, and these are teams that either are having their debut, as everyone on LTC has. This is their first professional split, and then when we look over at Team Diverge, yeah, we've got Sleepy Panda back for revenge after not quite making top 10, but we've also got Aj, who's before this year never played at the professional level.
I've never
before.
really
and
felt
we're looking at Team Diverge and saying, oh, you're in second?
You know what I could
LTC,
probably
you're
do
in
actually?
fifth? That's a really good opening game.
I could put the map in the smaller corner on my vertical map, on my vertical monitor.
Hansig likes to say if you get 10 points a map,
like over essentially where
well overall and set yourself up with a chance to win. So far they've got a map and a half to relax with 24 points here to kick it off. Sentinels,
like music normally is. It's obviously we're not using music. You know what I mean?
On the day, Furia as well with 11. LTC.
I just don't know if I have that many like multi-streams open. No, that was only the first game.
But 9 kills, putting them in a great spot.
So the results you're seeing, that's where the scoreboard's at right now.
Top 20.
And of course, the big name that's going to stand out among the rest, albeit not at the worst, TSM do start things off in 11 with only 5 to their name, having a rough time trying to transition out of launch site effectively, especially as the zone catered so far in away there. And of course, other big entities, especially some of these new rosters, Lanimals, BBB, MLS, everybody trying to make statements for themselves.
Madness on MLS tweeted out earlier that we got to prove yesterday was not a fluke, or actually yesterday was a fluke. Not a great start, but still plenty of time for MLS to get back in the rhythm. We know they've got the talent. Can they put it together? Overall, in terms of the series, after 1, it leads with X, the XSet. Repping the set, 24 points. Sentinels right after that. Oxygen Esports rounding.
No, I know that, but I was thinking about it as far as for me.
Diverge following suit,
like
with 1 point behind, 10 in place.
Because I was thinking, like, as far as with this new thing that Wig's been using that I put in Discord.
With a lot of questions,
a few
answers, and a lot of fun.
I'm gonna go over here.
If you are enjoying this, let us know in the chat and tweet at us #ALGS your favorite moments or what
pick
you
us a
think
ninth
is going to
team
be
that we're
happening.
gonna watch.
5 more games to go. We're just getting warm here as we kick off match day number 2 in the ALGS. We'll be right back.
Is there anyone that we aren't watching that I would like to watch? Hey, Ramboski's up for the Sentinels. Let's fucking go. We'll take Sentinels off.
Oh my god, they did. They had Kraber too.
So we can take that off. Yeah, so Tim, it's a very weird it's an interesting, I guess, weight that you see a lot of teams push. Like you'll see teams like Furia who do like to play a little bit harder on the edge because they'll pick up more points just as far as along on like the fragging side. But then you do have teams that figure if they place well, then you're going to pick up frags along the way, right? And here I am talking. I can't figure out. Let's make Oxygen Esports the 9th one here, chat. Can I move these around? Is that possible? Like if I go here, can I move it to here? No, I can't.
The the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
But yeah, because of the way that placement points
Welcome
work,
back, everyone. Game 2
until you get
of
past
NBA
top
is
10,
on the
you're only getting
horizon.
at most
Zephyr,
2
before
placement
we jump
points.
into that next game, I want to take a moment, reflect back on what we just saw, and sort of set
Whereas you figure
expectations
if you
here.
get placement,
Set
even if
some
you get
big
up to
names falling
7th,
pretty early, but we got some
where you start
solid finishers
really
in
racking up
those end
the
zones
placement
as well.
points and even
Notably,
have less
Sentinels,
frags. Like, it's just
after having a bad
give and
day
take.
yesterday, managed to make it up to top 3, and that was first as a trio, then as a duo, and then a little while as a solo.
Hey,
although in
anyway,
some other
counts to
regions you'll
help
see
them
more where
survive
teams
and
really
push
do
yourself
like
above the rest
flirt
in
around
terms
the
of placement
outside
there, and it's something that works out for Sentinels in the end. And you know what, Dia?
like
in terms
pick
of
up
this
their points
entire
that way heavy.
starting
Like that's
game,
kind of what
it almost
EXO
feels
did
like
in
a
the
return to what we
playoffs
know in North America. Obviously,
but then I guess
TSM
you could say,
do
you know,
left
adversely
some
with that,
expectations, but ninth is not
when they got to
bad start
finals and like the
underway.
lobbies
One
were like
fantastic
thick,
game,
like with a
especially
lot of
this
the teams
early
that
on, can
did
set
rotate
them
early,
above
like
the
EXO
rest,
struggled. Like that could be the
especially back into
risk.
likes, back into
If you run that more
a plethora of star-studded rosters
edge,
such as XSet, such as Sentinels, Luminosity, Oxygen, and the rest.
Yeah, exactly. Well, also though, when Vexed was doing that at Launchpad, that was like after the point where they were already like
landing over by Overlook,
in position.
Uncontested now for the second game in a row.
But that's also one of those things where like if you get zoned, there's no reason to take early fights because you're not going to be moving much, so you don't want to lose like your heals, you don't want to lose out on your ammo, you want to save that up as much as possible.
Into a good spot in zone, and we know there's a lot of pressure on this roster. Another little bit of action though, as we do drop hot once again, drop in gaming right next door to Oxygen.
But especially in a lobby like,
don't see them try to contest the exact
especially like say North America, where you do have a lot more teams rotating early and getting into that zone,
this slow approach,
you don't want to take a fight because if you're in that ring, you've got like at least 4 teams around you just waiting to see multiple teams with knocks.
Right, I love the training,
and they'll come in for the cleanup.
Angle on the door there from Hill to at least find some of that starting damage. They are beginning to choke here, especially as we're going to start to see Zenile arrive from this opposite angle, center position of POI.
Single scan, not going to be enough to start pushing in just yet, but
is Sentinels in a fight? No, they're not contesting, right?
Control of that door with their catalyst. They did get themselves a nice position to start from. Hill gets fried a bit, and the same thing is applied to enemies. So on the other end of this, Drop In Gaming certainly could be feeling quite confident. This enemy is going to be able to play the rock on the opposite side of this door and support the team. You still need to actually find a way into this building, something that is a lot easier said than done.
This is getting a little bit dicey, though. This is taking quite a bit of time here, especially with our round 1 officially already starting to close out. And Drop In Gaming obviously paying a lot of respects to regroup and find what damage that might enable them in this fight. But all I can help but think is maybe a dome rotation, maybe something scary, but hopefully a knock.
Stunny barely able to avoid that. Did put out a lot of damage with the Spitfire earlier, but for now it's back to those defensive positions.
Yeah, but a team like Furia kind of wants you to push them because they want a big ticket too. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's kind of depending on how your play style, where you're comfortable. Nice job by Oxygen there.
With Drop In Gaming, it was over in an instant, Zephyr.
It's much better than some of the early inklings of this fight, but it's almost identical to what we saw in our first match of the day there. And I want to give so much credit to Oxygen Esports. Notably, they get into a situation where they can confirm 2, but are lost on that 3rd there. And they have the perfect setup with that catalyst, but it isn't until they get the full 3-man roster stuck in one building that they finally go for the full split choke and wipe them out.
A lot of autonomy, and what is very difficult to push in. Once you are in that building, nobody's really getting you out. So a credit to them and the way that they played that engagement. MLS, meanwhile,
let me get
do have
this
a
map
different
up
game that they're
over.
playing, one that centers them more around the zone. They've been liberated to from tree, rotate rather freely up here to Grandma's house, where you can hold down pretty well, especially with something like the catalyst that we know MLS are running. Plenty of opportunity to farm up those evos as well as Luxford desperately needs.
Obviously, as we do start to take at least some impressions from these early rotations, we've got to check in with Sentinels because just moments ago, they faced their first knock here. RKN already down. That's your big read. That's your informational legend.
The one thing I do got to say about the pop-out player
they find themselves
is early it's kind of hard because it's
another squad looking to
so zoomed out and everyone's all cluttered in together.
Between two skirmishers, a Wraith and a Valkyrie, there's not a lot of defensive utility potentially in store.
And they were landed on. Sentinels may very well be being chased by Team Inter's. Rotation a little further out may also mean that Inter's don't.
That's him down here. Let's go ahead and hang on board actually with Ramboski. Oh shit.
Is there not a caustic team here?
No, they ran, I think.
Why is this so quiet?
Alright, this crypto team might ape us. You have to look towards that crypto team instantly.
There's a team up there, I think. Might be them. Where was crypto team? I don't know.
I don't see them.
Bridge. They're portaling uphill towards blue crates right now.
Okay.
They portal to the show. They portal to the show.
So they're not going to end up getting pushed.
Now, I do begin to start having problems, Dia, if this is a geyser finish, especially for teams that present
Complexity
themselves
struggled on the first game here.
Get particularly messy as you
don't want to see themselves going down again. That'd be tough.
Sometimes particularly late.
You can see that Cody's trying to make sure they don't have anybody coming in on the backside before they engage in this fight.
Another choke point, and evidently yet another engagement. Jumping forward, Monsoon quickly thinks better of it after ticking for shields on the other side, but losing all of his in whatever choke, as we've seen Bite Complexity before. They've got to watch their backs though, and with tripods looking to be the ones to push in here, I don't think you can rest too easy. This squad is very comfortable taking fights even at low shields.
If we're talking about one of my favorite squads in these kinds of situations, it's usually the one that does pull all the way out towards the door here, given the fact that they tend to respond as those squads come in, whereas it's almost guaranteed that if Complexity stick around in central position there, a pinch will come through. Now, granted, tripods are going to have their own difficulties, especially with how they approach and address maybe these potential buildings to the south or to the north if our zone rotates that way. But for now, they've done a fantastic job of almost scaring Complexity away, and they didn't even have to drop the Dark Veil. Gent still has that in his back pocket to once again provide another defensive option if they try to threaten.
Holding on to that cooldown is going to be really important for them, but we're seeing cooldowns just blowing out here. Both teams, Lanimals and XSet, finally making their way down from Skyhook and doing so explosively. Lou's going to pop his head back.
Lanimals had themselves a nice little start to their session yesterday.
Angle against this roster.
Would love to see if they might be able to.
Options is pushing through this tunnel. Very difficult to do.
They're what, 13th yesterday or 11th yesterday, right?
Well looted up. Not a risk you
no,
want to
13th
take.
yesterday.
Predict the rotation, however, and are going to try and cut XSet off at the pass.
I'm not quite sure if I heard that correctly, but that could have been potentially, yes, the redeploy that comes through here for XSet over
We'll go and update our scoreboard here, chat.
Back into the choke.
For some reason, they seem to be running a little bit behind on the NA games.
Albeit, they're not going to get a healthy or further rotation, but it's survivable, Dia. They're no longer in a place where they are gate-kept by Lanimals, who were about to expend quite a bit on this roster right up against Edge of Zone. Now, granted,
doesn't look like we got anybody on our side.
And they've still got distance to cover, but hey, they made it happen in game one. They can make it happen again.
Certainly can. Having to pick between the tunnels. We'll see which one they opt into, as a choke point is going to be what XSet have to go through again. Not a whole lot more trouble in their future, however, as Lanimals at least have been cleared out. The tripods in big danger, however, as Seer ult. That big defensive cooldown does have to be expended, and next we're looking at the Dark Veil Zephyr as the last cooldown that they've really got available to them. If you want to keep Complexity off your back, you cannot be giving up those big 30-30 headshots at this point. Peeking comes with a lot of danger for tripods.
I mean, all I'm going to say about it is it feels like deja vu. This is the second time around, but
feels like deja vu all over again.
You almost guarantee that they can't walk in, and while yes, they will begin to pressure in response now that this is down, Hey, Darkville's still up, and you have the opportunities to work with here. And the longer you wait this out, the more likely it is that Complexity has a friend that potentially introduces themselves from the north side here. They just have to keep holding on. But looking at that kill feed there, speaking of a team that was looking to hold on,
it's struggling trying to pick it up on the other.
Sentinels with a double drop knock.
Real problematic
Monitor.
against the FaZe roster. A team that is on the rise.
Trying to open up another one at
returning
multi-stream.
to Apex to continue to make a name for himself.
Probably when I upgrade my
Last
PC, we'll be able to
split,
do that, but I
under
can't
the
do it right
guidance
now.
Of Phony has really gotten the chance to flourish in the first day. We spoke.
Do a quick look around real quick.
He's moving against the cliff. He might take a zip here in a second.
XSet rocking the purple.
He might be grandma's house too, just like scrounging loot.
Ultimate low.
Yep.
Yeah, he's in the corner here.
He's like on a pillar.
It's just a crypto crack. 5670 flush.
Where?
He's so weak. He's right here. He's right here. One shot. One shot.
He got around the rock.
I hit him for like 56 flush.
Is there a team on grandma's?
Yes.
Yep, they're gonna have to be careful. That's a good call to not push too far forward.
He's underneath now. He's full underneath.
Team at main build or at bridge south.
So that kind of goes back to what we were talking about, right? Like, you start to make the chase, but you don't want to over-invest for just one kill.
Crypto.
Lemeg.
He just got on that.
We should be careful of West. I'm gonna anchor diner. Fuck, man.
Grandma.
Oh, that's just RK. It's just RK, and that was in the
blue light there now.
Okay.
That's FaZe on grandma's.
Yep. They're on blues, by the way. This is a Crypto East.
I'm dropping that for you.
Yeah, we'll just go back to the main broadcast.
You have to be there or be square, because at the end of the day, those who come in late, unless you are maybe that last squad to come through, are going to have such a tough time finding effective real estate when, as you can clearly see, the rest of the lobby has already picked it up.
I think Complexity is wanting to make sure that they can keep that bunker down inside. Because if they push down, they don't know if they have if they have anybody that's going to rotate through and like basically pinch him down in that little tunnel.
And Lou, they're farming two different teams right now, and Luminosity Gaming are getting on the action as well, whipping out the bow check out of the care package to really deal the finishing blow. For the moment, though, these teams that are playing around the edge are playing slow. Nobody's pushing up, getting in each other's face yet. Instead, it's a matter
Bro,
of
shit's about to get so crazy, dude.
and seeing what space is
Still
open.
sitting in 19 squads.
Oh my god, that Valkyrie just got dropped out of the sky. Zach was the one that did it to him, and Retzi is down. Rise, just like that, are gone.
Rise done. We get it from the perspective of Sykes here from across
Yeah, because they don't know.
BBB
They know
showing
that
up
with
big
18 squads
here
now,
on their
19
escape
back
and
when you were
edge out of
asking,
lava.
the
Syken.
chances of them
See if
having
they can
somebody by them are very, very high. Furia is getting pushed down here right now. Or Furia just took out Inters. Okay.
Good shit there. Good shit. That was a good swing by them.
They'll be able to get Panders up as well. So that gives them a couple KP here early.
Get trapped in here, by the way. We need to.
Don't think we have anybody. Nope, they're not fighting.
We've seen a few.
We're still just hanging on board with XSet here, but they're not actually fighting.
They haven't decided on a rotation yet, so let's jump in with a listen in with them to see what they're thinking.
They also have 2 charge rifles, so we could get absolutely.
Yo, let's do it. Come here, on me.
Okay. I'm doing it right here.
On Sykes, yep. If we see, like, I have no smokes for this. This is fucked.
Yeah, I wonder if his and hers live see them doing the side-by-side now, and they're like, hey, we inspired that. Because they kind of did. But at the same time, ALGS probably should have been doing that a while ago.
Done. You can res me with smoke.
Hold on, give me comms. Give us comms. Got it.
I have purple knock, I'm okay.
I bang ulted us. Brennan, can you res him?
I'm ulting. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Yep.
Alright, so they got the Bang ult to help try and buy a little space. You've also got the Seer ult to try and get you some info.
That's west.
Gold revive is of huge value.
Oh, I didn't know that was there.
One's above us.
They're getting fried, but they're fine where they're at right now.
We're fine for the moment.
It's just a solo. It's just a solo.
Yeah, please shoot him if he peeks.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I'm going up top in a second.
Can you scan west? West!
Yeah, close west.
They ran over.
They jump down.
They're on low ground.
I'm selling.
I'm going up.
They went low.
I say they don't want to over push though, because you got people down there.
We still have southwest.
Yeah, you don't want to over peek on that.
Okay. Smoking it. I smoked it.
Seer's almost cracked.
Because you know you got multiple people down there at Geysers right now. At this point.
Be careful of north wrapping us.
Portaling, got us! I got kidnapped!
Okay.
Right on me.
No way.
Here for 70.
They cannot res. I got the res.
100.
Killed one.
Above me. Wait for the knocks, wait for the kills, like, on my body, right now.
Kidnapped. Not like
Wait for the
this.
kills. So on the knockdown, batting. He's dying also.
Right here on ping.
Oh man, Sykes is in such a tough spot.
Shoot him.
He's gonna armor swap.
Oh brother.
He queued out. Heal.
Oh, is that a whole nother squad rolling up? Oh dude, you are so dicked. Yep.
I'm out of ammo completely.
You got the
Unfortunate. So Furia's in a fight right now. Let's go ahead and hang on board with them. They're probably pushing down into that area where Complexity and all of them were. I don't know who's still alive at this point.
I'm batting. There's still a teammate no name, you said?
One guy. I'm not getting anyone else but the one guy.
The longer we make noise, the more opportunity they get locked up on.
Well, the thing is that it's a solo behind us, I'm pretty sure.
God damn, bro. Up in a bat.
I'm gonna back out of this. Oh no, they are gonna. Are you gonna push in this or not, Furia? Come on.
Yeah, the guy behind
Oh, they're gonna have to here in the next like 20 seconds. So we're gonna hang on board with them, see what they do. If they decide to go underneath or if they're gonna go up on top, but they are not safe where they're at.
Okay, we need to break that queue, and as soon as we break it, we gotta go, bro.
All right, let's go. Rev up the rampage, baby.
He's on the catalyst is on the right.
Let that thing sing.
I got queued.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, they might be able to back up. I'm gonna drop it.
We're
You guys ready?
running on queue.
Yeah, I'm good now.
I'm trying to hit a queue too.
I was like, the heady they had, dog. I couldn't even.
So this is actually tripods that's on the other side here. Oh, it's not tripods.
But he hit me.
He's just watching it.
You might run through it.
I'm going through it.
Imagine that. Nick, spectating. Well, no.
Maggie bowling?
On me, I'm in on me, bro. I'm in on me on the truck.
Yeah, we need to play on the truck.
Toxic.
Control the other team. There might be a new team here. Hey, Maggie bowled.
Oh.
I'm good. I'm holding for you.
Right side.
The good news is the longer this fight goes, you can see since the circle's closing in, they're going to be able to start earning a little bit more placement points. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to watch. Oh, Furia's so.
Give me your shield. Give me your shield.
Yep.
Shielding right. I'm shielding right.
Oh, shh.
Yep.
I'm back.
Yeah, you're screwed. Unfortunate.
Gotta be careful. It's from behind that they begin to.
And now another third party coming in here.
Funk waiting in the wings now, hoping that he can pull this out at the end. Does spot a rogue Valkyrie around the side, and will Furia bite the dust first?
Big play by Complexity.
Coming for the third party, taking out meat lovers who were on the
now the question is, are they going to be able to stay alive?
We do have Complexity.
FaZe now moving in
here. You'll remember that previously it was tripods ahead of them. Now it's
good use from the catalyst to slow the push there.
Say hello. Remind you that your path out of this choke point is not going to be a pleasant one.
There's just barely an angle to work with here on the outskirts for FaZe, but it's almost guaranteed that this 3v3 is inevitable within the next 30 seconds here. Obviously waiting to see how they might expend the particular wombo combo cooldowns available to finish off the job, but not quite taking the wide angles or peaks necessary to find some initial cracks. They want Complexity to come to them.
Phony. Oh, Phony dropped his shield.
She can be fun to watch.
Just some really nicely placed shots. Defensive Dark Veil means that Frax is anchoring alone. He can't protect anyone but himself.
Now FaZe is going to have to continue to back down.
FaZe have no choice but to let him drop. Now playing in between the Dark Veils with the Seer.
Pathfinder just be grappling, dog.
Back into the game. Complexity aren't able to push either, but Monsoon is the one that picks up the banner of courage and takes it all the way into FaZe, getting knocked himself. It's a one.
So I'll let the snipe down.
For FaZe, just snipe down and snipe down, clutches it up.
It's the perfect moment of success.
We somehow got changed to MLS here, but You know, forget it. We'll watch it.
How many points is there? 3, I think. Yeah, 67.
Yeah, but I think when you're thinking back to the meta where the game was completely different, right? Oh, well, get wrecked me. That's cool. I didn't want to fucking watch it anyways.
I'm gonna make it.
I missed.
I got a whole bunch of loot, bro. Do you need bats and shit?
Yes, I do. 2-4.
Yeah, I'll drop. Drop back. Too bad. I'm gonna have ult excel. I'm scanning these kids across.
I mean, you ain't lying.
Any nades at all?
No.
Can you go loot the rest of the boxes while we have time, please?
I am not doing that.
He said, I am not doing that, dog.
Fuck it. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. I'll break it. I have wall and
Listen, I have ult too. You're just gonna have to wall across.
He said, not me, dog. I ain't doing it.
Endgame's here. Just wall this way, and we'll take cover, bro.
On roof here was one.
We have an enemy out there.
Spam ping where you want me to wall again?
I think you should wall straight 150. We'll play where we have the wall.
Yeah, left side, right?
And that's zero. Yes.
Yeah, but I think that's literally, you're just talking about Seer. If they were able to get rid of Seer, you'd be fine. Or not get rid of Seer, but find a way to like nerf her.
I'm on scan.
Okay. Yeah, do it after scanning.
Doing it.
You know what I mean?
Do not rush it. They're looking. Do not rush it.
Yeah. I'm just
I'm a
playing
zero. They're gonna play the back of it.
They zeroed.
Yeah, wait for the zero.
We can play outside of it.
Yes.
Play my side here. They're throwing Qs.
I'm a zero soon.
They zeroed the thing. Wall behind us.
Yeah, it's a note from me, dog. I ain't gonna do it. Get your own damn loot.
They're looking left. They're looking to go left. Yes, we need to swing left.
Yeah, but I would argue with the Bloodhound change,
Catalyst is one. Cancel. Push us.
Swing it.
it wouldn't be as bad. Anywhere nearly as bad. Woo! There ain't no time to res, dog. It's the last 3. Let's go. TSM out. Oh! Oh! Frex is frying. Frex is disgusting. Holy.
Oh my god. Good fucking shit, Snipe.
Good shit, bro.
We have our Apex champions.
Oh my god, the 2v3 in the tunnel. Oh.
Roster, they showed that they can play among the best here from Group A, and it might be all but the same here as we start to see Group C as well.
No,
Gentlemen,
please, I've rained a. What on earth?
I mean, my goodness, FaZe with the clutch moments again and again and again. I'm just hyped thinking about what we have in store for this season of the ALGS. Talk about
but with the Bloodhound changes,
moments. There's a few that are so iconic. Some final circles, some final clutches.
I think he'd be fine with the meta right now if he were used instead of Seer. I just don't know how you change Seer so he's not like obsolete.
2 clutch res moments coming in at the end as well, especially during that Dark Veil fight. Phony baiting the res and then going into it. Snipe down holding the other side of the veil. FaZe are looking like basically one of, if not the best team in North America. If it wasn't for Dark Zero's comeback performance in the last 2 games,
true though,
Zephyr,
that's a good point.
I would be saying FaZe looks like the
I
best
mean, I was
team
saying
in
I was
North
looking for
America
FaZe to turn
based
up
on
today, based off of
today.
yesterday, but still.
Talk to me about what is working so well with this squad, Dia.
So we talked about it a little bit during the match, but to expand on what we've got is essentially that Phony is trying to nurture a ecosystem.
Right, Tim, exactly. You don't want it to be where all of a sudden Seer's just
well unleashing Snipe at different points.
Why pick
we really
him?
got to see that killer instinct come together. It allows the team to play very well defensively because
unfortunately that's just
the majority of people.
That's the meta of gaming.
When Snipe
you make a busted character or you buff a character to be busted, then you nerf him into the ground. Unfortunately, that's just like
with a roster that's so
what
new,
happens.
You know that you've got faith in your teammates, and I'm excited because FaZe right now don't have any reason to doubt each other. It is just all faith all the way.
And Zephyr, we take FaZe and we put together what you could consider, in not a bad way, some misfits who just hadn't found the right roster for a while. You look at Phony, who has had people having to be off of his team, having momentum, change members going into LAN, trying to get that, he had, I think an element of his star power rising. He's always been a clutch player, but Snipe Down too, a kind of a classic journeyman after that TSM stint changed, and he went and left for Halo and came back and was trying to find that perfect fit as well.
Chat,
look at Frex, and
can I ask y'all a question?
There was
why does Nick get different hate than Snipe Down? Is it because Snipe Down was around in like the day one of Apex, so him coming back to Apex is okay versus Nick coming in late to Apex?
Zephyr, who has really been one of those great pros that
is that the difference there?
His shine yet. I feel like this could be his time.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I've been an SSG stan in the past for such a long time period, and it's a team that has brought consistency, and now, of course, alongside the entirety of that FaZe roster, who I also agree, I think Phony is just an insane IGL. They could be finding even more success as we make our way
TSR does Tripod just get hate because Hal fucking hates him, and it's all the TSM fanboys.
We're pulling towards Geyser, and that moment, Rise being dropped down. We caught it on the edges of XSet, but even from that perspective, it looks even more nasty.
Yeah, XSet, a lot of teams still performing Dia here in game 2.
Bro, you know I ain't talking about you when I'm talking about TSM fanboys. I'm talking about the TSM fanboys that be sending these players death threats and DMs and shit like that.
I actually thought he was going to be able to clutch this up. The shield swap actually coming in just in time for BBB, and it is a game of seconds, of half seconds even, that allows a play like that to go off and ultimately sends XSet into the lobby. Just
I know that, and you know that. But do the TSM fanboys know that?
Where the tunnel started to get a little
you see what I'm saying?
You can tell meat lovers were going at it. Space.
Because otherwise, I don't get why
whenever you have a fight like
Nick
this,
gets the hate he
team
does.
Is coming out alive. The others probably watching in the spectator screen. Meat lovers would be the ones.
I think anyone who like actually wants ALGS to succeed
but it would be all FaZe in this moment.
Would want Nick Merckx to be competitive. He doesn't have to be the best.
To the right, Snipe Down to the left. It's like the Snipe Down shot
But
slide. He just gets all of the angles and handles it right there, continuing to take down Verholz, Reps, and Hal.
Nick is at least in the point, kind of like I was saying earlier. If tripods were to be
it was all FaZe from then on, and
in contention for playoffs, we're talking about playoffs. I just hope we can win a game. You know what I mean?
It was control at every point there.
I think the game's in a better spot.
Explicitly what they were doing from that in choke Dark Veil play where they try to play around the cusp of that exhibit to cutting off the rest of the lobby to take that single 3v3 when they know they have the upper advantage against TSM before they were allowed to come out and unleash. It was crucial, it was capital, and it is what gave them their win in the end.
Well, let's take a look at that final circle in depth now, fellas, and just analyze what went right for FaZe. I'll start with you, Dia, and Zephyr, if you have any thoughts on the back end of this. But Catalyst Walls, Seer Exhibit, we know how good that combo is. FaZe taking full advantage.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing for FaZe right here was exactly how we called out. The fact that they see that there's a Seer ult dropped in response to their Catalyst wall, and they wait. They Seer ult second.
I mean,
claim all that space, and TSM
bad news sells, right?
There's
like
nowhere for them to maneuver. It forces TSM to sit back and wait for the game to come to them because they have no information.
Right, kids are a different breed. That's not a fucking lie, though.
And Snipe Down's able to jump on top and just clean everyone up because TSM have no idea it's coming. We're so spoiled for information in Apex Legends now with things like Seer having entered the meta that when you're not Seer ulting, sometimes you just don't know where people are.
It's a bit of a shame in that moment, but it's what guarantees that they come out on top. On the other angle there, SCS and MLS share a similar story, but in regards to them, don't quite have as clean of the 3v3, and as a result, it's just a 2v3 pickup.
Talk about a bounce back from MLS, saying yesterday was a fluke. Game 1, 0 points. Game 2, 21. I like that attitude, and I like that performance. MLS definitely now in the mix to be in the top 3 or 4 teams. FaZe, 25 points, 13 kills, topping the lobby. SCS, TSM, LTC right behind them. Complexity, Luminosity staying in there. 8 points, 4 points respectively. A nice game from Meat Lovers and Furia getting kills like they usually do. On the back half of our top 20, these teams sometimes get more kills than you think. BBB, one of them. We saw that engagement with XSet and Sykes, actually with the way of BBB. If they had found those 3 kills, though. XSet would have been looking at 5 or so kills. Would have been pretty decent for them in terms of points as well, adding another 3 to the 3 that they have. But that brings us to our overall standings after 2 in North America. It is FaZe.
Yeah, I can't open up a second tab.
XSet
Unfortunate.
Right behind MLS.
Like, I just got the second tab open and I was starting to set up cams to try and do my idea, and I can't.
And Furia.
When we update grade our PC, we probably will be able to, though.
Making a mention, moving up on their 14 points in Sentinels as well, Zephyr, as this lobby starting to shape up. We're clearly seeing
Oh, that's a good question, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's a tool that's available to everybody.
That we love to discuss, but I'm still waiting to see names.
I
like
would
Luminosity,
prefer if it was relied more upon
their roster down in the dumps currently doesn't bode well for the rest of this split.
A like
TSM,
a ping versus literally being able to see when like bodies move.
There's several teams, 10 of them have played yesterday, and we're seeing lineup swaps already. Catalyst now involved in TSM's lineup, and I think that
like I don't know if you watch
is one of those things you're going to see teams like MLS,
Valorant and all, but I think about like the neural theft for Cypher, where like you get like a blip of
there really aren't a lot of
where their body is, but then it's only like every however often it is.
Driver's seat,
like, I think even that would be a much better
now leaning in the lobby,
improvement to Seer's ability to see you.
What you're doing. I want to let you answer that one as well while you get ready for the cast. Let's toss it over to you guys to begin game 3 underway, our last game on World's Edge. Let's see what happens.
All right, well, we're going to jump in soon here, Zephyr, but I've got to sort of follow up with what Randy was talking about. Not a whole lot left in terms of adjustments to compositions, and compositions are what we've been talking about through even yesterday's games and continuing on into today as teams continue to experiment. But I got to say, this Catalyst, Seer, and Valkyrie looking very good, and it's simply because of the clutch potential that you have. Valkyrie, not every time are you going to use that redeploy.
So I guess if I realize I never fully answered your question, Tim. I think for me,
not every time is it going to win you the game, but sometimes it'll keep you alive for 2-3 more spots, and it means
I even
so
think
much
with the Bloodhound, it's because you only see a little bit like every so seconds or whatever.
Being able to survive.
But
well, as our drop
yeah, I think
its way
it
through
helps
one final time in World's Edge.
really
before it even leaves the map, we've already faced a single knock here.
Increase the distance from the best from the rest without having that constant information, because it is based on a player's ability to read and recognize what's going on.
Could go 3-0 on this.
Hell's looking for it right now, pushing into high ground is going to be a little bit difficult, but once
don't we have oxygen?
People, a numbers advantage shift this solidly into the control of oxygen. Sentinel from way too far.
We do have oxygen. I want to sit on the actual fight. They're the ones moving in on this fight, right?
That's exactly what you want after that game 1 too.
Or not, you know. That works too.
Albeit they lose the fight. I mean, they're not down in 20th, and that's something that's going to count even as they walk forward potentially as a duo, unable to readdress that banner on Stunny here. For Oxygen, they don't even want to go for the chase. They know there's a team awaiting them at Tree that can potentially clean things up here in a moment.
MLS looking like the remainder of Drop-In Gaming were able to avoid that for now, moving their way over to Lava Siphon. The TSM have recently vacated in favor of the Ring, a ring that seems to be pulling us over towards staging and the Mirage à Trois to see how this game ends up. A lot of verticality in POIs like this, however, and a lot of range as well available to these teams. For Lanimals, it's going to be a close range fight pretty quick. Zabralele gets suddenly dropped from FaZe, and now they are on the warpath.
And look at FaZe already got a gold shield.
FaZe already with the start to this fight. They've shoved Lanimals away and lay stake and claim here over their pickings of what will likely be.
I was so embarrassed. I didn't realize that this was
in a bit of our geyser village.
Give it a name yesterday when I was casting this over on the Singularity channel.
Something I wanted to point out is how fast they put themselves here, especially given the fact that they have early zone reads coming through from Fissure in this game with that beacon on their belt. Now, granted, with all these resources resources down. I'm still curious to see whether they will actually present directly towards Lanimals here. They're at a superior advantage. They just need to clean things up.
Lanimals have the opportunity to escape if they
I'll
need
leave it on
to.
the main broadcast for a second. I'm gonna
Both
go refill my
very
water.
slippery. I'm wondering whether they try and just stick around and say, well, FaZe are on the high ground and sort of gamble with the likelihood that they get pushed, since FaZe may as well hold on to height for a while. We'll see what the options for both these squads are. Plenty of flexibility here. FaZe seeming to opt into favoring zone more than anything, especially since they've got a, well, really nice gift popping right by.
Something that I'm curious to see here is, especially after they kind of finish up what will be Mirage Etoile, is where they put themselves with some of these new zones, especially when we do get world updates like we can see there with our party bus flying through. I'm curious if they have a read of the poll going that far west, or if they're going to put themselves maybe towards Triangle, some of those other buildings, or staging direct as we start to talk our end game. Meanwhile, though, Team Diverge, they've carried themselves far and away from their start that usually exists out there towards the dome. And while they find some minor damage back, it's not quite a drop, and it's just easy rotations ahead.
Didn't feel that minor, but it is. Team Diverge definitely putting the fear of God in me. Those balloons are not looking
Chat, by the way, man,
for SCS. Instead,
hopefully going to have a cool announcement here in the next week or two. We'll be making
further over towards Dorito Building. That is absolutely
for some
a playable area.
Apex
We've got
related
plenty of
stuff.
squads like to land over by staging, and if you are pulling on over to the west, Dorito Building is really a spot that you can't go wrong with.
For FaZe here, they found themselves providing some of the starting damage against none other than TSM. From underneath, they already are finding their own responses as Kenny is dropping Hal as well, leaving just one member.
Should probably do while I'm thinking about it, actually.
Wants to finish the job. They're already trying to see if he could suss out one good sight line to finish the job.
Hemlock, really nice in the new season. One of the additions to the care package recently that does feel exceptional when you're able to get your hands on that weapon. And FaZe not only having height but access
Well, I'm thinking
to
about, hold
that
on, Chat, I need to add a command.
should mean that their firepower in the mid game becomes all the more powerful. Now, since they
hopefully it's a lifeline
more or
buff.
less holding on for the
Nah,
late game,
I can't bring any news like
how
that.
they're looking at other squads' performance is going to become really important. Teams like the Lanimals underneath, these skirmishes can kind of go on uncontested. But when ultimately FaZe decides to move, that's where the rest of the lobby should be looking.
Speaking of the rest of the lobby, I'm surprised they're unable to look here. It's reps underneath with the presence of so many seers. I'm surprised no one has quite spied out this one yet. It's only going to last for so long, or so that we can hope here. Something that I'm curious to see is, especially if this makes its way west, hard west, is that this is a lot of prime real estate for a bunch of teams, and these are a lot of squads that exist here lacking the numbers that truly count. If you want to push yourself into one of these buildings, you are more than capable to do so and are going to be at an inherent advantage. If any one of our squads can sniff that out before they make the move, that will be crucial.
SCSB MLS, the push onto the high ground into the ferrofluid is deadly, but Madness does get knocked before SCS just did a little too much damage. You don't mess around with ferrofluid, Zephyr. There's a reason.
It's a big recovery there now, though, from the upper end, as Madness will expend some of those resources. They'll get to loot out here. I want to point out that when we do talk about the ridge that they are currently under, they're defensive in terms of that catalyst.
Wait,
but they don't quite have the height. A
tough
height
for TSM,
that is
man.
currently held than none other than BBB. They
Taken
start
out
in thermal station and had quite
so
a quick
TSM out in
rotation to
18th,
present
huh?
here and are covering not only that zip line, but this entire valley where they might be able to call the shots and third party at any given moment.
Playing a crucial part in eliminating both Rise and XSet from last game. BBB cannot be underestimated at this point. Designful, rocking our nice new heirloom skin as well, is looking stylish at the moment. Up on height, this is another excellent position to hold, however, and very flexible when it comes to the late game. Something to note is that in a position like this, BBB are also one of our squads choosing not to run the Valkyrie and have more limited rotational options that are more or less just, can Wraith walk there or not?
Well, thankfully, it is a zone that caters to them ever so slightly better than, say, some of the deeper rotations they've made. So the Wraith does tend to work out just that little bit. But instead of utilizing it for that rotational ability, it's that potential kidnap.
Ooh!
It doesn't come through. And instead,
Oh,
it's
no!
a full knock on to Designful.
Oh, bro.
Luxford goes, what just happened? What? This man just appeared in front of me. And then he disappeared just as quickly. BBB, fortunately, aren't getting ported on after that, as it is a little bit too much
You got
gumption
what?
you have after that play. But MLS don't seem to be having too good of a time. The shortest Dark Veil in history will not keep the squad alive for long, but it will keep them up for longer than Sentinels at the moment. Luxford
What do you
having to
mean?
put on a defensive performance up on high ground to keep Team Diverge away.
Ooh, the building across just here trying to take this one away, breaking down the door. They're able to wipe it through with that
Shooby
arc fire from
Tooby.
double angles. They might face one knock response, but from behind,
But now they gotta
Panda will find
worry
the
about other
final
people rotating in.
eliminations necessary to bring MLS down. And almost immediately are they going to be extending this portal to present themselves in better real estate to get a more defensive building
gotcha.
here. But no, sticking the real.
Where's my Sentinels?
Let me just do the fucking like
Oh.
the
Sentinels just went down. That's unfortunate. On board with XSet real quick.
Yeah, hear him. East. 30-30 right here.
XSet's over here at Fissure. I can't tell. It doesn't look like they have ring information. Oh, I guess it technically wouldn't be green at this point anyways, right? It stops being green once the ring starts closing. No, it's still show.
Buckle from RV side.
I'm popping
We have to gate Skyhook.
I'm popping a Phoenix.
Furia's at landslide.
We might be able to 3P this.
Oxygen out, dropping gaming out as well.
Who has range?
I'm just gonna move up a
Shit.
little bit.
Okay, you can walk fast.
Shit.
Three-piece and find it with the 30-30 from mid-hip fire range. Luminosity, notably though, the most important factor here.
Bolts in
the
the
quickly and efficiently. We knew BBB were
Crafter,
just
isn't
ahead
it?
of them in this choke, and I was worried, Dia. If this had went any
Or in the
other
case.
way, they were potentially in dire straits here. But I love this. Check Juarez immediately ultimate accelerant out, getting that exhibit back into play, especially for when this zone
No, it's Crafter,
will
I'm pretty
begin
sure.
to choke inevitably.
Yeah, one of the most powerful abilities that you can have online at any given time, both offensive and defensive. And speaking of offensive abilities,
See if we got anybody
Yanya
fighting. I'm not seeing
still
anybody
holding
fighting
on
here.
to that singularity with the Horizon. This is, for a lot of people, the reason why you would still be playing Horizon in Season 16 is to be able to use that in fights. And the fact that Luminosity didn't even feel the need to play with the cooldown in that past engagement, it says a lot about their confidence effort.
We'll see how it might come into play here for Complexity. They're looking for success and where they haven't truly been able to find it. Stuck in the chokes from last game. This time
I'm pretty
around,
sure
they
it's
want to go
Crafter.
directly for zone, opting to play in this building where we saw Sentinels fall just moments before. And it's immediate setup from Monsu, defensive
Yeah,
action.
so it's
and
Crafter.
something
You're right,
that is
you're
going
right,
to
you're right.
guarantee that they last past some of these late rotating entities out from the east and north that they've just surpassed.
Looks like it'll continue pulling with them in the dead center. Team Diverge, of course, are going to be aware of this, but also knowing that they've got BBB at their backs, can't afford to extend too far and harass Complexity for this move in to be their neighbors. XSet, meanwhile, after winning our first game, are going to be taking a bit of a chill pill around the edge of the zone, but still looking optimistically. Zero goes down.
Next pushing
We
by
got the thermite
XSet.
connecting, and wow, suddenly intel just melting before our eyes. Where are
Oh,
they
but
all
the
going,
caustic.
Zephyr? The car and the Prowler both farming it up on the inside, and XSet have
That's
yet
enters
to
out.
suffer a knock, even in the face of an immense.
There's zero. Watch
Let's jump on board here real quick with tripods here.
Getting about.
I got a bat. I'm batting. I'm getting swung on my right.
Oh, tripods. Not like this, Nick.
I tried to walk off. Nice
Bucked
shit.
in, bucked in.
I have to bat.
Play your life.
One's AP gen.
Put your about. Or it's here. 40 on catalyst. 100's here.
Right here. Pulling a battery here, pulling a battery here.
Yep, they're fucked.
Right?
GG's.
Yeah, I could have been lucky.
Unfortunate. Jump on board with Furia here.
I got crypto. Nice.
I'm looking behind us.
Yeah, behind looks good. I'm batting though.
They're just here a little north of staging.
I might use it for myself.
A little northwest of staging, I should say.
Yeah, watch around.
Here's a few.
We should
Yeah.
go third party probably.
Okay, I'm not gonna have Cyril.
Someone needs to anchor real quick.
I'll hold this right here, okay?
Are they looking to third this?
I'm looting. Grabbing nades.
Right here. Shots right here.
Literally
Cyril
3
might be
kills
low.
out here.
All right, so they know they got 2 teams over here. They're looking to try and figure out where they can put themselves in. Oh, this is gonna be where that Nemesis is nasty, bro.
Hold on, count here.
Oh my goodness.
It's all you. He might dodge his own. I'm gonna try and kill that guy with a Q. Good Ben.
I'm gonna go loot, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
We're getting shot here.
So is that XSet?
I think I'm swinging.
Just careful, I'm looting.
Never mind. Smoke me. Never mind. I'm good.
Okay, we're just gonna light Valkyl, pick a random spot.
I have a digi. Do you need one?
Yes, yeah.
The store is keeps shooting at me.
Yeah, 20 cells. Yeah. Let me get some. I'll go loot the bodies.
Where did I drop this armor?
That's fine. I'm gonna loot the bodies. I gotta get light ammo.
Phoenixing.
No, never mind. I need some cells.
I need heavy ammo.
I only have 60.
There's probably some in there.
Can we look for bodies? Can we look for bodies? Look for bodies. Oh, fuck. Can we just look for bodies anyways? No one's over there. No one's playing here.
200 there.
Yo, I'm looting bodies.
Can you get that 200?
I'm listening to you, but I want to
yeah,
bodies.
yeah, you're looting. You're chilling. You're getting shot in the back.
Just chilling.
No one's over here, by the way, on this side. I'm still looting.
Graveyard. Fucking white. She has a blue.
She has a blue?
Yeah, she's got a blue.
Yeah, it's a Watson team, bro.
Okay, we killed them.
He's like, they got a blue? Let's fucking do this shit, boys.
I'm getting heavy. I'm getting heavy.
1 HP Watson.
Where's Sykes?
Behind this box.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and angle from the side.
Triple blue. They have triple blue.
Listen, we have 25 seconds. We need to do this clean.
Okay.
Charge rifle's looking at us.
We're gonna get shit on by Tom Mirage.
Yeah, we probably should just fuck it then. We should say, you have Valkyl, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
This is yeah.
Yeah, they're just gonna Valkyl from here.
Come back here on RV.
See if we got anybody else that's potentially fighting. Doesn't look like it.
It ain't the focus right now. 13 seconds left, but it's only gonna do him good. There's 120 left until this next Evo, and having that extra HP could be a determining factor for them. Looks like Valkyl is the call, as there's really nothing else that they can do from this position with this time left on the clock.
We go.
Let's see where XSet end up, and if they can survive where so many others fall short.
Now here's my question. I talked about the remnants of this low ground being weak, stuck as duos or singles from below. If XSet can maybe
Sykes
find
goes
themselves a spot,
down,
it would
bro.
be perfect, but the split that comes through guarantees that Sykes goes down. We know that BBB was above. We know there are so many squads such as LTC
Furia's
as well,
rolling
but
in
for
though.
now, Furia sending it directly on top of FaZe.
Right above
Yo, Furia just coming in, putting their dicks on the table. My goodness.
With that alone, this roof is ours, and it'll last Furia for a good long time. XSet not going to make it as they get pushed up on by Native Gaming and taken out. BBB still chilling on their rock down to the south, but Furia really the only ones where they can look over at that.
So Furia does have
What will
supreme
they
high
do
ground,
with
but they
this
are
power
going to have to
position?
drop
Furia
eventually.
control
It's a
the
tough
game.
part, right?
We'll find out as we jump into a listen-in with them.
I have 3 nades, bro. Their Cheryl's
Okay,
gone.
yeah.
Like,
Let's go.
this is one of those weird positions where being on the low ground actually is kind of advantageous.
Going nades.
Because once they drop, they're going to be like in front of everybody.
Got nades. Just looking for anything.
Almost farmed one.
I'm batting, careful.
Naded it. Careful.
I'm with you,
I'm about to peek with the digi.
Careful, Watson. I'm gonna
I got them right top.
I have good nades on them. I'm popping my kick.
I got hard burned. I'm batting.
Q and 10. This is really hard, by the way.
That's what she said.
Q and 5.
We're in again. They have to push us somehow. Get back on top, I think.
Yeah. I don't want to stay down.
Val cracked. I'm batting. I'm
Oh, Watson.
I'm climbing.
Okay, I'm gonna go back up.
Yep. We're gonna shot from
I'm
high.
batting.
Yep.
You gotta watch him. I'm batting.
I don't have a
30
spot
seconds.
for 20. They have to walk out.
It's here, Ulti.
I'm multi selling. I'm not gonna get it though. I'll be close.
I'm watching this backside climb up.
Who else do we have?
Climb up.
We have FaZe, which is the other side. I kind of actually want to listen in with FaZe.
I don't know how good it is. We can play slow. They have digi though.
I'm bombing to Ulti Cell. Do you have another Ulti Cell by chance?
No. Just play slow.
They missed Q.
They missed. They're gonna be on the left side. It sounds like someone's on the left.
Can FaZe go back to back? Chat, that's the question. They've got Furia right up on top of them.
I'm out.
No, they're still up there. They're up top. They're up top. They're swinging right a bit. He's to the right. Play stop.
Oh.
I'm gonna stop it. Play to the
Can't help but feel like
Hey, we're chilling. We're not fucking. I'll shoot this bit. Did you get any meds off those bodies or no?
I got 4 cells. I mean 4 bats.
You got 4 bats? I'm 0.
Here, number 2.
Thanks, Pant.
You have an ulti cell? I mean, not an ulti cell. A movie?
No, I don't have shit, bro.
I mean, they're playing as a... yeah, probably not.
Hey,
yo. Chill.
I don't think we're winning this one, Chief.
Nah, yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to pull us off. Let's go jump on with...
right up here with them. They know exactly what's going on. Only one other team on height. It's time to harass. But there's not much that BBB can really do until we climb down onto this next zone. They've got to play this slow, and this may not really have been the game where they come out in complete control. These buildings, super valuable in end zones like this.
I'll tell you what BBB do have, though. They have the best transition towards this pole than any other squad out there. Obviously, when we get deep towards those buildings, it's going to get chaotic. But from this height here, down on the ramp's edge of the western side, there are no teams. They're the only squad to control the entire west side of zone and will be able, once they lose out on this particular height, to slowly walk it forward down, still in a place of height.
FaZe still up on top, though, huh?
Any other squad, maybe even take it to the rocks or stand on top of the buildings themselves as they work forward.
Try and jump down, like you said, on those buildings. They eat a lot of punish at the hands of BBB, and they're getting wide swung on as well. BBB just watching it all go down. Finally,
now going to slide down this hill
by that catalyst wall.
It's all right, though. They get to move in, and everyone's kind of making all their noise down here.
Again, keeping in control in a lobby like this, where BBB are going to have to play for more or less equal footing with other squads. It's the mark of a great team to be able to keep your
Complexity
cool.
moving in, though.
Certainly doing that as they wide swing
Luda
off, taking them out, and now taking another fight off in the open. Cody gets that shield swap, somehow walks away alive, but LTC expire in the middle of the courtyard.
Surprisingly there, Cody against all odds.
There's no way, right?
Coming through. This would be the go button if I was SCN to make my way out, and it might instead be the go button for BBB on the opposite angle from below design.
Well, BBB can go crawl up onto this roof, and they should just be able to get a free win here, bro.
Oh my gosh, SCN stuck potentially inside that building.
Yeah,
SCN barely going to have angles on the outskirts, and why not try to send for the kidnap? Block the door instead. Really you make it
That's
impossible.
Really smart. That way they can't go through that door. They have to go outside into you. That's so smart.
Inside, so being able to jump into the void could still save Native Gaming, but BBB have such a laser precision read on what Native want to do that they're stuck waiting for the lobby to resolve around them. Complexity go down.
This is so smart, bro.
Just sends himself through the portal with no options left. I'd call it a heal up, but it's not even close. BBB don't have to tank zone. They can just watch as Native Gaming are forced to come one by one to the chopping block
bro.
and go down. BBB
Set
take the win.
was such a brilliant play to put that portal out there. That was so smart.
I was excited to talk about this roster and maybe even a little bit more of a fanboy impression, but BB is a team filled with star-studded talent between the 1, 2, and 3 on all angles. Some of the best players with a history to behold.
Beholding BBB, which I love that call at the end. It's so fun. It gets me hyped. It's like we're revving up in many ways more than one, because this team, when you look at Chaotic, Designful, and you look at Zach, had some murmurs around their potential synergy, not just as players in the game, but personalities blending together well enough to maybe catch people off guard as to a surprise contender for this split. Dia, it's time to dive into it. Let's talk about it. BBB with their first win here, and they do it in very convincing fashion.
I mean, it really tells a story of how much experience the roster has, because there are very few teams that have actually played out end game zones like that. The last time that we've really seen a hot spring zone end in such a fashion was probably 2 years ago in the ALGS, and that sort of competitive experience at the top level really shines through with Zach and the squad. But what I really like about this roster comes back to their comms, and Zephyr was mentioning it. It's the way they talk about the game and approach the end zones specifically.
So now they're going to do an interview. Who do you think they bring in, chat?
Acknowledge that they're all human.
Somebody
Zach
from Group
isn't
B,
expecting anyone to
probably.
play perfectly. He puts the team in positions where they can make mistakes and still be okay.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think, Ben, this is a great opportunity to give your thoughts too, because this is a team that has
Or
a
maybe
lot of
somebody
history,
from
coming off
Dark
of,
Zero?
Cloud9 and disbanding, and
Like
these
Zero?
players, again, a little bit like that SSG story, trying to find their own way. What's the next team that's going to work for us?
Someone from 100
Zach,
Thieves, maybe?
Another opportunity here, as well as Design, just being able to put themselves in the forefront of an NA team that could start to be dominant if they keep playing like this.
I like it. I like it. It showed itself in spades here in this final game of World's Edge, especially with how controlled BBB played it all the way out here, because they had all the chances in the world to potentially lose what became that god spot there, especially with so many juicy targets and so many sight lines ahead, from Village to the Mirage Etoile to that choke behind them that we saw contested by none other than Luminosity and Oxygen.
And when you take a look at this, Dia, too, MLS continuing to try to get into fights. Fighting early, though, it's always going to be a risk. BBB, they lose Designful there, but they bounce back in a big way. Shub trying to get everything happening. Team Diverge, though, will come in, clean up Shub as well in this engagement, and MLS will go down in 17th place. Not what they wanted. Still a good start. Luminosity in the mix here, trying to get some more damage going, and a team we talked about hasn't quite picked up the pace to the way we expected, though.
No, and Luminosity, like we talked
XFL
about there,
attendance record in St. Louis today.
Horizontal, they know that they can.
St. Louis
outgun
isn't a
some of these
football
squads just
town.
on a pure 3v3 level. And I want to see more of them. I think you were spot on with what you said at the beginning of the day, Rain, that Luminosity are fundamentally one of our best teams. The fact that I haven't seen them in an end game today is criminal, especially on World's Edge.
Criminal indeed, and that's the way this is going. Everyone's trying to figure this out. A versus B and A versus C. Remember, these groups come together and they always give different dynamics depending on who is playing. C versus B as well. If you look back in our split, whether it's Wikipedia or some of the results on our website for Play Apex Esports, you'll see that certain teams dominate certain pairings, and maybe this one for LG proving a little bit more difficult than the opposite pairing they'll be able to go up again next time that they play versus Group B. But let's talk about this in-game here. Zephyr, complexity on the low ground. Furia FaZe fighting it out on the high ground, but BBB sitting pretty on top.
I still can't get over that
That level of
that
control here
portal,
from
man.
BBB in the end, especially decisive decision moments like the portal there from Designful. And I mean, SCN were almost just
Insane.
as clutch to give themselves their own rotation out of that fight. Now, granted, they never quite were able to make their way outside in a confident way to lay out the damage to prevent BBB from coming out with it all there, but they still, well, at least had some ideas of how to potentially make it work, even taking double portals on both ends to try to see if they could confuse things with those sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's trying to convince, you know, one of your parents with the milk spilled all over the counter and only you in the room that it wasn't you. You do your best, but eventually I think they're going to figure out that there's no way to escape this one. That final circle was clearly BBB, and they made sure of that. Great statement for them. Great statement across these 3 games, too, because now that puts us in a position where we've had multiple winners. We've had multiple teams have moments, and you look at
see
a
if I
team
got
like FaZe, even looking across
scoreboard up
their
yet.
games yesterday, heading into Storm Point, not the same as getting the wins that they had on World's Edge. 7th, 10th, and 14th place in their final 3 games. Drug-free. We saw a team get 43 points in 2 games and then about 6 points over the last 4. So, Dia, yes, this is important. All the teams that have performed now, but Storm Point could seriously mix things up for the teams we're expecting to maybe see more from. LG, TSM, or also bring some of these teams who are really hot right now down a peg.
It certainly could. I'd expect that, sort of mirroring what we saw in EMEA this morning, that teams that are more comfortable fighting their way out in isolated 3v3s are going to do a lot better on Stormpoint, just because there's literally more space on the map. And it really does come down to that sometimes. That separation that you get between you and other squads allowed teams, we had, say, FaZe, perhaps not putting up the same performances they did at the start of the day. We had Meat Lovers doing a lot better.
What up,
being
King?
able to
How you
find
doing,
their own
buddy?
around the
Happy
map.
Sunday, fam.
If you are a team that's looking for those fights, like say Rise, this could be your time.
You know, I'm a big fan of, flying objects. Unidentified ones as well has kind of been in the news lately for some random reason. And I have to say that it's this one's very identified. I know this sorcerer isn't going to confuse anybody when they see it. In fact, we've got the man, the myth, the legend here joining us for an interview. Sorcerer, it is great to have you. Thank you so much
big game
for joining
for them.
us on the show. How
Our
are
big
you
day
doing
for them
today,
yesterday.
man?
I'm doing well. Likewise. Thank you for the opportunity to be on broadcast today.
Well, listen, I know you were flying.
Hell
high
yeah.
on
What
the
you drinking on
sorcerer
today?
joke and the UFO joke. I don't know if people pieced it together. It was okay. I did my best. But you guys are flying high, essentially, after your performance yesterday. Talk to me about how you guys are feeling with such a great opening, back-to-back wins, and a great performance in day one, your debut in the Pro League.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of us expected to do that well, especially with the opening 2 games. But yeah, I think we found a very good playstyle for our drop spot, and it just kind of made sense yesterday. Everything we did together as a team, our macro decisions especially, were very good. Going forward, I think the only thing we need to clean up is any micro decisions and individual mistakes, and especially team chemistry, and we will definitely dominate.
Ooh, some tequila.
I'm gonna let Zephyr and Dia ask some questions in a moment too, but I just wanted to fact check here. Are you actually 19?
I am indeed 19 years old.
Wow, what a young start. Over $36,000 in earnings. You have been one of our longest standing pros. You have had such an impact in the ALGS. I'm pretty sure anyone who's watched knows your name and is now putting a face to the name, maybe for the first time. Talk to me just about the fan reaction, maybe the response you've gotten, whether it's Twitter or watching Twitch, or some of the comments about how you guys performed yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, I did not expect a lot of people to be rooting for us, but I guess winning back-to-back really gets people hyped up, and it made me really happy to see people still root for me and cheer for me, especially all the people that reached out to me in DMs or just added me on Twitter, just cheering me on. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I was just watching mouth agape as you guys picked up your second win. Like you said, your macro is feeling really on point, and it's difficult to do that, especially as we have a meta that's shifting and people's rotations and playstyles are changing. What is it about your playstyle that you think is working so well on World's Edge that is putting you in these positions? I think using the...
I mean, did they get lucky on World's Edge?
Rotational beacons, where it scans everyone on the map for a brief period of time.
Oh, they were one of the few teams using that yesterday, weren't they?
Is a defining factor in this new meta that maybe
I forgot about that.
Figured out, but using that to our advantage, we are able to make very good macro decisions because we could see where teams are huddled and where the free space is, and if we could take that free space and abuse...
Boy, giving away the juice. Don't give away the juice, Don.
Just sets us up for endgame.
Well, it's definitely something that helped you out, especially in how you tackled World's Edge here. But I'm trying to start to sniff out, especially for the rest of our rosters here today as we approach Stormpoint, what the word to the wise is there, especially for, say, a team like FaZe, almost potentially in a situation that might mirror yours yesterday, where we had an explosive start, the remnants of godlike status, and potentially, well, the downfall as well. What could you potentially give over to a team like FaZe right now as potentially some advice before they tackle the second half of our day here?
Just have confidence in yourself and keep playing how you've been playing. Focus on your game and you'll be fine. They've been dominating the first 3 games of World's Edge.
FaZe's looked really good.
That to Stormpoint. It's been an easy win for them.
How was FaZe's World's Edge yesterday?
Just to follow up on that, Saucer, as well, we noticed 43 points after 2. That's got to be encouraging.
I mean,
but it did slow
was it
down
awful
after that.
for FaZe?
3 of those 4 games were on Stormpoint. Was there something specific about
Definitely had a
Stormpoint
better
that you
World's
need to
Edge,
look
though,
out for
yesterday.
in this meta, or just particularly for you guys that if you look at FaZe, they can improve on and maybe make sure they handle that you weren't able to do in yesterday's game?
The reason why we messed up on Stormpoint mainly was because of a contest at our POI, and I'm not sure if FaZe have the same here. So honestly, have they been practicing in scrims? They already know how to play their POI well, and they just need to execute it.
That's a great point. I mean, and without that contest, man, I mean, you guys might have been off to the races. Obviously, though, great performance. I think you got to be happy with it. The community is happy with it. You are on the radar for sure. We cannot wait to see you all play again. Saucer, it's been great having you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to have you back on the show and hopefully see you play and perform as well as you did yesterday.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Saucer, ladies and gentlemen, from Drug Free. Really, I think the Hyper Squad stole the storylines yesterday with back-to-back wins in a star-studded lobby opening day. That is going to make you pay attention to them. And so young, so humble, well-spoken. Big appreciations to Saucer, who's been playing all over the ALGS for many, many years. All right, we got our series results, our standings from the last game, too. Let's take a look at that information, get you caught up in what's going on. BBB, we know they took first place, 21 points. Season as well with 16 points. Complexity in third place with 13. Then LTC Esports, FaZe rounding it out with 6 and then 8 points respectively. Some notables, XSet in 9th place, but 8 points, so 6 kills, keeping them in the mix for first place. And on our back half of our top 20, we'll see some teams as well. Familiar had a good game before TSM, top 4, but then obviously in this one, 0 points. So we'll continue to track that story as we always do in North America. Our recent LAN champions and meat lovers, Rise, getting some points on the board there alongside MLS, which is one of our top leading teams. Where does that lead us? Or excuse me, leave us. I guess it works. Lead or leave us. We could do both. FaZe up on top. Dia, they are leading the pack. XSet close behind with BBB, MLS, and Complexity in their rear view mirror.
I've been really impressed, of course, with all of our top squads today, and it sort of goes without saying. However, I do have to highlight the fact that Complexity, after a difficult start, have still made their way here. I'm really enjoying the gameplay out of all of these, but I'm really impressed with SZN and the way that they've been able to navigate this as well. They, alongside Oxygen, are having really consistent games.
So pretty.
I cannot wait to see.
I mean, so like FaZe a little bit of a lead, but it's not like a crazy lead. So it's still pretty well anyone's game. You love to see it going into Stormpoint.
A lot of experience on those rosters. A lot of people in the chats, in the comments saying, "Wake up." Good news is they've got 3 games to do it. We are halfway through the day, but guess what? That means that we also take a little break to remind you that the Challenger Circuit is fast approaching. Your last chance to sign up and maybe have one of those Cinderella stories where you become the star. It is possible. The only way to do it is to actually register. That's the only way you give yourself a chance. It ends on March 22nd. Tournament starts on March 25th. Gonna be very exciting for all of that to transpire. All right, Zephyr, Dia, what a day we have had so far. It's now time to test the storm. Not the rainstorm. I know a little bit about that. It's Storm Point, and we have to see who can perform. Will they see a contest the way that Drug Free did and slow down the momentum of FaZe and some of these other teams who have been performing so well? Or will we see this be the resurgence of the likes of Luminosity, TSM, Sentinels, and so many others who find themselves in the back half of this lobby? 3 games to go. Let's find out. Send it over to Zephyr and Dia to kick us off.
Let's get it.
A lot of curiosity here, Zephyr. I talked about edge teams a little bit, but I want your read as we jump into the
I
first
wonder
game
why
on
yesterday.
Stormpoint. What playstyles are you looking for that have been succeeding over the course of these games today?
We saw Rain like
because you've had kind of
rotating in with the girls
of success,
but not with them. I wonder if they're trying to find pairs for them, or they expect these two to be a pair, maybe.
It can't go without saying that when we look at how
getting these boys more reps since it's their first time on the desk, maybe. I don't know.
Albeit they're not the top of the standings, they're still racking up a competitive source of points that, from their transition in edge, allows them inevitably to find their way on the cusp of zone and continue to ramp. On the other end of the spectrum, though, every single time I see one of those special moments, whether it be BBB or Complexity, setting up early for these end zones and then coming out against it all, it just goes to show that the God spot, there's a reason we call it that.
Yeah, there certainly is. Those power positions can turn into incredible games. And we've got one of those incredible games coming at you in just a few minutes. We're going to take a short break as our lobby gets reset real quick, and we'll be back with the first game on Stormpoint.
Lobby crash during Pro League. Tough. Oh, it's all good, man. No worries. All right, chat. So just like this week, next week we got a pretty heavy dose of watch parties over here on the channel. The only thing, I posted about it earlier, we're going to be doing English broadcast for South America over on the Team Singularity channel. So during this time block, we're not going to be over here. So that means more than likely next Saturday we won't watch EMEA. I guess I'm not going to be able to, actually. So maybe we'll watch that back later in the week, maybe, or something. Or maybe I'll pop live when I'm done. I mean, I'm going to be popping live pretty much when I'm done, right before this starts, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know when we'll fit in EMEA.
The official storage
I might have to just be okay with the fact that we're not going to watch some EMEA stuff this year. Because honestly, I'm even kind of worried about APAC South next week.
The first one on Stormpoint. It's important to note that with the shift in maps, as you were talking about, Zephyr, does come that shift in play style, and most importantly, a change in expectations and a mental reset for so many of our teams.
That's tough, chat. We'll have to wait and see.
Both yesterday and today for Lanimals, and they had some
we will either
off moments just
do NA Challengers Valorant Friday night and then go to sleep,
like this is where the team
or I'll take a nap
really
and then we'll wake up for
and that aggression that you talked about, well, not always being favored, does have a lot more space to thrive here. So keep your eyes on Lanimals. And Zephyr,
we'll take a nap and wake up for
Ooh, I like that
APAC
word.
and just probably stay up.
Reset of the mental, a potential resurgence here. We haven't given them a lot of love.
Probably
They've
not
stayed
that. Actually, the more I think about it.
Albeit their legend selection and their roster is about as unique as it gets. It's none other than meat lovers there. They've been able to at least keep up in the pace within the first 3 games. And I'm curious to see if they can transition to that, to something a little bit more dominant. It always seems that they're on the cusp of greatness, but it's one bad 3-3, one position in zone that just happens to be outside of that 4th or 5th that prevents them from excelling above the rest.
Well, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 4 is starting up right now, and the second day of this ALGS Super Weekend.
Or maybe we take a nap and wake up early to catch the second session for APAC.
Now, we'll get to see how these teams
and then watch the other session. Nah, probably not even that. We'll have to see. I'm not sure yet.
Pro League. I'm thinking specifically of some of our squads that have come up.
If y'all aren't part of Discord, it's probably the best place to keep up to date with when your boy is live over here, where I'm casting elsewhere. I do cast some things other than Apex, so
teams like LTC and TD, who got to warm up a little bit yesterday, actually putting up really consistent performances today.
Now, when it comes to Stormpoint here, the things I want to start to address is how teams are adjusting their meta. We talk a lot about that Bangalore earlier today, and especially some of the maybe slower embers of really addressing where teams should be at. I'm curious, after watching yesterday between groups A and B, if these teams are maybe a little bit more apt towards playing something like that. Remember, currently, when it comes to pick rates, the best of play is still that Catalyst, Seer, Valkyrie, with, yes, Bangalore starting to arrive, but then there's picks like Watson and Horizon that begin to mix themselves in.
And remember that in the morning, we didn't have digis in the crafter, so a big part of your game plan, if you are running a Bangalore, is going to be scouring the map looking for them, something that IMC armories and those Assault Legends can really help with, picking up extra attachments.
See, we have a
weapons.
contest
So
up at the wall
sort of covering for
between
themselves
TSM
in that way. Now,
and BBB. Let's jump on board with Hal.
One's on bridge.
Looks like they got one of BBB down.
One's on the building, one's on bridge.
Okay.
He's trying to get to the building right now.
Okay, go push them. I'm going push forward. On the roof.
White armor on the left side ping.
Walking forward with you, Hal. Yep. Popping a cell.
We queue up together here. That's it.
I'm throwing a vert nade.
27.
I'm ready to queue up.
He dropped off inside.
On roof still?
They're inside.
40 on roof. 40
One on the back, one on the back.
2 second floor.
Standing.
On my door.
Popping a cell. Climb up.
Nice.
Push in, please.
Go upstairs, I'm going upstairs.
Run with you, Jordan.
Got him.
He phased out.
Shoot out on you. On us.
He's 1 HP. Nice.
Nice. Well done by
Fucking
TSM.
dumb fucks.
Yeah, fuck them up, bro.
Loot up quick.
All right. Do you have any other fights going on? I don't think so. It doesn't look like. Nope. TSM's got a contest going on in Cenote.
Look over here, Nick. You need to chill.
I can't.
Why? They dropped on me.
I hit him, I cracked him.
Get that thirst if you can.
He's right here. The thirst on your right. These. Yeah, nice. Nice.
I got it. Nice. Seriously on height. Crawl back, Nick. Crawl back. I'm out of ammo.
I'm gonna try, but I'm gonna wait. There's a pill behind you that you can loot. You can go at the bottom and loot the pill behind you. I can't crawl out, man. They're gonna kill me. I can't crawl.
Keep crawling, bro. You need to crawl back.
I'm gonna try. These gotta watch.
I wanna go right, but balcony. There's a guy on balcony.
Keep crawling.
He's just gonna kill me from up
Cut the guy
top.
on height.
Yeah, I think the better play there was to
I didn't want me.
stay where he is at, force them out of position.
Real one. Hide ammo.
So is this still a 2v2 over here at Cenote? Nice.
You're still on height. I'm gonna try and wall loot Nick's box, I think.
Okay.
So you're still on height.
He's looking for me.
Wallen? He's gonna look over me probably. He's waiting for me to go.
I can't see him.
Got the R3. Can you play? So you can't play for Reds, can you? I think they have banner. Bach went to height too. Bach went to height. I'm gonna get in the height of the building.
I have 4 wrenches.
I have 2. I mean, they don't have much shit either, honestly.
This is tough.
Block crack.
That's a huge opening from Jen.
Work far right.
Yeah.
Work far right. You need to work for this rock.
You gotta give me a second, G.
I'm waiting for you.
They're gonna see if they can hunt these guys down the storm. He's gonna go take high ground here.
I'm on your scan? Oh, no, I'm not on scan.
I have 40 blue.
40 blue on Val.
I'm gonna queue. Wait for my queue. Avenue 20.
They're both there.
Big break.
Tears broke and Falk was 40 blue.
I cracked here again.
Yep. Popping my 2 ranges.
Yeah,
I have 40 bullets left.
Bro, I still sometimes can't tell which legend it is getting broken and whatnot. I don't know how they do it.
Pop my 2 ranges.
I have 1 more range after this. 2 and 10.
They gotta be down bad as well. Are they still here? Or are they leaving out
They
the
have
back?
to be there. Yeah, they have to be there.
Gets me on scan. Here's my dad.
Here's one. Cue it. Nice.
Box crack 2.
I might go trap menus. I might go for the craft.
Do it. Yeah, I'm gonna lose box.
They're watching tripods on the main broadcast.
Look over yourself. Careful. I can't look over. I got ranges. I got 2 ranges. Nice. Good shit.
Complexity going out. There they go.
Another.
I couldn't.
Did you grab it?
I was 1. No. It's on craft.
Okay. Good shit, dude.
If anybody else in any fights,
we're good.
Shooby Tubi's rolling on their way up in here. I don't think they've got anybody around them though. Here at High Point, you can see they've got the green circle, so they've got scan info.
I feel like this gets inted more. I mean, we literally won the game playing the other building. We just rotated in when everybody was fighting here.
Yeah, but I'm thinking it's gonna pull out this way. I mean,
yeah, I think this building's better then, because we could just.
Yeah, but death feed only tells you when they go down, right?
Do you agree or what?
But yeah, knowing the skins probably helps. That's one thing I definitely don't know enough of.
They might go for balloon.
Yeah, they could also like walk on our left side as the team walks on our right.
A flying roof. We can smoke this, so not let them pressure us. Yeah, he's on the backside roof. I was gonna say when they shoot this.
Okay. Get a prowler chasing you though. I'm getting out of this car. I don't want to get fucking killed by LG.
Good?
I'm good.
Okay, so they're just shooting.
We need to get up before they do. We can't let them meet us on the side.
Oh, does it really? Have I really never noticed that?
Very few meds, but it is arguably the safest place to res your teammates, because nobody's pushing out here.
Well, it looks like at a certain point there, Deeds full fell as well there. So with that revive will.
Does it really?
I'm scout nemesis. I have an Ulti cell here too.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Go back on the main
Head
feed
east,
here.
craft up a barometer, but this is as punishing as it gets. I have never seen the first zone be this much of a nuisance.
At this point, gravity cannons are your friend. You've got one just off to the north of Cenote Cave that'll take you over to Prowler Island. From Prowler
Can you
Island
take a trident
over there,
on
and
the
then suddenly you're in zone.
lift?
4 med kits. Tripods should be able to do it, but they're not the only ones that are approaching the ring late. They've got company from the south, and a team like Dig may very well be able to walk through into Cascade Falls or gatekeep at Command Center. The world is their oyster, and for so many of these teams, they've just...
I want to hang on board with Rambo while they move in.
I don't think we make it over. Right here. Yeah, I think we do right here. Hey, popping the cell, popping the cell. I think we do right here. Yeah, I think we 100%, 100%.
I can't. I don't have vertical clearance.
Right here, on me.
I don't have vertical clearance.
Come back. We're forcing this way too hard. I think we just have to go around the back and land at this building and work in.
Oh, Bo!
Okay, just do nothing right now. This is way too dumb.
Alright, we can go back here then.
Why wouldn't they just Falco?
Yeah, one of the better positions
While they're back
to
there.
manage the rest of the lobby from. FaZe, the only team that is rotating through this area as of yet, and knowing that they've got a team on height, it's probably not a whole lot of options for them. With the recent scan, it's not just going to be them that get revealed. FaZe are going to know that there's now a potential sandwich coming in, and I'd be surprised if anybody's pushing Luminosity.
Oh,
now.
don't you worry. I'm gonna be on the lookout for that shit
difficult
now.
to move your way up height and make this work.
I'll tell you what though, there's options, right? FaZe don't particularly know this, but this entire area from Stormcatcher up towards Thunderwatch, because of the wrong read, even though they might not have the best of takes out there towards the east, they are guaranteed at least a nice rotation from south side here in a moment. As well, it looks like they catch Detox out. I didn't even hear a shot in response, and I'm not quite sure what happened.
That was really unfortunate for Detox. And unfortunately, I suppose, caught trying to scan the ring or make his way out from having picked up that scan.
Maybe.
Either way.
Or was just trying to tuck the body
now
behind
as
it.
One of our skirmishing squads that was expected to do well on Stormpoint is going to hinder their performance in a pretty big way. Lanimals, another one of those teams,
right
however,
now.
that we had our eyes on, and they are looking a lot more comfortable making their...
Is TS
Jen,
pushing
right here.
into
We have
a...
10 seconds.
Oh, they're
Can't even
just
get
left
anywhere
the
with
area
our-
that
We have to Valko from the back, I think.
We're not playing Valk, bro.
Wait, bro.
Yeah, just...
We have
to not like this, bro.
Yeah, I think we just big dick them. Literally just straight up. Is there a way we can play the side? No, we can't. We're just fucked here, bro.
Maybe a 5 brick out here.
44
cross
purple on
that,
one.
Maybe.
That's too far of a cross.
Unfortunate, man.
I think we have to look. Oh, we can't go that up the hill.
Yeah, they're in that same problem that Sentinels were in just a moment ago.
We have to tank the gas. Maybe we tank the gas.
What's FaZe got going on over here?
Take it slow, Funny. Take it slow. We're still in
Wall
zone.
up. He's right there.
I don't think I can really wall.
I'm throwing a sky nade.
Alright. I'm good whenever.
So they've got second ring information over here by Thunderwatch.
We have so much time, bro.
Yep. We're chilling.
They're swinging right. They're swinging right.
There's no way they're pushing this right now, right?
25. Yes. You can. There's one up here by himself. 140. We need to just push up on this. We just push up left.
Okay, I'll go a second.
Go left.
Got rid of their ult. Nice.
Get to height.
They're going top.
I'm scanning.
What are you doing with that?
Gotta pull it back.
You're good. They're right here.
I'm here with you, Funny. I'm here with you.
They might climb up.
On me.
Nice.
Play it slow.
Oh yeah, enemy shield broke.
You need to rest these two, bro. You need to rest.
I'm resing now. Armor still. I got gold res. Hold.
Nice. If there's a zero, we need to back off it.
Yep.
Nothing. Scan. Don't go backwards. Don't come to me.
Okay, I'm good. Mirror.
I'm getting ulti shut down. They
fought another fucking team. They fought another team. They're fighting another team.
Head back. Yes.
All right, so FaZe is back here a little bit. They don't have too far to go for this next zone. The team that was pushing into them had somebody else fighting them here.
30 seconds to my ult.
Listen, I'm walking up. I'm playing slow, but I'm walking up, okay?
Yeah, they're all bottom, southeast.
There's a guy east. Far.
80 on him.
XSet moving on their way in.
Hold your shield. Hold your shield.
They're not pushing.
Batting.
Yep, I'm gonna throw another nade. We're good. Just
They're holding both builds. It's only one team. Scan in 9.
We're fine.
All right, so they're not doing anything now.
It went left,
Let's
like
get-
in zone.
Yeah, we're chilling.
I'm eating this shit.
Work for the third, so we gotta work for zone. Third is on the crafter.
We kill this guy low on me.
Yeah, I see my team. I'm shooting him.
Nice shots.
Nice.
Good shit.
All right,
By
we
Nick.
gotta go.
Get whites.
Yeah, I'm going.
Did they just kill TSM? They just killed TSM. Get fucking wrecked, bro.
I'm med. We're gonna do it from here.
Jump back on. Let's jump on board with Furia over here. Looks like they've got a squad right underneath them. They're up by High, or just south of High Point.
I'm gonna steal this. I'm not in a safe spot. Yeah. I'm here.
He's flying up on you.
Here we go, roof and res.
They're in a tough spot here.
I'm roof.
They have a Valk though. You need to watch.
I'm popping a bat.
Right here, maybe.
I need you up here, yeah. I just got blast in my back. I'm 1 HP.
They got the high ground. The question is, are they going to be able to maintain the high ground?
If they res, trade res.
They're probably going to try and just go ahead and hit the res on this.
They're there.
That's fine.
Tripod still have to rotate in a little bit. 15 teams left, so they know while they're moving in here, there's still going to be quite a few teams that are already in their positions.
I'm good.
So they got to try and find
We need
space.
to hold on our back. We need to hold on our back though.
They're not
They're not gonna come this way.
Okay.
We should look close to their party.
We let them come in, I think.
Yep. I'm gonna chill a little bit.
You have an alt excel? these?
Yeah, drop.
Give me. I'm at Mr. Hold on.
They get to knock.
I'm popping alt excel from alt.
I think they're on the height.
Guys, we can take this slow.
They're both there. 80 on bank. Bank flash. Running back. Off the front.
Nicely done. Pushed up by Nick. It's one.
They're right here. You got that. Gotta get that wipe. Just 80.
Oh, Nick.
No, we can take that so much slower.
I do got to agree with that, though. I think they have to take that a little slower.
Yeah, because we can just Valk from high point anyway.
Team Diverges is going to move on out. Do we have anybody else that's in a current fight? Let's go ahead and hang on board here with
maybe.
No, because if the team does that again, we just do the same fucking
MLS.
thing.
Yeah,
we walk in
exactly.
on them.
Exactly.
I need
We can
fucking.
give our backup.
Somebody right here. Somebody right here, Madness.
Go loot. Go loot.
I already
What are you
looted.
doing
I already
here?
looted. I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go loot then.
Alright.
I need light ammo though. Like there was no light at all.
Right here, walking up.
There's a stack.
There's the other building.
Sentinels in a fight here. Sentinels actually got themselves a good spot if they can hold this building.
Someone sits on this heady and watches this team, please.
See, but this is where you sometimes get worried about Rambo, man. Sometimes that boy be sticking his nose out too.
And EMP. For this team, they have to imp or not yet, maybe, but we're gonna get Cyril to the eventually.
No, but sometimes he be sticking his nose out too far and get himself caught. Now they're just gonna be chilling here for now. See if we got anybody else that's fighting here currently. FaZe is gonna have to try and rotate their way in. It's a late Val cult for them to try and move in with, but you can understand why they want to take that route.
We're gonna play this respawn, and we're gonna wall off back, and we're just gonna clear left.
Killed a guy right here, by the way.
Yeah. Side, get over here. We need you for
Okay.
I think we have to drop
Listen,
like a
just listen to my Valko. Yes. Come.
Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going.
Right here,
Just
on the right. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Just Valko as late as possible.
Just tell me when.
All right.
They're chilling.
Go, motherfucker.
They're gonna chill. Where are they? Actually, you know what? Let's hang on board with them while they.
Fuck. We need to get these KB. You get the KB.
I'm done.
See if they can finish this off. Yeah, they have too many teams in, man. It's the tough part about the late Valkyrie rotates, man. There's just nowhere to fucking go, bro.
I have 9.
So XSet's in this building that's next to.
You're broken? I just don't have it. Valk shit on 120. We should probably look at the south fight. They might collide on each other.
At the pills. Oh.
So they're in the building that's right next to the guard. The guard's right there.
I took your wall down upstairs. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying you might want to put it back right now.
They have 2 blues.
You need to put this wall back. Okay. Yo, this team is up here, by the way. They're up on the cliff side.
They're not gonna fight. They're gonna stay in that building here.
I think we
The team that is gonna fight, though, unfortunately, is going to be MLS. They need to figure out how they're gonna rotate into this zone here. They don't have a Valk to be able to rotate in.
I'm 1-1 right now. After fooling.
Okay, I think we gotta play for this right here. Okay, yeah. We have to play to clear the entire right side. Everything up on height, up this hill is in, and we can't play here. We will get farmed.
They'll all
we just gotta play.
collide and
I know
fight.
exactly. They're all gonna collide, and we're gonna walk up on this lower ledge and go behind this orange box late. I'm gonna drop a Seer ult in a decent spot there. Can you worry about your own fucking game for like 2 seconds? We're just gonna play to cross. Lux, do you
Who is he
have
talking
wall?
to?
Yeah.
Bro, get the fuck off my
I think
dick.
what we should do is I'm thinking we wall off the left side, like up the hill, so that.
They're trying to bait me out with my channel.
Jump on board here, because now at this point, Sentinels are gonna have to rotate out.
They're 40 red on one. They're
40 on another. How many bats do you guys have?
I have
0. Here. I can give you guys 1 each. Grab 1 each.
What's our play? Are we just going on balcony and balcony
They catted our door. They're on the roof.
The tough situation here for the guard, man.
We're gonna have to go under stairs. We're gonna have to go under stairs now. Come now. Under stairs on me. Fast. Watch behind.
Get rid of the spikes, nice.
Is there any way we can balcony?
We can try it right here.
Come.
Oh, this is brilliant, actually. Oh! No, it's not. Well, they're fucked. Remember I said that was a great idea? That was actually a really fucking terrible idea, actually, as it turns out. They were kind of screwed either way, though.
Just live.
You can land on a box. Land on a box right now.
For the rest of the fight,
We're hanging on board with the
plays it safe for now, looking for this third party, sits out of bounds for a few seconds before jumping back in. Is he going to be able to make this work? He's gone completely unnoticed for the moment and may very well survive.
Now all this hecticness here.
His time for Team Diverge out here on the angles. They're the next team to potentially be focused on the choke here.
Oh,
Sleepy
bro,
Panda
he's
down.
in between two sides.
It is from behind that the damage is laid in. Team Diverge, they're not looking much better as finally some of our
XSet's out as well.
squads do begin to eclipse the rocks on the edge. And it's LTC from this height that are making their way forward to finish off Drop in Gaming. But SCS, we talked about it. We discussed the angles that they held. They're in such a good spot right now.
Now they're, yep, on the other side of this hill.
Now as a duo, the
Just has to wait for them to rotate, and this is a 2-on-3.
Roster full of
easy swings
that have been in Pro League since as long as many can remember. There is no chance. And for those squads coming up from the Challenger circuit, SCS say today is not your day.
A fantastic representation for this squad. We've been looking for the recovery of both Senox and Crust for quite some time here, especially after the remnants of that last split. And it warms my heart to see them walking away with a win here on our first game of Storm Point.
And when you look at that, it's a good sign because they've got 2 more guys. That's just the beginning. And I also can say a little bit of chaos coming into this map. That final rotation from what we saw XSet Sykes do, pulling off, I think, an incredible play. You don't get seen in the Seer Ultimate if you're flying or if you're crawling. So did not get noticed for a long time. Drop stayed extremely still. Went from maybe a 7th place finish easily to a 4th place finish.
Yeah,
that's
a
big
big points.
move for XSet.
Yeah, it's big points.
And then the story of FaZe and that skyward dive. We saw that a couple times here with skyward dives not working out for Sentinels, not working out for FaZe. Couple of missed opportunities there, fellas. But overall, what went right for SCS, Dia, as we break down their victory? Senox Crust, old school members of this ALGS scene, getting the job done here in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, did incredible work, and I cannot say enough good things about the way that SCS.
All right, so we got 2 more games here left on Storm Point, chat.
Most of the things that went right for SCS were named FaZe.
Don't have scores up yet.
That entire side of the map got cleared out of everyone trying to approach from the south. The fact that SCS were sat in Prowler Den looked really good for them because they just watched the hill sort of devolve. Great execution on the end game. The mid game, though, had a little bit of luck.
You know, and Ben, and that happens, right? Sometimes a team does a lot of the work for you, and you end up in a good position, but it's still impressive to take advantage of it.
Oh, absolutely. To come out on top of that win is absolutely crucial in effect to what SCS were doing. And we didn't catch it, but they also had to wipe out Inters there before they proceeded as that sole remaining squad from that south side. But I like Dia's point about FaZe, and it's something that we will have to address here shortly. Albeit they go down early due to some mismanagement on that Valk ultimate. They picked up so much KP that I would be shocked if they did not.
When am I going to play games,
top 4, top 5 position in that game?
Yeah, I mean, they got 12 KP the last I saw when they were going down, plus whatever position they were in. Probably maybe a point.
Well, if you know this, but your boy been
looking
busy.
at least 13 points, and that typically is a top 4 finish, right? That's essentially what you would get for a top 4. Sometimes you get a win and it's a slow win. SCS, they might have 18 points off a win, 6 kills, 12 points. I mean, so it's not
it's hard out here, man.
FaZe didn't do what they needed to do to extend their lead. The one thing though going down is they let XSet back in. XSet was 37 points coming into this one or around finishing this. FaZe were in the 51s, and now FaZe going out that early, XSet getting a 4th place, Sykes a couple of extra kills. It starts to make game 5 and 6 that much more interesting. And truly, XSet, to me, the only team right now that is rivaling the powerhouse that is FaZe. We'll see if that
who this, who
though,
we? Yeah, right.
That's the big question, Dia. Is Group C going to allow some of their juggernauts to perform and kind of take this over? So far, Group A and FaZe have really been dominant. We're waiting for LG still a little bit, and we're waiting for a few of those teams to really step up. But I think XSet is a team that is always proven consistent. They've done it here today.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with exactly what you're saying, especially about the way that Group A are playing.
Who's this?
It's
Who's
that
this?
extra day of games that's really making the difference for them. And then, I mean, it's the exception that proves the rule, right? We have Group C, and well, everyone is having a varied amount of difficult times. Furia
What's up, Weevil, by the way?
Oxygen's had their moments, and Luminosity and BBB. you're throwing in a top 4 team in the world. XSet, there are only 3 teams that actually, by the numbers, are better than them, given our recent metrics.
People goes
and
DP.
it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone.
It's only 9:30.
The way that they are playing today's games and the fact that they alone from Group C are able to challenge for some of those top spots.
Absolutely in love with some of the results here from this recent game. Notably, of course, that whole resurgence of FaZe is something that will go down in the history books. But I'll tell you what, this was a nasty start for so many of these rosters to play through on Stormpoint. We are talking about it. Yeah, that end zone was just as disgusting to pull through into such an open area. But some of those early decision-making skills we're kind of at a loss there, especially down here towards this hill line and the minor kind of nuts out there towards the western side that also exist. We had at least half of our lobby contest for those positions and all face major defeat as a result.
And it's one of the really difficult things about fighting your way up into places like Lightning Rod and High Point as well, that we don't end directly on either of those POIs. Verticality is such a beast, and even thinking about that Valkyl, the claimed Sentinels, just near the end game, there are very few options that you actually have outside of taking a fight that you know you're factually disadvantaged in from the low ground to the high, or Valkulting, which risks a lot of your options and honestly puts you in positions that are oftentimes suboptimal without those ring scans that Sauce talked about in the break.
Well, all in all, SES pick up the W, guys. Walking us through Game 4 on Stormpoint. It has gone well for XSet and the likes of SES, LTC, and Drop-In Gaming, our top 4. Team Diverge, though, watch out. 16 points, 12 kills, and FaZe, 12 kills, 14 points. I have almost never seen this within our top 3 actually finishing teams, and our top 1 team, it is within the 5th and 8th place that are actually going to be taking the 2nd and 3rd place overall. That is nuts. That's a very rare thing to happen in a game. SES with a 16-point win. Let's go to the second half of it, guys. That was phenomenal from a few teams, which means not a lot of kills to go around on the back half. Tripods getting the most out of it. 11th place, 7 points, not bad at all. TSM with 3, and then almost everyone else besides Lanimals, nothing. Unfortunate stuff. Series results here for 4 leads us to a great situation for FaZe, XSet, Team Diverge. What a game, 16 points.
All right, so that means we should have updated scores on Liquipedia?
Getting 5 points there, a few points there.
Nope.
Keeping them in the top 5.
Not yet.
Zephyr, what's your takeaway here after 4 in our first game in Stormpoint?
I guess we didn't see it there, but Diverge over on the opposite angle, covering the house line, was so effective in the end. They were the ones who were able to pick up the majority of what was that rotation that we then began to see from teams like Meat Lovers and more, all those who try to eclipse and take the height away. And while they don't truly survive up into that end game, they made it clear. They made a statement. They found the damage where it counted, even if they go down after all of it.
What a moment that we are witnessing here. 2 days in a row of phenomenal Apex Legends action in EMEA and in North America. And if you were watching yesterday, the way North America ended those last 2 games, well, they shocked us all. I guess you don't want to miss any more
I hope we get some good turnaround here. The good thing is, like, our scoreboard's pretty close together.
Final 2 games, our final 2 matches of the day and of
Still
our
not
opening
updated
weekend
yet.
of the ALGS after this. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right. I know I just stepped away for a second, but while we got a minute and a half, I'm reading my water.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got Game 5 on the horizon, Zephyr. You know I'm going to say it. It's our penultimate game of the day. And that means that we've got these teams raring and ready to go, especially after this poll that, as you talked about, was very difficult to play last game. Everybody's going to be hoping for something a little bit more central, but will they actually get it?
Something that I'm curious to see outside of our contest early here will be, can the teams that benefited off of those decisions in the early game find their success later on? Now, notably, that early contest we talk about it, well, not occurring this time around whatsoever. BBB have already made their move towards the outskirts, or heck, even running into the remnants of SCN. Klein out there towards that eastern side might get taken advantage of. On the opposite angle, though, Complexity and Tripod still within that Cenote K, but Hinter's definitely nearby.
Yeah, throwing this team into the mix, though, it's actually really impacted SZN's game plan. Typically, the squad that it takes North Pad will rotate through that IMC armory as sort of a natural move for them. Now that you've got BBB stuck in the middle here, it's denying SZN loot. It's really hampering their rotation and game plan. And if you aren't rotating through and actually trying to kill BBB, which is a risk in and of itself, you're entering the mid game in a much less powerful position than normally North Pad will actually allow you.
See if we got scoreboards yet on Wikipedia, so we can update the scorecard.
Well, the decision of not wanting to take it up against one of the best there. TSM now with the full POI in line. Obviously, when we take a look at this particular zone here, I get a little bit of a feeling of both not just that Stormcatcher, but maybe more towards that western side, especially Cascades and anything that exists directly above it.
Sentinels have already made their rotation through High Point completely vacant, so it is that typical move that we'll see from the Sentinels roster, the thing that really put them on the radar just last split of that super early rotate, sometimes suboptimal shields that now puts them hopefully dead in the center of zone. In the meantime, SZN have finished looting up here, and we'll see what they do next. We talked about their rotation maybe being hampered. Are they going to try and take this fight? Is it too late? We'll find out, as BBB surely lie ahead of them.
Now, thankfully for SCN, even if they don't get into this fight and they want to start prepping for this next zone ahead, there's a lot of
what do we
space
think,
that
chat?
they
If
have
I were to
first
do
dibs on. I'm curious to see
like a
if some
review
of the hype
of like the
directly
session, like
outside
so
of
for like
joke that
the
comes from
weekend,
Command Center
would it be
will
smarter to
in
do
play.
separate videos per
As of right
region,
now, with
or do
this
I lump it
freedom
all
on
into
the
one video?
Trident, I mean, doesn't seem like anybody's here yet. They're good to go. They get first dibs.
Center of the map just totally empty right now.
I feel like by doing
the next zone scan as well, should be easy pickings as to what
separate
they want
videos.
to play next. The building ahead of them actually looking really
allows
nice
for separate chances for
control some high ground and make
different
use
things, like
of the
each video to have like
weapons that they
better
picked up
retention.
early in the game. Try and farm up some of those evos and maybe.
But I also
pick off
wonder if
some
by covering all
attachments as well.
regions,
it depends on
if
whether
it'll have
SCN are
more
feeling
overall
more
viewership,
confident
that
with
help
their
more
zone
that
or
way.
more edge
I don't know.
play style. If they want to take some fights, there's no reason why you don't go down to the south, where evidently we've already got folks.
I like this. Keeping this high ground angle from this position above will guarantee that if there is a squad that presents themselves, SCN have easy rotations to finish the job. But just as I say that, they turn right round.
I think I got an idea of how I want to do it.
That original building, potentially a call to give them the stability that should be end game play. For Team Diverge, it's a thankful situation for them. One less squad to worry about who could have potentially punished you.
Everybody pushing into the dead center of the map. Team Diverge's position, not particularly an enviable one, but neither is MLS.
Right, MLS is going to be out to FaZe.
The third party incoming as Crypto Ult does pile in, but I heard you appreciate it, and I gotta say, so do I, Zephyr. This wall is perfection.
Let's take a jump on board here real quick. It looks like Oxygen
Two in the back.
in a fight over here.
Yeah. Alright, we got back up.
They're going to have to back up, though. We'll have to see what they decide to do as far as on their rotate. Speaking of, though, up here is XSet. I thought they were looking to move up. Remember, they're right up here next to where FaZe just took down MLS. I think this is the team that was moving in.
I'm 112. Oh shit, you're on spiders again?
I'm 208.
I'm fine.
You see FaZe up here.
I have 18 cells again, no bats. Shit, is this going down the hill?
Like, there's like, it's this one and this, like, these are the two, I think.
Most zones, it's just a triangle. Like, we're smack dab in the triangle right now. Do you have bats? Any extra? Anyone?
Trying to figure out if they've got themselves a good position here. You can see FaZe is taking a peek down here. I actually want to listen in with them as they try and gather this info.
You're good. They know I have blue. All three of them had blue. Like sniper ammo.
You're a liar.
No, the guy up top, he said I might have taken some as well because I'm playing sniper.
Okay, nothing's going down here, so actually
Should we go top Stormcatcher now?
jump on with the main broadcast. They're looking on Team Diverge
for that next rotation forward. Something that is synonymous no matter the way they play us out is it is going to be a low ground push. Now, granted, building in play and potentially with zipline, they can make some expedient rotations. But remember, this is not a squad on the Valkyrie, right? We talk about where your Wraith can walk, the distance that they can cover directly. This is something that might become Diverge's problem, even though they just come off of one of the best games of our entire match.
I've got to agree here, and especially when you're dealing with verticality like this, it may not be as bad as it is over by High Point or Lightning Rod, but Wraith walking is pretty darn telegraphed. We'll see what they can make do with over there as Oxygen set themselves up. Hopefully,
XSet's still looking over where FaZe was. FaZe is left though, as you can see.
Zone wrap.
Sit on board here with Sentinels. They're on the outside, so they're on the northeast of where we were before. They do have a building out on this side. I don't know if this is going to be inside the next zone, though, is the only issue for them, potentially.
Behind that tree. They're sitting behind that tree.
Maybe. Oxygen's going to be chilling. Oxygen rocking the triple purple.
Through Spider's Choke.
Yeah, pretty commonplace for the zone to end as well. XSet have set up here early on, and well, I'm not sure what their zone read is and where they're thinking that things will end up. I'm inclined to say that they're trying to position around the edge of the map and farm up from there. This charge rifle putting in overtime right now, taking the first knock out of Team Inter's, something that is looking unrecoverable right now. The rest of the team,
yeah, they're kind of stuck out in the middle.
Interested in getting Jet back into the game.
And this is a fight that XSet could very easily take, not given the fact that, you know, they have this high ground position, but it's
you need to call for help here, potentially.
Primarily
oh, nice big 78 there.
They're going to be willing to just drop down just to potentially clean this one up there. Now, granted, it does look like we do have a third squad in the mix, and it's none other than Luminosity as we see those double exhibits down. So that's going to prevent XSet from moving forward, but it does allow Luminosity to pick up some of the kills provided.
Finally, Jet does get full.
What are you shaking your head at there, sir?
They're answering right back with plenty of damage. They haven't got a great angle onto XSet since Sykes holds that fence line up top, but you get one shield crack, especially on Sykes, and all of a sudden, things start to open up. Smoking to make this a little bit more difficult. The Luminosity with the Digis, fear not.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, though. You know what I'm saying?
Obviously, putting yourself on the east lift would be at least a good decision. It's only a little bit worse than that west lift on the opposite side of Stormcatcher there, but for now, I mean, they don't have to, right? This is a team that understands that you still have to worry about late rotating squads coming through south side, so putting yourself all the way up there isn't your primary objective, especially when you've already gotten the read on Inters only moments before.
Plenty of space, plenty of time in a lobby like this. And Luminosity, I think much like FaZe, are taking the more passive approach to this game. Everyone's setting themselves up and saying, we'll let the game come to us since we believe that we can defend our position. Luminosity have enough space, XSet do, FaZe feel comfortable, and LTC and their building just off to the northwest. They have been there since the game
anybody
began.
fighting?
Zephyr. As soon as the map
Or is this just that
closed
calm
on
before
our
the
first
storm right
drop,
now?
LTC were there, and
Most of
they
the
are
calm before the
still
storm. Got it.
chilling, waiting for other teams to push up, waiting to punish an overzealous.
I'm so far behind.
I want to see tripods pushing or moving here. See if they can find themselves some room moving in through the lagoon here.
Right. Just scan it real quick.
It shouldn't be a rat. Isn't it all full teams? I'm sure it's all full teams.
No, there's one rat.
Where are we? Okay. Nothing on the hands though.
There's either one rat or two duos. My boy Nick got that Michigan education, dog.
I think he's on craft.
Is he?
There's Vaco from back there.
You want me to go scan the craft and see if he's there?
That's fine.
Nothing on craft. Nothing on craft.
I'm checking your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's walking.
He's walking towards craft. I'm lagging. Hello?
Bro, seeing all the love that Zephyr's getting on Twitter is fucking so dope, bro.
Lobby just crashed. No.
Better chance at making it through into the end game.
Lobby
See what
just
ends up
crashed.
happening is, for the moment, zone close is yet to reveal the next bit of data to
The
us.
lobby just crashed in the middle of a game, dog.
Might be a minor
No
mistake underway
way,
here. Ooh,
bro.
Gonna have to take some time, pull it back to the desk for the time being, potentially restart that.
Bro, you were at like
we'll
what?
see what ends
9
up
teams
happening.
left? 10 teams left?
Production's going to update us, but with the map and with the scene set as it is, you and I were talking.
How
about
does
this,
that
we're seeing a lot
happen?
of teams sort of hunker down, and a big part of that.
When's the last time Attorney has like had like a code net or something like that?
Been a minute. But we're not even on that client. We're on some.
Right.
They're not on. They're not on the pro
It
build.
sucks, but like honestly, that never happened.
Damn, dude.
That was Zach's team apparently pushing us inside the fucking height.
Insane. It's gonna be like a new
Wow.
code or like.
They're gonna have to restart that whole game. It was more than halfway
I've
done.
never seen this game crash before in the middle of an ALGS Pro League, let alone be a game where we died early. Like, I don't know what the fucking odds of that.
Wow.
We always get
'Cause-
good spots anyway.
Cause like
Could sort of
you
bring
can't
in this
do
third
nothing.
perspective, because
It's not like
it's just
Valorant
us
where you
talking,
can like
but
reset the
I
lobby
know
back
that
to a
Rain
certain
has been
round
watching
and
so far. So Rain Day, welcome.
like it's not like where you can like go back into the game and reset the economy and put the rounds back to a certain
Guys,
score.
I'm going to be completely honest. We have a little break when you guys go and you cast. That was the time I was not watching. I came back to help you guys fill this space.
No worries, no
And I'm just going to let you know it is what it is. Us casters, we're humans too. We take a little time off when we can, but I do want to kind of set the tone while we're waiting for
Damn,
us to
bro.
get back in the game as well. I think this is a good chance for us to talk a little bit about meta, or at least focus on some of the
Yeah, the
things
game
that
wasn't over,
you
but it
guys
was like
wanna kinda
halfway
carry
over,
or highlight
right?
here heading into the last two games. I mean, we saw tremendous moments from
Weren't
Dark
they down
Zero.
to
We
like
know
12,
that's the
10
case.
teams, something
What
like that?
we also saw with these winning teams was a lot of utilization of a clear, distinct meta that they believe is working. In this NA bracket, and I'm not just going to TSM, there's been a lot of teams who have switched and have tried different things. They've gone for Valkyrie, Seer, and they've gone for Catalyst. Some people have decided against the Valkyrie. They've gone for Bang, Seer, and Catalyst. I want to get both of your perspectives here. What has worked better so far for you? Because you're giving up things with different legends, and you're also talking about different class passives too. And I have a strong opinion on what's better, the assault class or the skirmisher class in terms of a passive, but I want to hear from you, Dia, in terms of if there's a trio you're preferring in terms of composition.
I mean, I've got to say that, I mean, first of all, difficult decision. I really like assault characters, and
I almost want to
Bangalor's
retweet the
providing a
picture
lot
and
of
say
value
laughs in
right now.
Apex South.
And it's not even just because she's an assault character. It's because she's an assault character that also can deny so much space in ways that others really can't. You see people play things like Revenant and Fuse, and those are very good and they're very niche, but you see something like Bangalore, and she can take up areas in the map. She can play defensively. She can cover with her ultimate and smokes, plenty of opportunity for your team to rotate. So a lot of value from this side of the table for Bangalore's.
That's
I don't
tough,
know how you're
man.
feeling, though, Zephyr.
Okay, I just have to follow up on that because I don't care. I'm not here to pick something else. I'm just going to reiterate with Bangalore because I think it's important. And especially, it leaves so many questions on the minds of practically everybody right now because we're still in the midst of a Seer meta. So a scan-based legend, but we're seeing the strength of Bangalore. Somewhere there's a little bit of a disconnect, and we have to figure out why. Where is that value coming from?
Anyone just? Are they not allowed to say that Bang counters the controller? Are they not allowed to say that?
Bang is such a good initiator.
The fact that everyone like pussyfoots around the subject kind of bothers me.
Distance.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's what makes her so good. When we talk about these transition points and these long rotations that become necessary, Seer is available for those end games. Don't get me wrong, and that's where this starts to become a problem. But when we're talking early to mid game and even some of those fleeting transitions to our final zones, Bangalore, whether it be creating extra angles by blocking off others with the smoke or just covering the butts of your team by giving you that nice little slippery slope, can be so good even before you get into that 30 to 50 meter range where Seer begins to get a little bit effective.
I like that point. I mean, both of you bring up the Bangalore value. I'm leaning completely towards that. Not just for the fact that Bangalore brings a lot, and I credit this to Shiv. I think people took
everyone's saying since TSM died that is the reason that the plug got pulled. That's fucking funny, bro.
ALGS. Shiv really pioneered that with his squad, and placing third place in split playoffs about a year ago really opened people's eyes as to the value. Now it's almost a guarantee, especially with Storm Point in the mix. But you talk about presence, and it's not just the presence of the smoke on you, it's the smoke from afar. A lot of our viewers know this already, but it's nice to see also the assault class passive, giving you those 4 optics, smart loot optics as well, understanding what weapons you're running. Chris mentioned it the other day. I think 23 weapons take a digi threat, and that's such a crucial element of something you need with the Bangalore.
Hold on.
You're getting it easier because of that passive too, plus the extra ammo. It's nothing to, you know, kind of turn your nose at. I think there's something very valuable about Bangalore, even more so this season. Excited to see that as well. I don't know about Aurora's comp. They had Ash and Fuse. I don't even know if we have time to get into that, guys, because I'm just saying it didn't work today, but there's a theory craft going on. We're going to leave that to Reddit. We're going to leave that to the Twitter comments. We're going to leave that to some YouTube videos a little bit later. But let's get into, I think, XSet, because we have really a wrap-up of the team that has a chance to contend FaZe. You look at what was going to be the standout in Group C. A lot of us, I mean, Dia, I said
you ready
LG.
for something funny?
Ben, you talked about LG. It's been XSet, though, for sure, that has made the biggest statement from Group C today and introducing themselves into Pro League.
Pace snipe down. Godspot plus KP during Game 5 and the server dies, and we get hit with new code in ALGS chat. Then from Sentinels, server just crashed while we have Godspot. I'm so fucking tilted you don't even know. Zach Mazer from BBB, we are killing TSM in Godspot, and the server shuts down acting like this isn't possible. Fucking bullshit. This fucking post is hilarious. How many Godspots were there? 3 teams.
Pick up the kills that give them their impressions, even though they may not be finding their way directly towards the zone.
I mean, when you talk about performances too, let's even head back over to last year, the way that they were able to be a contender in the main stage when it came to the finals of showing up and being effective. I think you look at 12th place, you see the adjustments now going into split 1, 4th place. Feels like they're only on the up and up, getting more experience.
Players saying it felt like a DDoS attack.
I like the idea of Hotsick also, and a team like this, so smart, so known for their coaching, their group conversation, in a meta that isn't established yet. And I think that's kind of what's exciting. Feels like there's more of an opportunity than usual for them to get ahead of the curve. Certainly have the opportunity here in Games 5 and Game 6 as we are loading the lobby back up. Thank you so much for your patience. To definitely challenge FaZe up at the top. But we'll see. They got to do it again. I think the lobby is getting ready. So I'm going to go back on break. I will see you guys after this game. Enjoy the rest of this cast, and let's see what can happen as Game 5 goes underway.
All right, here we go. Jumping into the 5th match of the day. Once again, this is a lobby restart, and the slate is wiped clean temporarily for these teams. There's a reality of what they're dealing with and of the way that they're going to have to adapt here. Now, given the fact that this is going relatively central once again, not a whole lot of things have changed, but I'm noticing one big swap up, Zephyr. Take a look at Wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to mistake. It's hard to forget here. TSM not in a position to either contest or just take away the POI that they have laid stake and claim to for such a long time. And we saw this from BBB in the where they landed out there towards that IMC armory before, but this time around it's TSM who are forced to do so. I'd be massively curious why that occurred, and maybe potentially in the future we could take a look back deeper. But for now,
so TSM,
this is
after dying last game,
again, it's reocurring.
Changes their drop spot.
Opportunity to redo this once again.
I can't help but feel like that if they had won their fight, and then the team that didn't land there in the restart, they would kind of call that bullshit.
You're gonna lose time. You're gonna lose weapons.
Just saying.
You're gonna lose rotations. And we are going to do it all day long, constantly opting in to trying to claim our POI. So we'll see how Complexity react. For the moment, Skullpiercer on the 30-30. Pretty nice way to rack up hit KP real quick, especially when the shields are low. But no purchase found for Monsoon. Means that we're waiting once again to see when these teams choose to re-engage and poke at each other from a distance. Tripods may very well choose to move away, or at least, you know, I'm not on tripods. It's what I would do, but I'm not them.
You're no Nick Merckx here to command this roster, but even if you were, it doesn't seem like they're going to walk away anytime
Damn, dude, that's so
soon.
rough.
Dia, you can see Gent continuing to extend further and further. It's only the remnants of Deeds who continues to loot out that north side of Cenote before what might be their regroup to continue this fight out, or potentially something else. LTC though.
Bro, Sentinels were just in a good spot and they're about to go down first. Shut the fuck up.
Towards northern sides. Rambo.
They already went out.
Sentinels already right off the bat.
No, this
is high ground position. Lovin'. I mean, it's
dude, they're gonna be raging so hard right now.
I got the chance to talk to Not Daniel just before their game.
Actually, I'm kind of curious.
There's a guy there. There's a guy there.
Vibes sound good. They don't sound like they're triggered. Oh, dude, now they're gonna get landed on though, bro. I'm gonna listen in for a second after they die, because I'm kind of curious to see if they fall apart after this. Because this is kind of tough for them, man. They're in a good spot. Then at the restart, you go out in 20th, bro. Oh, that's so shitty, man. And it's dead silent. That's not good, man. We're gonna check in with them after the heading into the next game to see if maybe anything changes on the vibes, but
Dia.
That's tough, man.
Those buildings directly out towards the west. I'm coining it here and now on the ALGS broadcast. I like to call them hot dog buildings. We got the two buns on the outside and my deformed hot dog in the middle. So many of these rosters, when we see this zone carry its way up towards this northwest, will sometimes begin to present themselves directly within that particular space. TSM haven't done so yet because they may have the sniffage on BBB for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they may work their way back.
Did he just say sniffage?
If they believe this zone is going to cater its way this deep.
One of the most aggressive Catalysts I have ever seen.
I don't know what to do with that.
All the way across that open ground as Catalyst. Yeah, you've got a decent amount of safety, but I don't know. TSM feel a little antsy in this game. They do actually take one of the buns of the hot dog for themselves, and I will acknowledge, Zephyr, I'll call it a hot dog, as long as we do acknowledge, as you did, that it is horridly misshapen. We need to get you to like a good barbecue.
I'm from Texas, man. I understand a good barbecue, okay?
I don't think you do.
Don't come at me with that. All right, that is sacrilegious, okay?
I'm scared for you. I don't know. We'll see. I'll come down. We'll try a little bit of it ourselves. But I see any hot dogs that look like that, and I am out. I am on the first flight back to Canada.
I'll tell you what here. It's a position that hopefully everyone will be taking flight to find their way into. For Lanimals right now, I almost thought they were going to go for a redeploy, but instead, they're just going to be catching some right in front of themselves.
They got someone right below
Might be sending it forward, but
oh, wind up the Nemesis.
Squad below, and with beats
there it
like
is.
That is the go-ahead. MLS
Yep.
are down 1.
They're going to drop on that
The reason why
easy
we
decision.
Albert lately one of the greats, and it's absolutely shots like that. A big opening knock.
That gives them a huge entry.
MLS down. We'll see if Lanimals can actually find a little bit more purchase in this lobby. That is such a bad way to go.
Yeah, amazing presence by Abrolele there to find that angle and get that knock in the seconds necessary to do so. Now, granted, MLS very likely to put themselves back up on that height. I'm surprised that we see the full Lanimals roster drop down. Could have maybe even potentially picked up some more KP. Either way, it doesn't matter. They're the ones that come out even in their minor bits of success. For Furia here, this is a team that started off today, I'll say a little bit stronger, but have.
Let's hang on board with
Jump down, Tube, jump down.
MLS here real quick. I believe they were the ones who lost the player earlier. Now we're down here.
Go to the build. Come on, you ready?
Do you have a wall?
Yeah.
They're gonna head to this hot dog, I guess.
It's a terrible wall because I don't know how to wall it.
Keep running.
They're gonna go up underneath here.
Alright, you guys can play this game as a duo.
They're aping us, dude. We need to probably fight.
Oh, destroyed this frame.
Move. Get me.
Oh, they're getting pinched on either side here as well. Yeah, they're about to go down. That's tough. Are tripods in a fight out here? Or are they just fighting the storm?
They might send guys. They might know that like we're
I think they're trying to find their way in.
The Seer had purple armor.
It might be
Yeah,
them.
4 bats if y'all need. No, they're in barrel. I saw them on the
I got 5 bats.
They're shooting my spikes.
So Oxygen was, I guess, one of the teams that was over here shooting from across the way that pushed that team back into that building. That pushed MLS back into that building.
Right somewhere, I got blue tick. Far building maybe?
100. It's 100. They can't rotate back.
XSet's just a little north from that.
Fucking moron. Can you trade me armor 6?
They're stuck in the choke. I can give you.
I will, yeah.
Come here. They're stuck in the choke, by the way. We have to make sure we.
Themselves up just a few feet away from where we last saw them claim their prize and ready to go. They are looking for their.
I wonder. I'm guessing they know that that's a duo.
One more knock
that's
like
why they're pushing.
Or not even Lou to open things up, and that's the most terrifying part about Lanimals. It's that any of them can go off at any moment.
TSM here on the opposite sides of zone into a differing sight of chokes here. Have been playing out this particular angle, and with that exhibit down shows me that maybe they're not in the best of situations here. Waiting the time out, crouching through the scans here. Finally, they're going to be able to peek.
They have to worry about that team shooting across the way though with that charge rifle. Yeah.
You see that charge rifle, which is nothing more but then a just violent nuisance.
It's gonna be a good way to break the line of sight.
Make sure that you don't get pushed.
But now they got to push up this hill.
And plenty of space.
TSM's in a tough spot.
TSM in the meanwhile,
yep.
To poke over at this is now they don't have to worry about the charge rifles that would otherwise be going straight.
One's flesh. They're dying.
I'm gonna sit in actually with TSM.
Yep. He's dropping down. Tier 1, tier 2. Be careful. Wall's gone. This team is swinging out on the left. Crack them. Just chill. They're dying. They're literally dying for that. They're dying right now. Just fine.
They're not dying.
Is there a way I can LOS them going to this crate? The charge rifle?
I can shoot back. I can shoot the charge team.
Okay, go.
And hopefully it works.
I'm shooting the charge team with you.
They're still worried about. Yeah, dude. They got teams getting shot from the back, and they don't have no idea about the team up there. Oh, that nade helped out a little bit though.
Up here. He's running. Bro.
I can't see the charger where he's at. I cannot see him where he's at.
I know they're... God, I don't have a wall now. I'm stuck here. They double res.
I'm 2-1.
I'm 2-2.
I'm 5-0.
I have to wait for my wall to cross back. I have to...
Hold on, FaZe is in a fight. Let's go jump in with them here. Phony's down. Or sorry, Snipe down's down. Phony's gonna hit a bat. Oh no. Frex is out.
Fucking team is so fucking rigged.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
Here we go. Tripods trying to finish moving their way in.
I'm on G.
They're gonna swing wide.
Take me.
I'm good. I'm healing real quick. I hit Ridge.
Moving up.
Wait, they got knocked.
Yeah, third parties. Taking a stop rock. Walk from the right.
Nice.
Got the full kill.
Nice.
G, you have to play safe.
194. Alright.
You gotta get up closer.
Try to get this first one.
I know, I'm going. I'm scanning our left. Our left's good.
Playing on the rock.
Hold my left the whole team. I have Valko.
Okay.
Alright. I'm
backing
just
up.
trying to get this first.
Should we back up or no? No? Am I good?
Yeah,
They got plenty of time here to play. They just have to make sure to play
I don't
patient.
see it. Yeah. They're going far lefties.
Alright, we need to try and bulk with then. Come on. You good on me. You guys get heals? I have 7 bats.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'll go when we drop, but...
Let's do it now if we're gonna do it.
Alright, yep, coming.
What are we looking for?
So they're gonna Valk hold out. Doesn't look like we've got anybody else. Actually,
Here.
TSM's.
We just hold this early. I think we will.
Shoot for me. They're staring at me.
I'm trying to. Shooting for you. They're not looking anymore.
So TSM's been able to make their way through this choke point that they were trying to make their way up before.
I'm dropping.
And now it maybe be able to zone the team out that was behind them.
I'm going to hell.
We have to worry about the wall team. They're gonna force a fight on us.
Looks like Furia might be making a move in.
Off the rock. Algx here, Ken.
He's behind us.
He's flex. I'm jumping on tunnel.
There it is. They got to watch on the left there. Furia's gonna push forward here with Watson's gonna push forward with
Watch TP.
Panders.
I think we killed him.
Someone rest in wall. Yeah, I think we can kill them, but what are we're gonna have enough time to Valko? We're gonna have to Valko.
Watch TP.
I am. There's 4 people on my scan. Someone's over there.
Where the fuck am I? There.
Port's gone.
They're just running tunnel.
We're gonna have to rip it, bro. We're gonna have to Valko.
You just have to worry about that team coming out. Pat, push them.
Okay, let's go.
All right, they're in a Valko. We'll go ahead and clear out of here. See if we can find anywhere else that's in a fight. XSet here is... I think this is right over by where... No, this is not where by TSM was. TSM was on the other side, more towards where the little middle choke is.
They're backing up.
Okay, thank God, bro. I'm 1-5.
You need an Ulti for that wall?
It's fine. Not that big of a deal.
No, you're chilling.
We have to finish at northeast as well.
I'm just watching it. They might double wrap.
Yeah, I'm watching also.
They haven't Valkulted yet, so they're going to the other cut and thirding. Valkulting now?
Right now. They're Valkulting now.
Valkult there, so they don't need to watch that. Furia's in zone, but now they're having to find themselves where they're safe at.
They probably don't have digis. Okay, I'm selling. I'm not scanning right now.
Yeah, I'm healing. Is anyone in this building? There? In front of us.
Here, helmet. No, they are.
Okay.
Up there.
All right, they're gonna juggle that helmet to help with the cooldowns.
That's the farther one, I think. Never mind, no, it's not.
What about that building? There.
What about up here? Is there a team on the beacon, maybe? Not in my range. I can't. It's not safe to scan though. Not a safe scan at all. There's a gap there. Careful. I think we just stay here, bro.
They're just gonna end up chilling out here. They were just waiting on space. Don't look like we have anybody else currently fighting. That's dog water, actually. I bet you they died, that's why.
The pill, we know how to play it.
We play the pill, but
Do we see TSM dying here shortly? Is that why he?
For the east.
Listen. We have nobody in the southeast other than that team. There's no reason for them to leave. They are shit on. 45 seconds and the ring closes, my friends. We just have to focus north. I'm 210, by the way. If you need any meds, let me the fuck know.
Yeah. 1-8. I'm chilling.
1-3. I'm 1-3.
1-3, bro.
Yeah.
Dropping 4.
No, but I'm not gonna do anything here. Let's hang on board with the main
Position for
broadcast.
Furia
See where they got the
truly is.
fights
Now,
going on
granted,
right now.
They might survive some of these northern rotations as we see Team Diverge, who are just coming from the same area, fall. But I can't imagine endgame will be looking good for this team unless they take some fights.
We get to jump back in with XSet, however, who on this low ground in the middle of the...
He has red armor.
Actually sit in with XSet here.
26 flush.
Able to get Rise down.
Nice.
Northwest is the problem. Brandon, call Valkyls.
Okay.
I think I hear them Valkyls in. No, I don't.
Enters is out as well.
They gotta be running the wall. Are they running the wall?
We're
trying to play our roof.
We're on roof right now.
Okay, I'm playing our roof with you then.
They're coming back.
Right below.
We all night.
Nice play by Nick to go low.
Sears weak, yes. Wipe us. Wipe it. I'm here.
You're in zero.
Nice. Oh no, big shotgun.
I'm calling back. They're so weak, man.
Crack another. I have to bat. We're in zero. Brad, crawl up. I got the thirst.
They should be able to get this revive here.
Behind the door. Nice.
Okay, be in door.
I'm good.
Oh, they're gonna go for the revive. Let's sit on with XSet because they're gonna have to actually move in with this zone.
Are you sure no one's here, Fun?
No, they're
Oh,
at
I
the
thought
tree.
it was
They're at the
closing.
tree.
I'm dumb. Never mind.
Yeah, on you. They're all on that tree.
It's about to be getting crazy though, man. Fifth circle's about to close down. We got 12 teams still left. Furia's in some trouble over here.
I don't think it's a full team in the middle, though. You guys are me. Play my shield.
Farm them.
I got it. Watch over there.
Come to me, Zara. Come to me.
Oh man, what do they do here, bro? Zeratricky's gotta get that bat off. I think Furia goes down here, chap.
Are you good, Watson, or no?
No. I'm blocking that.
Yep.
Yeah, we're no sense in sitting here watching a knockdown shield.
I'm going with G.
Tripods.
Wait, someone's ready here.
Yeah, that's the solo. That's the solo. Jen, let's just kill a solo right here. Let's kill him.
Alright, I got the bat. You get the heal, Nick. Come here. I'll give you a med kit.
I don't have any whites. I told you 5 fucking times.
I'll give you.
Listen, guys, pay attention. Right here, underneath that ping, there's a solo seer.
Yes,
okay?
yes. Listen, we're gonna play the kill the rat, and then I'm gonna wall. And we play this corner.
Yes. Great plan.
All right.
No, we gotta wait.
Watch TSM ends up winning this game, chat.
All right, the rat's not there anymore. Rat's not there anymore.
The internet's gonna fucking break.
We're gonna watch their back. I have to watch our swings. There's 2 teams over there too. I'm literally gonna make us a little compartment right here after we play. Alright, you got that. I'm watching back.
Bunch of heavy, G. Bunch of heavy if you need it.
I'm good. I just need more light right there.
Okay, so they're oh. So they're hearing. I believe that's TSM's Nemesis they're hearing.
Play in the corner, Deeds. Just chill.
I'm gonna start the wall. I put the wall. Play in the corner. Just safe on me. Play on me now.
Oh.
Play down, Nick.
Damn, bro.
I'm dead. They're just aping. They're full aping.
That's tough, bro. That was TSM that was moving in. It looks like was trying to at least get some KP. TSM's out.
What else?
That's unfortunate.
Super safe on me.
Last 4 alive. We got XSet, Oxygen Esports.
Right here.
I don't know who the other 2 teams are. Remember, XSet was in second heading into this game.
Killed one.
Big game for them right now.
I'm selling.
There's a team on the dock as well. They have knocks here. There's people knocked here.
Okay.
I'm batting. The other team backed up southwest. They're gonna re-wrap us.
Okay, yeah. I'll go look.
I stopped the res.
Okay.
So XSet's gonna be moving down this hill a little bit, but they have to worry about teams on the left.
Solo now? I'm scanning.
Oh, there's a res in the northeast over here.
No, he's dead. He's fold.
Okay.
It's a 3v3 with a solo.
You're not walled for this, by the way.
I'm hitting an ulti cell.
All right, so they're gonna go kill the solo.
Let them go. Let them go. For sure. Brandon, walk up to your now. Walk up to your now.
I'm going.
Well, they might slide back down on you though.
Scanning 8.
That's big. If he can keep this middle area,
he's still at the rock.
This gives them like the best position for once this ring starts closing, which is about to start happening.
Flash on the Valk.
Ult's gonna be up here in just a second. I don't think they're not gonna have ult available here, which is fine. The only problem though is they have to make sure they're staying alive. They have the low ground.
No scan. Ult in 8%. I dropped another level. I'm selling. I'm waiting for my ult. 5%. Above you.
Nice shots from Fun. Oh, I think Fun probably should have stayed where he was. Oh, there it is.
Let's go, baby.
Nice. Able to pull it off. Yeah, once they moved into that middle area and they were able to kind of, cover both angles, made it a very easy win for them. Not easy, but it gave them the play that they needed. Really well done.
This is one of the best teams in the world, and you cannot challenge XSet.
I love the fact that we discussed this roster before we approached Game 5. It almost felt like we were biding our time to see them pick up another win here in the remnants of Storm Point and North America as a whole.
You proud of yourself, Randy?
I am. I'm very proud of myself. Thank you. My parents are proud. My grandparents are proud. Everybody's proud. My whole circle. They're very proud.
That's good. Me too.
And you guys are proud of me, I'm sure, right?
Yes, of course. We celebrate your victories.
Okay, good. I'm just checking. Otherwise, we would have had to figure out Game 6. I might have stepped in there. No, you guys are casting. It's been phenomenal. One more game, and we get to see how this unfolds. And we're setting up for a showstopper. 2 heavyweight fights.
It's gonna be XSet probably takes first with that.
In here, it's literally XSet FaZe going back to back, showcasing exactly how big.
I didn't notice how much of the
in this lobby. But
lobby after them though
is
bet
against Fun FPS in the situation.
Surprising. I mean, Complexity, Furia, Oxygen, Sentinels, TSM, all
having a moment they could have
towards the middle of the bottom half of the lobby.
A bit. I think actually Enemy got a little too overly aggressive there, sliding down, giving up his angle and going down first. But I don't know what your guys' takeaway was from that final moment. Either way, Oxygen Esports also putting themselves in a decent position heading into Game 6.
I got P-Chat. Actually, I'm gonna refill my water too.
That they certainly did. I really liked how Oxygen survived that. And while XSet approached the final circle with this real calculation, they said TSM's our biggest threat. There go TSM. We're going to play the outside. Nobody's going to touch us. Oxygen had to fight through chaos. And emerging from Cascade as a full roster, the last squad standing, that's almost as impressive as winning the whole thing.
And you're right, XSet. The moment coming up as we take a look at what happened in this game. Zephyr, I want you to walk me through the beginning, but also touch on the end there where XSet and TSM, they had to go through TSM. They did so well. We saw the Horizon ultimate not quite work out for Verholz. Was it a miscommunication? Was it trying to make the best out of a bad situation? We don't know. We weren't listening to the comms, but either way, it was XSet who played spoiler to TSM's hopes there.
Absolutely, and it's that early setup towards that northern side where we could see right here between TSM where they were having to gatekeep BBB early on. Just behind them, albeit we never really showcased it, XSet were set up on the opposite side of that choke, covering so many of these excellent angles to cover north side and start cleaning up one roster after another. And while yes, TSM were inevitably able to sneak their way through and slip into a position, XSet, who had laid stake and claim from the very get-go, had the dominant factors that allowed them to win.
And that's just taking advantage of a well-laid plan and a coordinated team. XSet are firing on all cylinders. TSM changing legends, trying to figure it out, still introducing the Horizon. I think this is definitely 2 teams maybe at different stages of their understanding of the meta, or maybe just their commitment to certain team compositions. I certainly feel there's no slowing down XSet whatsoever. SCS, they were in the mix, but again, this was that flank that would happen. Land, they had a moment too. You thought, could they be involved? All these teams end up dropping. It goes into a final 2. This is where Enemy goes down. I thought he might have overcommitted. It ends up being a really big showcase though from Fun. Talk about anchoring the squad in this fight. Turns the corner, pops out with the R99. as the premier SMG. Not even close. 46,000, I believe you had said, Zephyr, compared to 26, or 43,000 compared to 26 overall in terms of these games so far. And that just shows you how dominant it has been. And in the hands of Fun, it's put XSet in an even better position. First place, I'm sure, in this game. First place overall, I'm pretty sure as well. TSM 5th, Lanimals 4th, SCS 3rd, Oxygen Esports taking that second place.
All right, page just refreshed, so we've got
getting 7 kills in that moment, grabbing 10 points, and the
XSet just really propelled themselves in the
7 points is nothing to laugh at either.
Standings there.
The back half, Zephyr
up above FaZe,
coming in, needing some desperation here in Game 6.
Yeah, especially as we look towards teams that are still trying to really make good on how they
There's
rotate
overall
out from their
scoreboards
early
for you,
game.
chat. Remember, whenever you come in while we're doing watch parties,
we look towards BBB,
if it's a game
complexity,
that has
luminosity,
Wikipedia page
rotations, and
for
yes,
Apex, use exclamation point now. We'll give you an updated scoreboard.
Where they take that toe-in-toe against LG, something that is especially punishing when you realize, he said early, we got this heavyweight match coming up into Game 6.
Yeah, FaZe, LG, I mean, you can see when you're dropping a couple of zeros here, how things start to even up. This is kind of what happened in terms of drug free. And we were talking to Sorcerer earlier on in the show at halftime, and he said, as long as FaZe, you know, don't kind of get these duds, these games that don't go right for them, well, you can see right there, it did happen. So something about Storm Point, people still working both maps, trying to get the same level of efficacy as they had in the original 3 on World's Edge. Let's take it over to the series standings, though. After 5, here is where we
all right, look at this right side of the screen, chat. TSM in 11th.
Much clearer, but hey, they won the game.
Well, Tripod's isn't surprising. Sentinels in 17th.
That kind of tells the story right there, why they have given themselves a bit of cushion.
Sentinels,
but
man.
Dia, you could tell it's really a 2-team race for first place, but in terms
Bro.
of third and in terms of yeah, basically third, I would say that there are at least 10 teams in the mix, all the way down to maybe complexity, that could have a chance of shooting themselves all the way up into the third position
with a big game. That's true.
Game here and win in Game 6.
And what's really interesting about that, Rain Day, is that these points, the 65 points, 52, at the end of the day, nobody's going to remember these numbers. What they're going to matter is what place you finished in. So bumping yourself up to third in terms of league
big
standings,
points. Yeah, it's big league
gets
points.
You so much more, no matter how close it was. This last game, whether you slot yourself into third by 1 point or 20,
Sentinels, man, they need to bounce back here with a big game, bro.
So
you can't go
teams,
into,
especially those stuck in the middle, to play a lot more conservatively.
You'd be through a third of your rating, of your rating, or you're through of your third of your sessions.
Points that tick in around 15th,
and they would have
Zephyr, we
a handful of points.
At the start of the show. What's your one to watch?
Ah,
the team
man,
you're most focused on here in Game 6.
Sentinels. TSM.
I have to say, it would be a blessing to not just see this roster from FaZe find a decent start on day 1, but to come out on top of it all, to show that these changes were crucial in benefiting this.
I mean, I think FaZe has already shown that, though, right?
2. Yes, they come out with a.
I don't think they need to win to show that
game, but they have developed some incredible performances on what was.
I think if you have 2 top 3 finishes, that's enough for you, right?
The Wobby left and right, and plenty of other fantastic performances on World's Edge earlier.
Well, listen, Frax having his moment of resurgence, maybe getting that credit, that shine, that spotlight that he is so well deserving of, grinding so much in this ALGS. We've got Phony with the marriage buff, looking good, wearing the top hat out in London after the playoffs. And you've got Snipe Down, who's just the best looking guy, basically, on this half of the hemisphere. He's already married. He doesn't need any more, but hey, they all got 3 things going for him. Let's see if FaZe can get that 4th thing, which is a W today here in day 2. I cannot wait to see it. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, guess what? Game 6, all or nothing. XSet at the top, FaZe chasing, bunch of teams in the mix. Don't go anywhere.
All right. Be heading into Game 5. The last and final game here in just a moment. Or Game 6, sorry. In just a moment here. Last go around on Storm Point. Which means if you're a team like the good news for Sentinels is even in 17 points, a big game can really propel you up. I mean, if they have a monster game even, they could get up into that top 5. The problem's been, man, they just haven't been able to. Like, oh, bro. FaZe looks dangerous. Damn, man. Now when I redo my power rigs, I definitely can't have Sentinels up there. Fuck. Oh, that sucks.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 6 underway. I know I teased you like we were about to jump into it, but we were waiting for that lobby to get set and ready. But this is the last game, so might as well wait for it. Get it right, get it tight, get ready to move forward and see.
Get it right, get it tight.
Tonight. I know that there is so many options for teams in terms of stories, but 2 have taken the driver's seat in terms of this lobby. It's been XSet and it's been FaZe. Quick word on XSet, Dia. Zephyr, I want you to talk about FaZe because you're rooting for them for the story of basically getting over XSet and gaining those 13 points back in terms of taking the day. So, Dia, XSet, they've been phenomenal so far on the day. One more game to prove it all.
That they certainly have, and I think that it actually comes back to something that you touched on before the break: commitment. XSet are committing to these plays. There's no question about it. And while FaZe are so often in that position, there is a little bit of lag there. The team is still needing to say, we're going to make a play, we're going to group up, and then we're going to make another play. And we're not seeing that same thing happen with XSet. So often they are doing everything at the same time. They're working like a well-oiled machine. And if anything, in this heavyweight fight, that's my difference maker.
I actually absolutely love that point. So you're starting to sway me a little bit. I'm just saying,
you're supposed to fight him right now, Zach. You can't be agreeing with this guy.
I'm sorry, it's just
even if he makes a good point.
Weak. No, I'm kidding. For FaZe there, while I do understand where we kind of start to see them have their faltering moments of success, especially when it comes to those decisive calls, like you say, Dia, in terms of when we start matching them up 3-3, raw strength and power. Even if the commitment isn't there at all times, each of these individual players between the 3 of them come through with their own power to wipe 1v2, 1v3 in situations that make it count, even if they aren't congruent in what they need to do. As a duo, they're more than capable of getting the job done against a 3-piece, and more so when they are on that same wavelength. Think a higher high.
Well, let's see if they can continue to rise up to the top. Certainly done a good job so far, both of those teams. While we have you here, though, for a moment, we always like to do a segment to talk about items, weapons, moments in the game that might make a difference. And that's why we go to our favorite segment here, What's in Your Pack, presented by WD
What's in Your Pack?
Today's What's in Your Pack segment is focused on an item we all know and love, a big part of Apex Legends in general. It's the gold knockdown shield. Dia, walk us through the impact, not just knockdown shields, but those gold knockdown shields have in our game.
I mean, you've already seen it today. Gold knockdown shields, if you can get your hands on one, incredibly valuable.
Yep.
Actually, being one of the decisive factors in FaZe, ultimately being able to perform as well as they did in Game 2 of the day. Just being able to get that instant reset that is so crucial in Apex Legends. When third parties are on the horizon, you want that gold knockdown shield to get your teammates back into the game with a little bit more HP.
Absolutely, and of course in moments like this where we see them go for another knock, it's something that comes through with the speed that you can at least put yourself back into that fight almost, well, in seconds to spare without even having to heal it up.
Insanely
in decisive
quick.
moments where the 3v3 that comes afterwards happens in milliseconds.
For those who know how well this item has transitioned from all the different things it's been named and called, and it's gone from the back to the front. Now it's the gold knockdown shield, but it still does the same thing. It revives your squads, gives you 750 damage up front, and it is one of those things that you always want to have in your pack. That's been what's in your pack, presented by WD Black. All right, well, great to get that segment going.
Dio want to throw something in there at the end
about that moment. I hadn't realized how Snipe Down not just got that first one, but the second res, which was so important for that game win. And that was one of the moments that I think set the tone for FaZe. Are they able to put together another run like that to the end game and take control of this lobby? They are down by 13 points of first place.
Last game, man.
XSet, who are not giving this up without a fight. We'll have to see what happens. Are y'all hype in the chat? You ready for game 6? All right, we are getting to it. Let's send it over to Zephyr and Dia.
Let's get it, baby.
NA's match day 2.
All right, let us know who you think, especially from that middle of the pack, is going to make the jump up, because Zephyr and I, we've been watching these games, have had an extraordinarily difficult time predicting who is going to be able to, on their individual games, really make it work for them. XSet, yeah, they're coming up right now, Zephyr, but next game, we could see them cut short just as quickly, and that's something we touched on at the beginning of the day, the parity that we have in North America. So many squads can actually take these fights up against each other, just dependent on not even the day, but the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And while some of our other regions, when we talk about ALGS as a whole, are starting to already define the gaps that exist among some of the best that are starting to peel away, get that extra distance here, even within our first 2 days, it just doesn't seem like North America is completely sure of itself. I'm happy to see that FaZe are readdressing their success on day 2, but like I said, a banger win to absolutely cement that before we start to see XSet as we go into next week when they start to reapproach B versus C would be crucial for them as we look at the split as a whole in a round robin format.
That it would be the debut for all of our teams coming from Group C.
All right, let's go.
Getting as high up in the leaderboard
last game into Storm Point here, chat.
Even when you're behind a day in practice to all those squads from Group A is going to mean the world. Last chance.
And now TSM's going back to the wall.
Last match on Storm Point, our stereotypically most unpredictable map here in the ALGS.
Right.
And one thing that has stayed true throughout all 3 of these games today, Zephyr, is that Cenote is not the place to be unless your name is Tripods or Complexity. And honestly, I don't think either of them are having fun with this contest either.
No, not at all there. It's something that prevented them from getting their expedient rotations in towards some of these zones fairly early on. And we might even be readdressing Wall as well here in potentially a moment. For now, though, Tripods already finding some of this initial starting damage. You can see Gent moments ago beginning to find just a pep bridge from afar here. Obviously from the outside with the G7 scout in hand. Deeds just barely trying to find the shots before the rotation.
Couple whiffs, though, unfortunately.
The regrouping of Tripods necessary.
Now, Zephyr, we have talked about this so much because it's happened every game and said, this isn't good for Tripods, this isn't good for Complexity. So why do squads do it? We go into these things and we're aware that there are contests that can happen. There are 50-50s off drop. And I mean, I want to talk about what the positive.
I want to sit down actually with
win the contester.
Tripods here. Listen in on their comms.
Might be able to run.
Trying to back up.
Now they're down it's a 2v3 here.
I guess I'm back, bro. What the fuck,
yeah.
Man? I lagged out.
Hopping all these cells. I'm at my ult.
What they do?
D's lagged out.
I'm at my ult.
D's lagged out. Bro.
2v3, boy. You get him on this.
I was gonna sit on it with Cat.
Oh no, he didn't lag out. I thought he said he lagged out. Never mind.
2v3 this shit.
One's on the back.
See that one outside. I think you sit back in that height. You're good over there. You watch over Nick.
There's someone on the right.
Enemy over here. Already on height.
He's trying to work the right.
Just play where you're playing.
I don't know where Cat is.
I'm not by the crafter.
Why would you put it outside? Oh, because they had the people on the other wise. Yo, what up, Iron Blood Gaming? How you doing, buddy?
Get on your height, dudes.
Happy Monday to you.
Peek on Seer.
Oh, bro.
They're trying to work Nick.
I'm gonna say, oh, they can take the top. Nice, 55. 44 over there, nice. Oh, okay. Bro.
Look at the back. You should look at the back outside. Look at the back outside.
Practice, guys.
They're all outside. On the door. Swing. Yep.
Where the fuck are they?
I think they're still outside.
Oh my goodness.
60 on Seer. On Catalyst. Just swing together, boys.
Oh, dude.
I do as much as I can.
He did so much damage. Go.
That's crazy how it works, ain't it? I mean, it's not now.
They know what.
It's always been like that. But yeah.
Tripods with the rest of Complexity. It was a long fight. It was a scary fight for both teams, but Complexity do manage to take that advantage and turn it into so much more.
It's a bit of a shame for Tripods, a rough day for them. Just on that position alone with 0 points, we'll finish out with 18 and something that exists below, at least right now, 16th place overall. You talk about those overall standings that truly count towards North America as a whole. It's going to be something that, thankfully, the reason why the rest of our season exists.
Agreed.
Not bamboo is not appropriate cover. There we go.
You're right.
To be fair, usually Moon's somewhere around lurking in the corner, even if he's not talking. But agreed, especially as hopefully we'll start picking up here over the next couple weeks.
On the push as they jump up and take this fight by storm. Seer ult will make sure that they finish this off in relatively clean fashion, as full information is going to be the friend of any aggressive roster.
SCN here, though, aren't.
At least we're not having to worry about creepy DMs over on YouTube, right? Smiles.
That rotation down basically guarantees that they're going to be able to pick up the rest of those kills there. For Drop-In Gaming, they give away that kind of spot. And
I don't think he missed anything. I think
guaranteed that you find your way out. For SCN,
King was just making a statement.
Putting themselves in that same position would be good here, but you can see Plane is still holding Portal on the outskirts of Command Center, and the rest of the squad, yeah, well, likely regrouping here now.
I really like that. It was a cool play from Season to go for that fight and then instantly double on back. And it seems like they've found themselves right in the face of another fight. If my eyes do not deceive me, that's an EMP. And if my thoughts do not deceive me, that means it's meat lovers who again are picking a fight right around the outskirts of, as you said, Command Center. SCN putting up an appropriate defense here.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely been, we've got some people in mind for as we need to start expanding, especially with having a couple people who've been around for some time.
MLS in the meanwhile, though, will be our next squad to fall, and that one's a little bit sadder. It's a better day for MLS, especially when we start to compare it to our first beginnings of North America on our match day 1 here, but going out in 8th, especially when we started to discuss those kind of middle of the pack rosters. That's already one that is done, Dia, and I know there's about 10 or 12 more that can easily shake things up here.
Clayton should be safe. Into the void he goes, and a little bit more cover gotten on the other side of this is going to be more difficult to nade out and to harass, perhaps even see or cancel. Bullet L going to be able to cover the rest of this, but pushing up on the
Moon's just usually chilling, man.
Y'all
let Moon live his best life.
Cooldown's not really applying in this situation. Things like the Catalyst Wall and the Wraith Portal not giving them a bunch of value, but nonetheless, they're going to try.
See, XSet's in a fight over here.
Double blue.
I'm looking southeast for you before I.
No, go crap, go crap.
They're like right in the middle here.
Okay, I'm making bets.
So it does end up going. It sucks.
They might try to fight us.
That's really unfortunate for them. They were kind of hoping they're going to be in the middle of things and they're going to be fine where they're at. Unfortunately, at the moment, that does not look like that's going to be the case.
Passed away from Antenna and present themselves directly in front of Rise.
Both walls that were used.
Oxygen needs to make sure that they can stay alive here. They're tied for third heading into things.
Just nothing walls. Nobody's really playing around them anymore, but they've closed the gap and let Rise get a little bit better of an angle. Retsy's got to be careful, however, as height over in This launch pad is very, very dangerous. Those small little diagonals that you can hold serve as effective head peaks at different ranges, and Rise, I think quite wisely, aren't going to push this. As much as I want to see Rise succeed, and as happy as I am to see a squad try and take fights, especially after a great Pro League qual run, this isn't the time, and this isn't the roster to push.
So who already went past Oxygen? Probably SCS or Diverge, probably.
Some of those meds with the
couple of kills, maybe
VVV. Into a better position. Coming through from the eastern side is still an available option if you don't want to take the fight directly within Launchpad, but recovery is necessary, and spending more time here in this POI will be a bit of a waste, especially
not
as
seeing
our
anybody that we're
zone
watching
looks
fighting
to be
right now.
Going more towards that Stormcatcher area once again.
There goes the full data, and it may just be that with the amount of distance,
So they're not gonna be able to roll anything as far as that way.
Have to cover that oxygen.
Yo, by the way, IBG, I saw you guys are gonna be adding some content creators to your list, man. That's big shit, man. Hell yeah.
Again, is likely, especially when you're going uphill with Valkyrie,
Hell
where you're forced
yeah.
to land isn't necessarily where you want to end up. You understand, however, why they're playing in the zone, and it is a game of trying to conserve as many points as they can. We're still in top 17. Placement points haven't started to roll in yet. And for a squad in 4th, they're barely hanging on to that position. 36 points. They're tied with a lot of the lobby.
That is rough, especially when you bring that up. 4th place, something I didn't expect. Obviously, Oxygen more than capable, but given the fact how close everything is, it never...
Let's listen into the guard here. I said I was going to listen in with them to start things off. They need a big game here. And it kind of sounds like they're just running through the motions, man. No vibes in chat. They're usually a very vibey team. That's tough, man.
Very good option, and as he's able to make use of the digi threat that comes with this, and through the smokes no less, put out an incredible amount of damage. The fact that Team Inters are taking this Trident so far into the zone, however, without being punished, a bit of a surprise to me, Zephyr.
I mean, most teams have probably already catered themselves towards the north side of the zone, especially if
Nobody's
it's working
actually
its way towards that Stormcatcher area. Once we start getting towards Lagoon,
Oxygen might actually be going out, it looks like.
Problems advance. Meanwhile, for Luminosity, they actually head back in.
I was gonna say, I think that was them who was pushing over here on Oxygen.
Edge against Oxygen took all their time and now are going to be able to capitalize.
That's gonna be tough for Oxygen because now they're gonna have to play the rest of this thing out as a solo.
They will. Luminosity slow playing this around the outside.
Bro, every time they stop like that, I get a little like scared
oxygen,
now.
But the death boxes still are the priority.
After
you
the
remember all those med kits that
server shut down.
Crafting, and now they do belong to us, say Luminosity, and this is going to give them a lot of sustain outside of the zone, rotating slow into Team Inters right ahead of them.
Team Inters even taking
they're going to use that to make sure they can get that beat, that nice little scan.
Talk to Saucer about this new ability.
They'll be able to know, no one's around them now, but they'll be able to tell where everyone's at on their...
Hopefully may be able to take advantage of, albeit 20th
map.
place, maybe not the best example of it, but being able to see what lies
no one else is
in
currently fighting here.
Spot, especially as you're going to climb up this hill, could be the best
just to get up that
for this team to find their way into a good position. They clearly know where it is. You can see the pings coming out towards that stairwell just by Stormcatcher.
I like that we're seeing the bank.
Now we're up in a big lead.
Start to come into effect as well. You're able to smoke out effectively so much just by smoking the enemy team and making sure that they can't shoot you for a few seconds. Team Inters make.
Apparently, you have that perception, Moon.
But still,
I guess they don't really see what's going on.
Low ground, so in comes the Rolling Thunder to deny that little bit more space.
Yeah, this is
may
last
very
match.
well take them through this choke point where they'll still have to go up a hill, but at the very least won't be harassed as they're being
bro.
Oh.
And these upper angles are just so difficult to
That's tough for them, man.
We talk about teams that set themselves up early. Even though we aren't watching it, Inter's stuck out in zone. Rise are still in the prime position to capitalize. They'll send their way through that dark veil. And even with a squad just across from them in that choke there, they do not care. Now, no digis down, but they've got a better response.
Rise trying to move in here now.
Play behind the boxes to give them what they need.
Now Luminosity are right ahead of them, and Rise were never a team known for taking kindly to their KP being stolen. However, Nazul is even less kind as he trades right back
dude,
with
Rise
the
is gonna be a
R99.
tough spot.
Furia go down in the meantime, and Rise have got to be
Another
aware of the caliber
tough day,
squad
or another
from the
slow start for
lobby.
Furia
If they
here,
stay
huh?
alive, if they can keep Retzi
They're probably gonna
topped
finish
up,
outside the
there
top
is
10.
a chance that they take this away. But
Like
they're
they
gonna
did to
have
start
get
off
everyone's
last
back
split.
into the game, and that means surviving right now. As the wall drops, Retzi going to be exposed on the way back. No cover available to him. As Luminosity Gaming, you gotta hope that they've disengaged.
A1's banner has been picked up here, and it's still, I would say, maybe in the early remnants of the game to potentially pull something off. But if you pull back up towards that south side of Stormcatcher, I don't think the game
FaZe
will
still
work
in.
out any better. But granted, out here towards the west, I can't imagine a good rotation lies in wait. But let's look at the other side of zone. We haven't gotten our clutches on it yet. This north side out from Thunderwatch.
Furia
LTC
out.
going to be this squad keeping their sight lines in check.
Not in a very proactive position, using a lot of the defensive cooldowns that they've got so far, and with a wall just ahead of them, the threat is imminent for LTC. They don't have sight lines, and you're waiting on that Seer ult from BBB, who likewise want to be able to take this fight and clear out their backs. It is a slow
Nobody else
play,
is fighting that we can
BBB
see.
do not want to
We'll
expose
stay here.
themselves to unnecessary risk here. But Designful takes quite a bit of damage, even eating some flesh now. And ultimately,
That's a flesh
they're going to be able
wound?
to commit to the push onto the low ground.
It does look like it's a three-piece across the board here that these teams are going to have to deal with. And with that Dark Veil down, it's guaranteed that the south side that BBB wasn't having to deal with are now in play. Designful there, and Chaotic Much already beginning to take angles and find the end of LTC as a
So
duo
BBB has been
in
rolling,
a
huh?
2v3 situation. Didn't even get to
I don't
catch
think they
it,
can close in
but
on FaZe
Zach
though,
Mazer, he don't need
especially
to be
since
there.
FaZe is still
Trust
alive.
these boys getting the job done.
Yeah, he's doing other things. I mean, there are squads to keep at bay here. There are red Evos to get, Zephyr. I mean, come on. Like, the man has priorities.
That's crazy. That is crazy,
It is. And it does speak to the positioning that LTC took.
Yeah, I
will
like
say.
it. I think it's something they
Not
put
like that.
together
They're
for all the
backed into a
watch
corner.
parties.
There's a wall right in front of them
To
for
make it
over half
more
that fight. It's not like they've got a whole
accessible
lot
or
of say in what
whatever.
happens to them.
Not at all here, but they do have some say
I very much enjoy it.
potentially in these end game zones, pulling away from Stormcatcher directly out into the open. You have to look towards BBB and Sentinels as we start to discuss these end games. Team Diverge does host a position directly in the middle here, but it's going to be dicey whether they can pull themselves together. For TSM, we have to see them find success here and now. A drop onto Dottie, make it one more with Lou, and send Lanimals home.
Verhost, please. That is why
And now
they
sticking
call
the
the
rest
man
in there.
Big E, taking down Lanimals in a style like that.
Very well done.
TSM have moved themselves up.
I'm still forcing.
Me too, by the way.
I just got.
Although I do need
got
to get
one
some games
grenade.
in.
You're 2-7?
2-7.
I'm 212.
Do we want to go low ground or we want to play it here? Like right here gets us fucking kind of grief. I'm
I
not gonna
think low ground. Definitely low ground.
lie. Can you scan low ground and see what our like rotations
There
are?
is a solo down there.
Like we're chill on low ground.
We're J chilling.
But there's someone southwest. I think
If
we're gonna
they
drop on a team.
Okay. We should. I mean, we're gonna stop the team no matter what.
We should
They-
stare
they-
at the hole and kill them as they rotate.
Yeah, they.
Above us.
Yeah, right here.
All right, so
shoot.
XSet's gonna
Yeah,
try.
shoot.
Crack,
Flush.
crack. They went back.
They both away.
We can walk out. We can walk out and play.
Okay.
They're gonna have to try and figure out where they can rotate. This is gonna be a big zone though,
I think we should fight that.
because this is about to be wide out in the open.
They're fighting. They're fighting them. Get the 3 men killed.
Underneath right here.
All right, good night, love.
Underneath us. Probably a team.
They have Kraber.
Yo.
I think I'm gonna switch on with the main broadcast here at this
There's
point.
a lot of pressure on TSM, and as they rotate in, let's jump into
This is about to get a little
listening with them
hectic.
to see how they deal with it.
Or we can sit down with this. TSM.
Crack, right there.
Nice.
I just storm catch.
I got Kraber, I'm batting.
Kraber dead.
Nice.
Everyone on the right's dead. Everyone, never mind.
That's a down guy. That's a down guy. I have to get to Evan, or how?
Cannon team. Knock one cannon.
Shoot the
Bring it
cannon
down.
into the corner. He's in the corner.
Gold knock.
All right, so TSM's trying to close this gap here. Remember they had a really rough start in the session 1. Oh, bro.
Bro,
Oh, bro.
Where did they come from? They oofed us.
Catcher. It was top storm catcher.
They oofed you. Actually, you know what? Come on, Sentinels. Come on, Sentinels.
We need to clear this. We need to clear this.
Okay, let's go. Can we clear? Can we clear?
Yeah.
No.
45 seconds and the ring closes.
Nicely done, boys.
Okay, just hold this right side head glitch. Drop out armor swaps.
I'm soiling.
Do you have ultic cells?
Yeah, I have one. I'm hitting
Get
it.
your ult back up. Get your ult back up.
Come on, Sentinels. Big game here, boys.
I'm at 62. They're there.
I'm thermoting it.
Come on, boys.
Crack one over there.
We need to figure out what we're playing. Like, what are we playing?
Is there another ulti cell?
No. We need to try and kill the guys to our right. We have to try to kill the guys to our right. How long on wall?
80, 84. 85.
Keep stalling. They're in the open on our right. Might have to climb. We might just have to climb and use the tree for cover.
Oh, the zone's closing. You need to say fuck them. You gotta wall this left. Try and push up straight forward. Oh, dude, they're so fucked.
I'm batting. You can probably res it.
Nice, they get the res. Come on, boys. Big game for Sen. Big game for Sen. Come on.
Get to the wall.
Everyone else is fighting right now. They get to vibe. They get to come up on the backside of this fight. BBB down. B lovers down as well. Top 3. Bro, the two teams over there on the other side. I think they're fine.
Get space.
I'm on the right.
There's a rat somewhere. Chill, there's a rat.
45 to go.
Find the rat. He's inside, straight ahead. No, wait.
Oh, that's him. He's right here on this box, on my red ping, red ping. He's one.
He raised.
Look for him, look Q.
On you, Bo.
Nice.
Nice.
Good shit, boys. Let's go. Finish up with a dub. Let's go, boys.
Okay, I'm going.
They're trying to swing right. Okay. I'm coming, go left.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, red shield for Bo. That's big.
I'm here. I have no bats.
That's only one I have.
I'm gonna have ult in 4%. Swing it left. Look here.
Oh, big shots. That's big shots. Oh, big shots. Let's go, Bo. Let's go, Sentinels. Oh, big shreds. Let's go.
Fuck yeah, baby, let's go.
Great fucking job, guys.
7th place, boys. Let's fucking go.
There we go. Good shit, boys.
For as shitty of a day as it is,
Good
I'm
shit.
Really fucking proud of you guys bringing it back.
Hell yeah.
Good shit. Good job.
I'm done playing the pussy comps, bro. I can't do it anymore. I can't fucking do it anymore.
Among the rest, they've had some rough excursions to boot here from both that last split, but also playoffs as well. And it makes me happy to see that in Game 6, even though they had to compete against the Titans, they are God Slayers.
I will say this, welcome Sentinels. I should say welcome back because they've been here before, but welcome to the ALGS.
Big bounce back, man. Big bounce back.
Split 2, let's be specific on it, and a great win to cap off a day that was a bit of a struggle, but ended on a high note heading into our next match days as well. XSet clearly the star of the show. FaZe went out earlier than we expected, guys, so it was no contest. XSet will be your champions today, and by a long stretch. It was just that type of moment for them, Dia. And throughout it all, we felt that there were some teams that could upset the Juggernaut, slay the Giants.
So XSet show they're picking up where they left off in split 1.
The idea that XSet were going anywhere but on top was just a little bit of your imagination at play, Dia.
Yeah, it was delusion. I'm not gonna get it twisted. XSet really did crush, and I think that the big difference.
All right, we're gonna wait until we get the final scoreboard chat, and then just like usual, I'm gonna sign off, man.
They clearly know exactly what composition that they want to play, but it's fitting so well with the style that they've decided on. They're a very flexible team, and I feel like this meta is just slotting.
It's been a long day. Been a long weekend.
Zephyr,
36 games.
Story here of game number 6. A lot of teams, a lot of stories we were following here. What's
and we've been live for all of them.
Well, obviously, as we make our way
30 of them over here, 6 over on the Team Singularity channel.
Repeat from our restart just moments ago for these teams. Some may be happier than others, but it starts all the same ways here. Once again, tripods facing a beat, complexity coming out on top on the 3 on the O here, and so many squads trying to fight their way up from the low ground. It seems like a topic we talked about all game through that 6th and final match. Teams coming through from Launchpad, teams coming outside south of Stormcatcher, out from Command Center to compete against, well, just about anyone else.
And it would ultimately be a story kind of culminating in a bit of disappointment for some. Rise couldn't quite get it going. 12 points on the day, going to sit in 19th overall. TSM, though, had a little bit of a moment. But they earned a lot of points in this game, so it's going to put them around 10th, maybe 9th. And this is kind of where that energy started to pick up.
Although once we start getting a little bit busier, like with chat and stuff, I'm definitely gonna be looking for mods to like update the scoreboard and stuff. So it's easier for me to do it right now because like chat's not that active. But
kind of redemption arcs for them. Meat lovers and the charge rifle in a circle this close and ended up spelling disaster, however, for winning the game. Might have pushed them into second if they did get that W, but this would be the end of that. And when we head on to the final rotation, which would be a bout between 2 teams we expected to be at the top, but only one would be. Yet that doesn't mean Sentinels can't go at it with their very best. And they take a great fight against XSet here, dominating. And you know what Rambo can do when he gets a flatline in his hands and a little bit of time and a little bit of space. He lets the hair fly out and he cleans up the fight, as we know.
21-point game. That's a huge game for them.
On that moment. Sentinels ending on a high note. XSet with 11 there and taking second place. Almost 3 wins on the day. That would have matched our only other team to do that, Fire Beavers, in our first match.
All right, chat.
Yesterday. Heading over to page 2, though, as you can see,
we've got scores.
Still getting it going. Big surprise for me, Luminosity Gaming. I think they've done great. You can see they've got the kill potential there. Still working on the rotations, getting into those zones. Furia sparked up. Never quite caught. Kind of like you're watching a Final Fire challenge in Survivor. Just didn't get there when they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, Furia had a slow start last split, but also they never were able to.
That leads us to the big show. Zephyr, Dia. We've casted 6 games here. It is time to reveal who took not just first place, but second place.
FaZe finishes up with 2 top 3 finishes.
We know XSet was on top, but who was able to get to that second spot? Who was able to hold third? We're going to find out here. I cannot wait to see it. Dia, I want your reactions. I wonder
if Snipe Down would respond to us if we tried getting him on for an interview next week.
Okay, well, I can only imagine that it's FaZe, and there we go. But the surprise for me comes in third. BBB doing quite well themselves, and with Team Diverge and Meat Lovers following this up, let's not forget BBB, very new roster as 3. Controversial that they ended up getting together, and remember that this is part of their sort of contrast with Lanimals, who have the other part of the Cloud9 roster. Then we've got Team Diverge and Meat Lovers, who both had to qualify through the Pro League quals pre-split 2 and are in the top.
What's kind of crazy is I think Snipe Down might
a lot to digest
be
here,
a kill leader after the first weekend for North America.
There's a ton going on
which is kind of crazy to think about.
Zephyr, give me your reactions to this as well.
I have to say, I mean, it
I feel like you probably would too.
The chaos that exists within North America as teams are truly trying to figure things out. A lot of our top contenders from last
we'll
split,
write up something in the morning, shoot over his way.
Trifecta between the likes of XSet, of course, the Guard and what was their presence. And
I'm gonna try and not overload my schedule like I did last week, man. This past week, I was hurting before we headed into this weekend.
Through and through. Obviously, better performances here today as we look at groups A versus C, but still looking to reset and find that performance. And the one roster that stands out as a reoccurring successor, none other than XSet. That is something that everyone has to take note of.
Yeah, I would say put some respect on their name, but it is already there. It has been there. They continue to just be excellent. That is the way I would categorize XSet. Of course, when we look at the series standings for North America, the season has played out 2 matches thus far. Only Group A have played twice. So that should mean that FaZe and Meat Lovers have a chance to be on top. But would you guess, after 2, Meat Lovers, Team Diverge, and FaZe, the top 3 teams in North America. We know it's because Dark Zero didn't get to play again, but boy, oh boy, talk about a performance coming in.
FaZe on top, bro.
And making it happen. BBB as well, sitting in the top 10, drug-free. A great performance. We talked to Saucer earlier. Let's look at the other page as well, Dia, because these teams, they put in some work, but maybe didn't get it consistently enough, or maybe just only played once. I'm talking NRGs and Optics.
It's certainly true, and I mean, we've got to sort of take this with an asterisk. When I'm seeing
TSM down in 17,
I know you've essentially had 2 chances, but with B
with
and
2
C
chances
showing up above those from Group A means a lot. So even though NRG are in 11th right now, I mean, this is a really good day for them. We're contrasted by 1 point differential with Sentinels. It's still a tragic start to the season for the Sen roster.
Yep.
I mean, it can't be not said. TSM, 2 games, 2 match days played.
That's insane, man.
12 points. A lot of teams in C and B already ahead of them, only playing once. Something's got to give. We'll see the adjustments.
What happens if TSM doesn't bounce back?
And scrims and streams. I'm sure people will be tuning in to Hal's stream right now to see what the conversations are after this broadcast is over. But the final page, I think this, Zephyr, what would you kind of, add as an adjective to this? Teams that are hopeful, teams that have a little disappointed. How would you categorize this and kind of
It's been a rough start here for some of these
would
teams.
definitely
but
be
most
cool to
of
get to
them,
chat with
once
Snipe Down
again,
as someone
that
who grew up
asterisk
watching
Dia
Halo.
says, it's just the beginnings here, and they're gonna see, they're gonna read this, and they're gonna
but remember,
understand that
Optic
in this next upcoming
was in
match
Group
day,
B,
that's
right?
Truly what's going to count, because
they're in Group
some
B.
of the best do exist within that.
So that's only with 1 session
here.
under
So
their
for
belt.
B and C potentially setting their sights
Right? They didn't play
on
today.
The challenge that
So it's a better start than they had
Who will come out upon
last
the top
session
and set themselves above the rest in North America.
They also had a
I
roster
love that
change.
segue, because
So they might be a team that gets better through the session.
Performances from teams that deserve acknowledgement, but there are always just a few that stand out a little more than the rest. Let's get into our segment to close out the show of our Monster Energy MVPs for today. All right, let's get it started. Dia, we've been talking behind the scenes. Zephyr, you too. Dia, I'll start with you. Who was your Monster Energy MVP for match
Yeah, so
day
they've
2
only had
North
1
America?
session, whereas a lot of the teams above them have had
My
2.
Monster Energy MVP
But
has to be Snipe Down. We were talking about FaZe all day, but Snipe as the defining characteristic of this roster, like we said, brings that little bit of extra spice, brings that killer instinct. While on a team with Phony and Frex, we are seeing this player come to succeed. It is him that they are allowed to highlight with 4,500 damage over the course of the day. 16 kills.
That's insane,
Snipe
bro.
Is lethal, and his percentage of knock conversion to kill conversion is second to none. 17 knocks on the day, 16 kills. It says a lot.
Jeez, bro.
Not many people are escaping Snipe.
Yeah, in any way, shape, or form, in any game either. He'll chase you all the way over to Halo if you go over there. He'll come right back to Apex if you try to come back. Zephyr, talk to me. Who do you got for your Monster Energy MVP?
Well, we couldn't be walking out of today without having to discuss XSet, and there's so many good players within this roster, but my pick has to be Sykes here. We're coming off, yes, a powerful split from this team in our last iteration of Pro League, but so
I
many
think it's
people
gotta
are
be
still
FaZe
looking
still.
at Sykes
Or
as this
Snipe
major
Down.
change of pace for both fun and
All right, I'm gonna stay around at
nocturnal.
least and
When
see
we
if
talk about this team, he continues to
who's
provide
Monster MVP.
all the access they need as a supreme
And then I gotta
fragger.
find
The
some
day
food
of
before I go to
here,
bed.
6.6 thousand damage and 13 kills to wrap up across the board here.
I thought he retired. No, he
It's
retired
something that
from
enables
Halo.
this team and leaves them with the confidence they need
When he came back.
to stand above the rest.
I gotta say, I love those votes for your Monster Energy MVPs. I've got to go with another member close to those, but a little bit closer to Sykes as well, playing on the same team. In fact, that's Nocturnal. We interviewed him yesterday. I've interviewed this man at LAN. What a lovely human being, but also when you talk about IGLs, maybe doesn't get enough respect put on his name. And you talk about performances,
put some respect on his name.
Certainly doesn't get talked about enough. Taking on the role of the Bangalore and the Catalyst today, saying, you know what, I wasn't sure what we were gonna play. Joking a little bit with Hodzic that it might be Wraith, but ultimately saying that we are still trying to figure it out. But today, it was nothing like that. 13 kills, 8,000 damage, 13 assists, contributing
in Charlotte
as a team. XSet firing on all cylinders is one
like
of
the one
if not the
last
best
weekend
team
or
in
2
the
weekends
world.
ago.
And Nocturnal is such an integral part of that. When they're on, when he's on, they're on. When he's off, they're off. You could tell Nocturnal had a real on day today as they come in with the second highest score we have seen in Pro League over the course of 6 games. A big congratulations to Nocturnal. He was my Monster Energy MVP nomination for today. Of course, everyone played so well, and it's hard to kind of.
I thought he said he had retired.
3, but those were the ones we chose for our Monster Energy MVPs. Gentlemen, we have great moments in this broadcast. We have a halftime show. We get to do these Monster Energy MVPs. We get to talk about items.
Was FaZe there? I guess he was playing on FaZe.
One of my favorite moments always is the winning interview. And sitting by with us, the person I tried to nominate as my Monster Energy MVP, he just wasn't actually playing. Sorry, man. Production stopped me. It's, of course, our good friend and coach of XSet, Hodzic. My man,
the man Hodzic.
Is that a huggy right there?
Comfortable. It's a cold day in Pittsburgh, baby. Absolutely.
I got a huggy downstairs, man, and I got to say I love that thing. So shout outs, not an ad, but I just want to say you must be feeling cozy as well after the W, man. Your boys performed so well. Walk me through just today and kind of what was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, today, we looked very calm and like cozy out playing today, but it doesn't really tell us like the story of.
Yeah, I saw Scump had retired.
Quite a frenzy on what to do. You heard Nocturnal yesterday talking.
That was
about
before Charlotte, right?
I didn't let it. And because one of the most exciting things about a tournament like this one, like the day one of this ALGS in particular, is this is the biggest meta shift we've ever seen in the game. So it's really cool to see what teams are playing with, what teams have kind of figured out what works for them, and we are really entering a state of Apex where it really depends on like finding a team comp and play style that works for your team, and not necessarily just looking at
like the meta
like the top team is doing.
Yeah,
and I think we've kind of ironed out what works for us.
I also think I'm gonna try and sit down with Hodzic at some point to split.
Actually, it's interesting that you say that you and Nocturnal are still disagreeing, and I believe in the Wraith, but I'm seeing where you're coming from here. With your trying to find a play style that works for you, one of the things that we brought up at the end of the games was that it's looking like Nocturnal's play style is matching really well with just how the meta is going. Is that a product of the coaching, or is that just, yes, this meta does really suit how Nocturnal naturally plays?
I don't think any prior metas like of
recent,
like in the past year or two suit how we play. It's something that both I have had to learn, because when I originally started working with Nocturnal, he was a completely different IGL. His play style was way different, and we both had to kind of work to learn to figure out how to play in these metas. So I'd say every single meta so far is we've learned how to play it. Especially, I almost didn't want to put him on Catalyst for Stormpoint because it is just not his style. The Catalyst is too slow of a character for someone like him. So to see him perform really well, even on Catalyst, actually, like I'm super proud of him. Like it's not an easy task for someone to just swap roles from playing a character like Bangalore to Catalyst.
Yeah, absolutely. In the single moment that they had to make it count here today, they delivered. I will say it is just the first match day, though, especially for the likes of Group C. Next week, you guys will be matching up against Group B, and some particular names currently stand out among the rest, with notably just yesterday, we saw the likes of Dark Zero.
Yep.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on them and potentially any other standouts, because I know from a coach's perspective, you're already prepping for what XSet will have in store.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely I'm sure a lot of people are probably like surprised at a lot of the results that we've been seeing. There's a lot of teams that I thought were going to do really well that haven't been performing, but I still think they're going to catch their stride. I think they're really talented, like teams like MLS, for example. I think really highly of that team. I think they can do very well if they can kind of figure it out, but they are a new team, so you got to give them a little bit of time.
I think MLS will get better as the split goes
FaZe
along.
has been surprising me a lot. I mean, no, it's not really a surprise because Phony, how good Phony and Frex are, it's more just, Snipe's been away for a bit, but they've actually been a huge, they've been absolutely crushing it, and it's good to see, honestly. They're definitely a team that we're going to be looking out for, but there's been a couple rap plays that have been attempted on us throughout this series, so definitely going to have to hit the books and study some maps and see what people are doing and try to figure out, just be prepared for anything that can be thrown your way.
So they're doing another Souls tournament.
Hodzik, I know one thing: you're going to be warm
this coming weekend.
I appreciate it. I'm about to get my absolutely after this broadcast, brother. Thank you so much for the for the conversation. And you know what? Thank you so much for putting on a show, giving us something to talk about. XSet, congratulations on the win, Coach Hodzik. Thanks for joining us again, my man.
Thank you guys for having me. And Dia and Zephyr, you guys are absolutely killing it, by the way. Use well rain day, but it's really nice to see you guys on the team that are killing it. So keep it up, boys.
That's dope, man.
Thank you.
All right. Nice words from Hodzik there.
Hell yeah, man.
The heart. And you know what?
They deserve it, bro, man. They've been killing it.
Used to be on the ALGS. Hodzik did a couple casts with us too. So some talented talent recognition. You got to love it. I think I'm going to start with you, Dia. Final thoughts on the
All right, chap.
Final thoughts on this broadcast.
We're going to go ahead and get up on out of here, man. I'm not going to make any promises for any videos or anything tomorrow. I think I'm going to try and take tomorrow off. I say try, because I know I'll probably end up still putting up a video, but I'm not making any promises. Let's see what else we got this week. This week's gonna be last week of NA Challengers for Valorant, Wednesday, Thursday. Still not sure if we'll stream or if we'll do a watch party for that on Friday. I kind of got to figure out what kind of schedule I want to do. More than likely what's going to happen is we will do a watch party Friday for Valorant, and then we'll go to sleep because I need to make sure I'm on point for South American broadcast next week. If there's anyone in here who has not heard, over the course of this split, we're going to be working with Team Singularity over on their channel doing an English broadcast for the South American region. So they so we'll be over there, which means we probably won't be able to do EMEA Saturday next week. So we'll kind of have to figure out, what we're going to do. All right. Be in Discord tomorrow. Bet. Yeah, I'll try and figure out what we got going on. Appreciate everyone coming in, hanging out. If we have anybody in here who hasn't already hit that like button, does seem to help as far as with the algorithm. Even as far as people finding it after the fact, just find the page rolling across. So I appreciate that. Yeah, keep an eye out, or if y'all are looking for a cool place to hang out outside of stream, the Discord's always the best place to catch me when I'm not streaming. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all coming through. Y'all have yourself a fantastic rest of your evening. Have a great Monday if I don't catch y'all. Till we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out. Have a good night, King.